Ma'am. The Y20 delegation present here with us today, our director, Professor Ram Kumar Kakani, our faculty mentors, and all our esteemed guests. I thank you on behalf of IIM Raipur for sparing the time and honoring us with your presence.
May I now request Professor Dr. Sanjeev Parashar to please come on stage and felicitate and welcome our guest, Honorable Minister of State, Srimati Renuka Singh, with a bouquet.
We are thrilled and excited to have you here with us today. Before we begin with the event, going with our tradition, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Srimati Renuka Singh Ma'am, Honorable Minister of State, to the stage along with other respected dignitaries for the lamp lighting, the Deep Prajulan ceremony.
Let us hope that the brightness of education overcomes the darkness of divisions, injustice, and aggression in society and leads us to growth, equality, and liberty. Our director, Professor Ram Kumar Kakani, whose lessons and motivations have brought an optimistic transition to this institute and who's been an instrumental part in organizing this event. Sir, we thank you for your contribution and we would like to invite you to please give the welcome address to our guests.
Can you please have a big round of applause for sir?
Okay. So, Honorable Minister of State, Srimati Renuka Singh ji for Tribal Affairs. I thank you, Madam, for being here. and Shri Sanjeev Parashar, convener of this program, esteemed international guests, reputed panelists, and lovely delegates. I welcome each one of you to this particular program. Let me begin with a line from our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's speech on behalf of India while picking the baton in November 2022 at Bali. He mentioned, "We'll participate in this unique celebration of G20. Together we'll make the G20 a catalyst for the global change." This Y20 Youth Summit consultation today on peace building and reconciliation is a step in that direction. Peace building processes are complex and interconnected. Recent experiences across the world emerging out of societies which are emerging out of violent conflict show some common themes and challenges. So I'll possibly spend some time in theming or mentioning about the 6 kind of themes that are experienced from the literature or from the, you can say, recent history of conflicts that are there, from the books that are there, and afterwards we'll see how this lovely consultations with a wonderful audience that's there happens. So let me kind of mention some of the common themes and challenges that are there. First is the top-down vis-a-vis bottom-up approaches and the need for local ownership. You see, one is the paternalistic, feudalistic societies that are there, wherein there is a fair amount of top-down challenges that are there and the bottom-up approaches that are there. While both are feasible, but there is a need for local ownership. So let me start by giving you the example of South America, wherein the Colombian government and the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia in 2016 signed a peace agreement after 5 decades of armed conflict. However, the implementation of agreement faced challenges due to lack of involvement and consultation with local communities, leading to protests and delays. It was only when local communities were given more agency and ownership in the peace process that progress was made towards reconciliation and building lasting peace. Attempting at building national unity through truth and reconciliation commissions. That's the second theme which is there. So for this, I'm sure many of us are aware that in South Africa, the TRCs, that is these Truth Reconciliation Commissions that are there, is a notable example of success. While one can always say that there have been some, you can say, issues, but South Africa established TRC in 1995 to investigate and document human rights abuses committed by all sides during the era of white minority rule. The TRC provided a platform for victims and perpetrators to share their stories and seek amnesty, while also offering recommendations for reparations and institutional reforms. While the TRC was not without controversy, many South Africans credit it was helpful in building a more just and cohesive society based on our Nelson Mandela's role, especially the primary role of Nelson Mandela. A third theme is essentially about promoting reconciliation through grassroots traditional processes that are there. So here, I'm sure many of us are aware that the way ethnic groups are there in Africa, Americas, Asia does have fair number of ethnic groups out there. So reconciliation in Indonesia has been promoted through traditional cultural processes such as the gotong royong concept. This concept is a traditional way of working together in Indonesian communities. And let me also share that yesterday I was talking to Youth Consultation Summit delegates. We have about 22, you can say, primitive tribes which essentially are there from various parts of India, right from Ladakh to the Nagaland and Arunachal Pradesh, to down south Kerala. And yesterday evening, when I was having a small, you can say, session with them, they were also mentioning, look, we understand what are these grassroots solutions are about. And we know how we feel when we are not involved in the consultation processes that are there. For example, they were saying, you see, when there is a honeybee hive, we only pick up what we need. We do not kind of completely, you can say, look at efficiency or look at completely taking out the complete honey and throwing off the remaining out, that is leaving nothing on the table for the remaining bees out there. We ensure that they also live, and when we take the honey, we also say, sorry, we need this much for surviving for ourselves, rest is for yourself, please. So that's essentially on promoting reconciliation through grassroots traditional process. The idea is, you see, the gotong royong concept has been used in Indonesia to rebuild communities after natural disasters and resolve conflicts. The idea is to unite people to work towards a common goal and find solutions to their problems. The fourth theme is the challenge of dealing with secessionist movements and terrorist groups. You see, dealing with secessionist movements and terrorist groups is a complex and challenging task for any government. In Europe, there have been numerous examples of such groups causing unrest and instability. We have the Basque separatist group in ETA in Spain. We have the Irish Republican Army, IRA, in the UK. These groups often have deep-rooted grievances and seek to achieve their goals through violence and disruption. Governments must balance the need to maintain law and order with respect for human rights and freedom for expression. Additionally, counterterrorism efforts must be carefully crafted to avoid exacerbating the very grievances that are there, that underpin these movements. Fifth issue is the issue of refugees' right of return and reintegration, especially of the former combatants, particularly child soldiers that are there. For example, in Syria, the civil war has displaced millions of people, and the return of refugees is a significant challenge due to the destruction of infrastructure and the ongoing violence in some regions. However, achieving peace and reconciliation is necessary for creating the conditions for refugees' safe and sustainable return. It requires efforts to rebuild infrastructure, provide security and justice, and address the grievances that led to conflict. The sixth theme is the role of inter-community dialogue and public health systems in building stable, peaceful societies. Let me kind of take you through the example of Rwanda. After the genocide in the late 90s, the government prioritized building a robust public health system and promoting inter-community dialogue as crucial components of the country's reconciliation and development efforts. The country has made significant progress in reducing infant and maternal mortality rates, increasing life expectancy, and improving overall health outcomes. Additionally, inter-community dialogues initiatives have helped to promote peace and reconciliation between different groups, contributing to Rwanda's remarkable transformation in recent years. You see, these examples listed above are very small and on 6 themes. We have seen these issues being reflected in wide range of other countries through recent events, for example, Ukraine, Russia, Afghanistan, Canada, Ethiopia, Kosovo, Sierra Leone, Sudan, Palestine, Nepal, and of course our neighbor countries, and also there will be minor conflicts and at almost all these places that are there. Point is, 8 billion people live in this world, and we say that it is one family, one earth, and one future. Now, in a family of just 3 to 4 members, we have conflict, we have difference of opinion. And you'd agree that building that unity in 8 billion members is a tough ask. It's a tough ask, but who has the primary role to define it? It is the youth. Youth constitute 15% of this 8 billion. 1.2 billion people out there are youth. They come in this category of 15 to 30 years age. And I would like to say that, my dear friends, this youth summit is not for people like me who are above 40, 50 and possibly touching 60s. At the most, we can possibly share some experiences, share some reflections. It is about the youth. It is about you. Thus, I request the youth, मैं चाहता हूँ आप लोग जो है, यहाँ की युवा जो हैं, they enjoy this particular youth summit, they share their thoughts, they share their questions, they participate in it, and they mix up with the panelists and the discussants. हर सेशन अगर आपने देखा होगा शेड्यूल में, हमने आधा समय सिर्फ स्पीचेस के लिए दिया है, पैनल डिस्कशंस के लिए दिया है, और आधा समय हमने दिया है क्वेश्चन एंड आंसर के लिए. हम चाहते हैं जो हमारे मित्र यहाँ दूसरे भागों से जो आए हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ के 23 जिलों से जो आए हैं, हम चाहते हैं वो अपनी आवाज़ बताएं, वो अपनी सोच बताएं, वो अपने सवाल पूछें और वो बताएं. हम नहीं चाहते हैं कि हम इधर से बोलें 40, 50, 60 साल से ऊपर वाले उम्र के और आप सुने ना. ये यूथ समिट जो है आपके लिए है. आप पूछें, आप पार्टिसिपेट करें, हम ये ज़रूर चाहेंगे. So thus we request you to enjoy this youth summit consultation process and share your views as well as your questions with the members and speakers throughout the day. Your views are most important and you are the future of the world. You see, given that morality levels change with time, देखिए 400 साल पहले क्या पर्दा ठीक था? शायद ठीक था. आज पर्दा ठीक है क्या? शायद ठीक नहीं है, बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है. तो क्या होता है, समय के साथ में मोरालिटी लेवल्स क्या सही है, इसके मापदंड बदलते जाते हैं. तो आपके क्या मापदंड है, आप डिसाइड करेंगे. हम नहीं डिसाइड करना चाहते हैं. ये Y20 और यूथ समिट और यूथ कंसल्टेशन आपके लिए है. तो ये चीज़ मैं चाहूँगा कि भाई it's essentially given that morality levels of what is correct and appropriate keeps having higher benchmarks, and also given our history showcasing that wars and conflicts benefit only a very small narrow group. If you see, it just benefits possibly the arms manufacturers or possibly 1 to 2 guys who possibly hold the levers of power out there. So the time has come for us to abandon such thoughts of wars and conflicts and move towards a future of peace through peace building and reconciliation. While that was about peace and reconciliation, peace building and reconciliation, let me also take this time that you see each one of you, for example, Madam, Renuka Madam, she took all the time to come here from her busy schedule that was there. मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ कि आपने इतने समय में आपने हमारे लिए समय दिया मैडम. और इफ़ यू सी, दिस पैनल इज़ नॉट अबाउट वन टाइप ऑफ पीपल. एक तरह के लोग नहीं हैं. जैसे हमारे पैसिफिक फोरम के डायरेक्टर हैं रॉब यॉर्क जी, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और हमारे जर्मनी के जर्नलिस्ट हैं जो कि सीरिया, लेबनान और कंबोडिया, इस तरह के मुश्किल जगहों पे जहाँ पे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो रहा है, जहाँ पे दो समुदाय या दो समाज जो है एक दूसरे से बातचीत भी नहीं कर रहे हैं, लड़ रहे हैं, वहाँ के जर्नलिस्ट भी आए हैं जो वहाँ काम करते हैं यूरोप से. तो फ्रांस से जो है हमारे डॉक्टर फिलिपो एवनो आए हैं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और तो जब इतने इंटरनेशनल डेलीगेट्स आए हैं तो मैं ये भी बताऊंगा, यहाँ पे ब्रिगेडियर पनवार साहब है जो कि बॉर्डर लेवल पे, he is one of the most renowned brigadier out there. Brigadier Panwar's contribution in the history is can't be ignored. We've kind of great out there. So he's taken his time to come here. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आपका. और उसके बाद में जो है कठिन जगहों में पुलिस ऑफिसर बन के आए हैं, जैसे हमारे मोहित गर्ग साहब, तो श्रीनगर ज़िला के कलेक्टर कश्मीर से आए हैं अपना खास समय लेके, एजाज भाई बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। तो अजय सिंह साहब यूएस से आए हैं, ही बोडोलैंड के सबसे पहले जो है एग्रीमेंट इन्होंने साइन किया था 1990 में, तो वो भी अपना समय लेके आए हैं कि भाई किस तरह होता है। कोकराझार के ये ज़िला के डिप्टी कमिश्नर थे उस समय। तो आसाम मणिपुर के जो आईएएस अफसर थे और जो कि बहुत जगह काम किए हैं और नीति आयोग में अभी भी एडवाइज़र हैं, प्रेम सिंह बौगची साहब आए हैं। डायरेक्टर ऑफ यूथ अफेयर्स एंड स्पोर्ट्स जो कि पुलिस ऑफिसर भी हैं, पंकज जी भी आए हुए हैं, एंड बहुत सारे एमिनेंट डेलीगेट्स हैं। एंड आई रियली थैंक फ्रॉम द बॉटम ऑफ माई हार्ट to each one of you for being here, and especially the international delegates. It's our honor that you are here. Our academic partners also have come, and it's so nice to see our friends from GNDU Amritsar to all the way to Guwahati out there and Manipur University out there. It's so lovely to see each one of you. In case you have any trouble, we'd be very happy to go out of our way to kind of help and ensure that this program is meaningful to each one of you. And thank you so much. Thanks again.
Thank you, sir. It is always a privilege to hear you speak. With great pleasure, I would now like to introduce our guest of honor, Srimati Renuka Singh Ma'am, Honorable Minister of State. Ma'am has previously served as the Minister of State for Women and Child Development and Family Welfare in the Government of Chhattisgarh. Ma'am is currently serving as the Minister of State for Tribal Affairs of India in the Indian government. I would now request Ma'am to please address the audience and say a few words.
देश और दुनिया के अनेक क्षेत्रों से यहाँ उपस्थित प्रतिनिधियों का छत्तीसगढ़ की धरती में हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूँ, स्वागत करती हूँ।
I welcome you all, the delegates from different parts of the world and from within India, onto the land of Chhattisgarh.
भारतीय प्रबंधन संस्थान रायपुर के डायरेक्टर श्री राम कुमार कंकानी जी, डॉक्टर संजीव प्रसाद जी, युवा कार्यक्रम एवं खेल मंत्रालय भारत सरकार के तत्वाधान में भारतीय प्रबंधन संस्थान रायपुर में आयोजित 3 दिवसीय विमर्श कार्यक्रम जिसका थीम है शांति निर्माण एवं सुलह से युग रहित की ओर में होनहार युवाओं के बीच उपस्थित होकर मैं अत्यंत प्रसन्नता और संतोष का अनुभव कर रही हूँ।
Dr. Ram Kumar Kakani, Dr. Sanjeev Parashar, the program being organized by Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. This 3 days program on peace building and reconciliation, ushering in an era of no war. I feel pleased and I am privileged to be the part of this particular 3 days event.
मित्रों, 15 अगस्त 1947 को ये देश आज़ाद हुआ। देश की आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष पूरे होने पर हमने अमृत वर्ष मनाया। विभिन्न प्रकार के कार्यक्रमों का आयोजन हुआ और जिन लोगों ने देश की आज़ादी के लिए खुद को शहीद किया, ऐसे बलिदानियों को, क्रांतिकारियों को हमने इस 75वें वर्ष में याद किया और अब हम अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर चुके हैं। यह देशवासियों के लिए सौभाग्य की बात है कि भारत को 2023 में G20 की अध्यक्षता करने का अवसर मिला है।
India got independence in 1947. As we celebrate 75th year of independence, we have entered into Amrit Varsh, Amrit Kal. This is the year, this is the time when we are remembering all the freedom fighters because of whom we are in the light of this day. We are celebrating with many events on this particular occasion.
भारत की अध्यक्षता में G20 के अंतर्गत Y20 एक बेहतरीन वैश्विक मंच है जिसके माध्यम से आप उन मुद्दों पर चर्चा कर सकेंगे जो देश और वर्तमान पीढ़ी के लिए लाभदायक है। आप जो चर्चा करेंगे G20 की मीटिंग में, वो बातें सामने आएंगी और इसका लाभ देश और दुनिया को मिलने वाला है।
As we celebrate this year, 75th year Amrit Kal, this is an opportunity for each one of us to talk, to dialogue, to discuss under the aegis of G20 and further within Y20. It's a time for youth to share their thoughts and opinions and put forth their views with respect to this word.
2023 में Y20 इंडिया समिट भारत के युवा केंद्रित प्रयासों का उदाहरण होगा। वह दुनिया भर के युवाओं को अपने मूल्यों और नीतिगत उपायों को प्रदर्शित करने का एक अच्छा अवसर प्रदान करेगा।
This is the best opportunity for the youth of India to represent what are the core values of Indian society, Indian civilization.
भारत युवाओं का देश है। हमारी आबादी का एक बड़ा हिस्सा युवाओं का है, इसलिए देश का भविष्य ही युवाओं पर निर्भर करता है।
India is a country of youth. The large proportion of Indian population is youth.
महान संत स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने कहा था कि युवा किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी ताकत होते हैं और देश का भविष्य उसके युवाओं के प्रयासों से ही तय होता है।
As per Swami Vivekananda, youth forms the biggest resource and power of any nation, and the future of the country is decided by this power of youth.
हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी भी युवाओं को वैश्विक परिदृश्य में नेतृत्व प्रदान करने का आह्वान करते हैं। वे कहते हैं, युवा सपनों से देश की दिशा तय होगी, युवा शक्ति की आकांक्षाएं तय करेंगी हमारी मंजिलें और युवा मनोभाव तय करेगा हमारा रास्ता।
Our Prime Minister Honorable Narendra Modi ji also envision the same and see the important role of Indian youth in the global perspective. As per him, then the world looks forward to this power, and the world's direction will be decided by the vision of youth.
आज पूरा विश्व भू विस्तारवाद के तनाव, शीत युद्ध के संघर्षों के नवीनीकरण, हिंसक उग्रवाद का उदय, वैश्विक महामारी, जलवायु परिवर्तन, हथियारों की होड़ और अन्य तरीकों से युद्ध ने विकसित और विकासशील दुनिया के बीच बढ़ती खाई के साथ वैश्विक शांति और सुरक्षा में गंभीर व्यवधान पैदा किया है।
The world is facing the gamut of challenges, including the phony war, the Cold War, the pandemic, and many other related perspectives. This has really created the divide between developed and developing economies.
इन चुनौतियों का समाधान करने और वैश्विक शांति को बढ़ावा देने के लिए बहुपक्षीय जुड़ाव को प्राथमिकता देना और प्रोत्साहित करना बहुत आवश्यक है।
To settle all these issues, to resolve all these issues, it is must and it is pertinent that multilateral dialogues are created, multilateral forums are formed, and the discussions happen on these.
इन परिस्थितियों में शांति निर्माण और सुलह के लिए नए रचनात्मक युवा दृष्टिकोण की आवश्यकता है। हमारे युवा रचनात्मक गतिशीलता और प्रतिबद्धता के माध्यम से शांति निर्माण के नए तरीकों और गठबंधनों का नेतृत्व कर सकते हैं।
It becomes pertinent for peace building and reconciliation that the youth of India, or for that matter and across the world, they sit together, they talk, they deliberate and think for the future course of action for peace building.
संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद के संकल्पों के 5 प्रमुख स्तंभों भागीदारी, रोकथाम, सुरक्षा, साझेदारी, विघटन और पुनः एकीकरण पर जोर देकर शांति निर्माण, सुलह और उग्रवाद की रोकथाम में सकारात्मक भूमिका निभा सकते हैं।
United Nations can again sit back, play the role of peace and the related elements for the best and the best of the future for the world.
दुनिया के सबसे बड़े प्रजातांत्रिक देश भारत ने आज़ादी के बाद अनेक मुद्दों पर कठिन संघर्षों का सामना किया है, जिन्हें शांति निर्माण और सुलह के लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से नियंत्रित किया गया।
India has played a vital role in the world peace post its independence, in spite of the fact that it has been facing a lot of issues and challenges across.
पूर्वोत्तर राज्यों के आंतरिक समस्याओं को समाप्त करने के लिए लोकतांत्रिक साधनों से अथक प्रयास हुए हैं, जैसे नागालैंड शांति समझौता, असम समझौता, बोडोलैंड परिषद की स्थापना शांति निर्माण के उदाहरण हैं।
In northeast states, lot of conflicts were existing and lot much has been evolved and achieved with the peace measures taken by successive governments over the period.
जम्मू कश्मीर को खास दर्जा देने वाले 370 को समाप्त कर विकास एवं समृद्धि की दिशा दी गई है। वहाँ के युवा अब रचनात्मक भूमिका में देश और समाज के विकास में अपना महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे रहे हैं।
We have done away with Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir and brought back the peace in the state. The youth of Jammu and Kashmir is expected to play very important role in economic growth and development.
पूर्वोत्तर राज्य अब मुख्य धारा के प्रदेशों से भी बेहतर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। वहाँ के युवा न केवल हिंसक संघर्ष का रास्ता त्याग कर बल्कि सुनहरे सपने देख रहे हैं और उन्हें साकार भी कर पा रहे हैं।
The northeast states youth as of today is so much the part of progress and they are on the path of peace and they are looking forward to these. Many of these states are doing much better than the mainland states otherwise, and the youth over there is contributing immensely to the growth of that particular part of the country.
प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में इन प्रदेशों के विकास के लिए, लोगों की भलाई और उत्थान के लिए विशेष कार्य योजनाएं बनाई गई और उनका संचालन भी किया जा रहा है। केंद्र सरकार के मंत्रियों के द्वारा नियमित तौर पर उन राज्यों में जाकर योजनाओं की प्रगति की समीक्षा भी की जाती है और लोगों से बातचीत भी की जा रही है।
Under the aegis of the Prime Minister of India, lot of steps are being taken in Northeast and various ministers in the cabinet, they are continuously working for the growth and development of that part.
वामपंथ प्रभावित दूरस्थ पिछड़े जिलों को आकांक्षी जिला घोषित कर नीति आयोग के संरक्षण में सूचकांक आधारित विकास कार्यक्रम संचालित किए जा रहे हैं। परिणामतः देश में नक्सल घटनाओं में भी कमी आई है।
Those parts of the country which have been affected by leftist movements, these districts are now being specially mentored by Niti Aayog and the other wings for the development, and there is a lot of positive growth as the performance over there is being indecised along with the measures.
आतंकवादियों ने भी हार मान ली है एवं उन्हें चौतरफा तरीके से अलग थलग और कमज़ोर किया जा रहा है। एक सकारात्मक परिदृश्य का निर्माण हुआ है, एक ऐसा परिवेश जहां से विकास एवं समृद्धि का द्वार खुलता है।
Extremism in these parts of the country has been weakened, and there is a lot positive that is happening over there in those districts or in those parts.
भारत सरकार की योजनाएं मेक इन इंडिया, आत्मनिर्भर भारत रोजगार योजना, प्रधानमंत्री रोजगार प्रोत्साहन योजना, राष्ट्रीय कैरियर सेना परियोजना, गरीब कल्याण रोजगार अभियान, पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय ग्रामीण कौशल योजना, पीएम स्वनिधि योजना, प्रधानमंत्री मुद्रा योजना, प्रधानमंत्री कौशल विकास योजना, स्टैंड अप योजना, स्टार्टअप योजना युवाओं को स्वर्णिम भविष्य निर्माण करने में मदद कर रही है।
Various policies and schemes of the government of India under Atmanirbhar India, Startup India, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Yojana, and many more like these, they are helping, they are supporting, and they are facilitating the growth of the youth in those paths.
आज़ादी के इस अमृत काल में जब हम 2047 का विजन बनाकर देश को दुनिया का सबसे सशक्त और समृद्ध राष्ट्र बनाने की परिकल्पना के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, ऐसे में जनजाति वर्ग के विकास के लिए हमारी सरकार ने अनेक योजनाओं के माध्यम से अपने काम प्रारंभ किए हैं।
As we are in the Amrit Kal and we envision India of 2047, the government of India has developed many plans to bring into the main fold the role of tribals and the other tribes so that everyone is being considered into the inclusive growth.
32 लाख जनजाति युवाओं को लगभग 3,000 करोड़ की स्कॉलरशिप दी जा रही है। अभी जो बजट प्रावधान हुआ उसमें 38,800 शिक्षकों की नियुक्ति के लिए 740 एकलव्य आदर्श आवासीय विद्यालयों में गुणवत्ता मूलक शिक्षा व्यवस्था सुनिश्चित करने के लिए नियुक्ति दी जाएगी।
In the recent budget also there have been made very important significant provisions for the scheduled tribes, again as desired for the inclusive growth.
विशेष पिछड़ी जनजाति के विकास एवं उत्थान के लिए 15,000 करोड़ रुपए प्रधानमंत्री पीवीटीजी विकास मिशन को दिया जा रहा है।
Continued in the same to help develop the more disprivileged or unprivileged communities also there has been the provision in this particular budget.
नई शिक्षा नीति के माध्यम से भी हमारा प्रयास युवाओं को और अधिक शक्तिशाली, समर्थ, रचनात्मक एवं विकास में भागीदार बनाना है।
The new education policy is also directed towards making the youth more resourced, more powerful and more contributory.
भविष्य युवाओं का है क्योंकि वे आबादी का एक बड़ा हिस्सा बनाते हैं। उनकी आवाज़, उनकी राय और उनके दृष्टिकोण को निर्णय लेने की प्रक्रिया में सुना और माना जाना चाहिए।
The future belongs to youth and it becomes imperative and pertinent to bring the voice of youth into the mainstream.
इसके अलावा उनकी सकारात्मक भागीदारी एवं गतिशील हिस्सा होने के नाते युवा जो भूमिका निभा सकते हैं और जो जिम्मेदारियां वे लेते हैं हमारे वन वर्ल्ड के भविष्य को बनाने और आकार देने में मदद करेंगे।
Their contribution will definitely add to or become a more important antecedent in making the world one world.
हमारा दायित्व है कि हम उनका पोषण करें, उनका मार्गदर्शन करें ताकि वे आगे बढ़ने के साथ साथ देश के विकास में उन्नति में सार्थक परिवर्तन ला सकें।
It is our responsibility to bring the youth into the mainstream so that this youth can contribute to the growth and development.
मुझे खुशी है देश और विदेश से एकत्रित आज हमारे युवा साथी यहाँ पर इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर सार्थक चर्चा करेंगे। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है शांति एवं सुलह से विश्व युद्ध की विभीषिका से तो बचेगा ही, लोगों में आपसी सहकार बढ़ेगा तथा जीवन में सार्थकता, स्वास्थ्य एवं समृद्धि भी आएगी। आइए वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के महान लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में हम अपना सर्वश्रेष्ठ योगदान सुनिश्चित करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
I am hopeful the discussions in this particular consultation meet shall contribute and identify the ways to bring the youth into this particular main fold, and we can deliberate on discussions that will contribute towards Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. Jai Hind.
Ma'am, thank you for your kind words. I would now request our director, Professor Ram Kumar Kakani, to please felicitate our guest of honor, Honorable Minister of State, Srimati Renuka Singh, with a memento. May I now invite our Professor, Dr. Sanjeev Parashar, to please give the vote of thanks to our audience.
On behalf of Bharatiya Pravand Sansthan, Indian Institute of Management, Raipur, I take this opportunity to express sincere gratitude to Srimati Renuka Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Tribal Affairs, Government of India. Ma'am, you have been very extremely kind in accepting our invite for delivering the inaugural talk. We acknowledge the role of Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, especially Shriman Pankaj Singh Ji, in bringing to light Y20 consultations at our premises. I thank Shri Ram Kumar Kakani for his talk, Contextualizing Peace and Reconciliation and Setting the Tone for the Day. I am thankful to all the dignitaries assembled in the August gathering. My thanks are also due to my colleagues, Professor Indira and Professor Akhilesh, for meticulously planning the day and the events along. Besides thanking Professor Joy Day and entire team for making it live now. Thank you again.
We will be starting with the panel discussion in the next 5 minutes. I would request the audience member to please be seated. Thank you.
I humbly request everyone to please be seated. We are just about to begin with the panel discussion. A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Akshat Khungar,
And I, Sanya Arora.
warmly welcome you to the first panel discussion of the day on the topic Channelizing Youth in Conflict Resolution. Under this topic, we will be discussing about the utmost importance of global youth as key agents of peace building and conflict resolution.
I would now request Colonel Dr. Harinder Tripathi to welcome Shri Ajay Kumar Singh.
Can we have a round of applause, please?
I now request Shri Priyank Mitra to welcome Shri Mohit Garg. I request Shri Anil Ponil to welcome Shri Mohammad Aegis Asad. I request Ms. Anupama Chaudhary to welcome Shri Reinhard Baumgarten. I request Shri Ghanshyam Soni to welcome Ms. Priyanka Bissa. I now request Shri Surya Narayan S. to welcome Dr. Prem Singh Bogsi.
I now request our panelists, Shri Ajay Kumar Singh, Shri Mohit Garg, Shri Mohammad Aegis Asad, Shri Reinhard Baumgarten, Ms. Priyanka Bissa, and the moderator for this discussion, Dr. Prem Singh Bogsi, to join us on the stage, please.
I would now like to take the privilege of introducing our esteemed panelists. Our first honorable panelist for the day is Shri Ajay Kumar Singh. Sir is the ex-Chief Secretary of Assam and a Bodoland peace negotiator. Sir is a medical doctor by training with an MBA in healthcare management, a PhD in public administration, and an MS specializing in artificial intelligence applications in healthcare. Sir has hosted the first large-scale arms surrender by the Bodo militants in 1992. We are honored to have you here, sir.
Our second distinguished guest for the day is Shri Mohit Garg, IPS and SP, Balrampur, Chhattisgarh. Shri Mohit Garg is an Indian Police Service officer of the 2013 batch, currently posted as the Superintendent of Police of Balrampur, Chhattisgarh. Sir is a highly decorated officer and has been awarded the Police Medal for Gallantry twice by the Honorable President of India for showcasing exemplary bravery in leading anti-insurgency operations. We welcome you, sir.
I now take the privilege of introducing our next panel member, Shri Mohammad Aegis Assad. Sir is an Indian Administrative Service Officer of the 2012 batch, presently serving as the Deputy Commissioner of Srinagar. He completed his BTech in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Delhi in 2008 and has served as District Magistrate in 6 districts of Jammu and Kashmir. He is the first IITian and IAS officer from the border state of Poonch after 1947. It's a pleasure to have you here, sir.
Pleasure.
I feel honored to introduce our next panel member, Shri Reinhard Baumgarten.
What is this for? Yeah.
A globally reputed journalist, international conflict zones from Germany. Shri Baumgarten has been a journalist for the past 40 years. Sir has written for various newspapers, worked for Deutsche Welle, and has been an employee of SWR in Stuttgart for 35 years. During his time as a correspondent, Sir did a lot of reporting on the civil war in Sudan, the war in Yemen, the terrorist attacks in Saudi Arabia and Egypt, among others. We are honored to have you here, sir.
Thank you.
I would now like to introduce to you our next panel member, Ms. Priyanka Bissa, a youth icon from Nehru Yuva Kendra. Ma'am is a youth icon and has been awarded NSS President Award by the former President of India, Shri Ramnath Kovind, and was also announced as India's first youth parliament winner by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi. Ma'am is also a Karamveer Chakra awardee and the Indian Youth Ambassador for China for IYD. We welcome you, ma'am.
I would now like to introduce our moderator for this panel discussion, Professor Prem Singh Bogsi, a distinguished visiting professor at IIM Raipur. Professor Prem Singh Bogsi got into civil services while pursuing post-graduation in AIIMS, New Delhi, and has worked as Director, Youth Affairs and Sports, and Secretary to the Chief Minister. Sir has worked as an advisor in Niti Aayog in Government of India from 2019 to 2022, and currently he is a fellow with Niti Aayog. We welcome you, sir. I now request the moderator, Dr. Prem Singh Bogsi, to take this panel discussion ahead.
Thank you so much. A very good morning to all the youth here. We have come from various countries and across the country and various knowledge partners and event hosts from rest of the country. We'll start this discussion which is about channelizing youth in conflict resolution. And very aptly this topic has been kept in the beginning because we very sincerely and deeply believe that youth is critical to conflict resolution and also a long-lasting peace. In this galaxy of experts and practitioners that we have gathered today, I'm sure that the youth here will be immensely benefited from their experience as practitioners in various conflict-affected areas and also their deep academic knowledge of this area. So each of these speakers will speak for about 5 minutes in their opening remarks, and that will be followed by question and answer, which will be for about half an hour. I would request all the panelists to focus on the topic and be precise, because the amount of experience that you have to churn it out in 5 minutes is extremely difficult. But it will be great if you can, share your deep experiences and knowledge with these youngsters within 5 minutes. So without delay, I'll start. I'll request Dr. A.K. Singh. I'll request.
Thank you, Prem Singh ji.
I will not take 5 minutes. I will rather wait for the questions from the audience, because I see the audience is mostly youth, and this is a youth consultation. So I will just say one sentence, that peace building, the word is building. As you have seen a building being built, no building, small or big, is ever built in one day. So building takes several steps. So what is the first step? The first step is peacemaking. First you make peace. And who will have more experience of peacemaking than our youth? So most of you have had recent experience. I would say many of you would have recent experience of peacemaking right within this month of February 2023. Can you tell me the date? What date I am referring to, when a lot of you have had to go through this peacemaking effort in February? Every year it happens, not only to young, it sometimes happens to not so young as well. But for the youth, what is the most important day in the year for making peace? Peacemaking. If none of you are going to answer, I would give the answer from my side itself to save time. Is February the 14th, right? So not all of you, but almost all of you have to make some effort on peacemaking. Then if you have made peace, fortunate enough to have made peace, what is the next step? Next step is peacekeeping, right? So if you have made peace, you have to keep the peace. So if it is between you and your significant other, your other partner, peacekeeping becomes simple. But if it is at a community level, nation's level, society's level, peacekeeping becomes very complex and very difficult, about which our friends from the police service and security forces, they will be able to tell you. But always peace is kept at one-on-one level. And how that peacekeeping is done, you guys know better than me. And the next step is peace building. So how do you build the peace when you move from interpersonal space to inter-community space? And that is where I will not share any theoretical experience or background. I will speak from my experience in Bodoland, because most of you will not know what Bodoland was going through in 90s. Bodoland movement began in 1967, then it became violent around about 10 years later. But the moment I landed up in Kokrajhar, it was a complete scene of destruction, death and destruction. Death, bomb blasts, grenades going up, IED devices blowing up some bridges, and some trains were completely a normal day-to-day life. Actually, one of my predecessors' car was blown up. Fortunately, he was traveling in someone else with the SP, in SP's car, but all the innocent driver and the security people who were in the car got blown up. He was so shaken that he quit the service, moved to United States, became a professor. So that was the situation when I landed up in 1991. But in 1992, we had the first Bodo Accord, first surrender, 700 plus people surrendered, and so many arms were surrendered that it was impossible to count them. So we packed gunny bags with arms and ammunition surrendered, sealed them and weighed. Bag number 1, 50 kg, bag number 2, 48 kg, like that. And truck full of bags we had deposited in Malkhana, Thana's Malkhana. Thana's Malkhana did not have a space for keeping them. They designated another room for Malkhana. So that was the level of violence we had faced. So what were the process? What was the process? In very brief, I will say that it was again a 3-part process. The first part process was setting the expectations. As I was telling you, around 14th February or before 14th February, what do you do? What do you do? You set up expectations. And if the expectations are met or expectations are not met, right? If the expectations are not met, then peace is not built. If the expectations are met, then what is the next step? Next step is trust. If your expectations are met, then the next step is you develop trust कि इस रिश्ते में दम है कि नहीं? So then you develop trust. Trust is not built in one day. Just 14th February, in one day, some roses, some yellow roses will not make trust. That may meet some expectations, but trust will take time. It may happen in a few months, it may happen in a few years, it may not never happen. So that is what we did. We first set their expectations, then we built a relationship of trust directly with the leaders of the Bodoland movement. And then what is the third step? Once you have gone through both these steps of meeting expectations, building trust, then what happens? You should be answering. I am answering my own questions. The next step is that you develop hope, right? That ठीक है, कुछ होगा आगे, आगे के लिए कुछ इसमें दम है. So then you develop hope. And that is the most important step wherever, whatever, from here to Kasobo to Kokrajhar. Unless the other group has hope that this, if we enter into this kind of accord, if we sign this accord, if we get into this process, there is hope for the future.
It's not me.
So hope. Those are the three things: expectations, trust, and hope. Once you reach that stage of hope, and hope is kept, then you have peace. So that has been my experience with the Bodo militants, that we set up their expectations, we developed a relationship of trust, and we met their hope. That is why when I was reading Economic Times yesterday, in the plane, I saw that Kokrajhar is hosting right now a global knowledge summit. As we are talking here, Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus is there in Kokrajhar. And the Economic Times has come up with that article where the very first sentence from the current chief of the Bodoland Council is that there was a time when we had violence here. There was a time when we did not have peace here. But now we have peace. So now we are not talking about violence, we are talking about global knowledge partnerships. So I was so happy that I am flying out to Raipur, and on the plane I am reading this Economic Times, the statement, he is welcoming Muhammad Yunus and other delegates just like this. In that Kokrajhar, where people, even the street dogs, except the street dogs, no one used to venture out after the dark.
Sir,
So I would say that with these words, I will welcome the questions rather than answering my own questions.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you
you.
so much. Thank you so much, sir, giving a platform for the discussion in a much broader and deeper sense. Now I would request Dr. Mohit Garg. He is a young Indian police service officer, again working in a conflict-affected area, which has a different, context, different philosophy, different reason. Dr. Mohit Garg.
Thank you, Prem sir. I have been working in left-wing extremism affected areas since more than 9 years now. So I'll share my experiences, and since considering we are in Raipur, we are in Chhattisgarh, and the state of Chhattisgarh, the biggest problem that the state has been affected by is left-wing extremism, Naxalism, insurgency, whatever we call it. Why do we need to channelize youth? Why do we need to involve youth? So basic understanding of the issue is there is a tribal area. People are living, they do not have access to a lot of things, including education, including government access, basic things, bijli, pani, electricity, water supply, telecom lines, and then you top it up with other layers, like there would not be any government representatives, there would not be any officers, even the basic healthcare facilities, CHEs, PSCs would not be operational. There was a setup earlier. When insurgency was at its peak, a lot of this infrastructure was destroyed, destabilized, and people were removed and killed. So there is a very big, like sir mentioned, in these areas what happens is there is a big mistrust, lack of trust, lack of faith in system that starts creeping in. So why should we go to, let's say, government, police, administration, kya ho jayega? Why should we go to them? What kind of help would they be doing to us? And as you grow old, so why there is a difference in approaching youth and in approaching elderly? So with experience, a lot of idiosyncrasies also creep in. You start sticking to the fact that ab kuch nahi ho sakta. Now, like we have lost the war, we have lost the faith, and like we have seen our lives and lives of our relatives, lives of our kinsmen destroyed, and same would happen in next generations also. This would be the take of most of the people who are from earlier generations, because they have seen the apathy, they have seen the plight, and they have lived through it. So then comes the youth. Youth still have energy. They are thoda disconnected from what happened in the past. So when you start approaching them, and approaching means you would not approach them with anything cannot happen on the ground suddenly in one day. So how do we approach them? We start contacting them. We start organizing like little sports activities, cultural activities. We start trying to figuring out how to help them in educational activities, how to set up a small school, how to find that one girl or boy who has studied or passed 10th or 12th class, who can teach like 10 more children in their village, then provide them very basic setup, maybe a board, maybe some books, maybe some chalk, maybe uniforms. So this kind of setup starts in the beginning. It's not like a very big setup that you can create. Why? Because these people also do not trust you. But why trust is needed? So unless you get education, because government is trying to reach out to them, they also somewhere want to be a part of this entire place, entire space where there is no more violence, no more agony, no more running away for their lives. So when we start approaching them, and when they start realizing that these people want good for us only. So in my experience, the entire setup of security as we see it, so it comes in 3 layers. So first we enter into these villages and we just talk to them, we distribute medicines, as I said, we like organize some programs so that we start building contact with them. Then we go with other departments. So for instance, their land rights issue would be there would be requirement of roads, there would be requirement of electricity poles, there would be requirement of water supply, bore wells and whatnot. And then the next layer would be they would ask for some medical facility, at least a CSC, SSC, PSC working there. They would be asking for some teachers to stay there in their village. So how this happens is when you set up the security parameter, when you give them the faith that nothing will happen to them, and this faith you have to not just give to the youth, you have to give it to the people who are providing these facilities also. These government, non-government representatives, the NGOs, whoso are working in these areas. So when this dialogue starts happening with them, and when they start realizing that these are our rights also, these are our duties also, and this is how we take forward and clear our area of the panic and insecurity, and we start building peace. So I won't take much time, but this is what I just wanted to. So if you summarize it, I take it in 3 phases. First, you start building faith, peace through security. You connect with security. Then you start earning their trust. And then when you have a bigger stakeholders pool at the table, then you start giving development. So when I talk about building roads, setting up towers, setting up electricity lines, digging bore wells, so all these do not happen in the first phase itself. But this would be the culmination of that peace building exercise. When trade starts happening, when people freely go from one place to those areas on their bikes, on their vehicles, and they take stuff from one place to another place. When their own material they are able to sell out, and they start becoming part of the broader economy. And this all happens in the 3rd phase. So this is how I see, this is how my experience has been. It's like a very long topic to talk about, but given the shortage of time, this is what my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohit, sharing your experiences in a very structured and in a very narrative way. Now I would request Mohammad Aijaz, who is Deputy Commissioner in Srinagar, another area which has been conflict affected, and his experience in channelizing youth in conflict resolution in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Mohammad Aijaz. Yeah.
Thank you, Prem sir, and good morning to all of you. 5 minutes, I don't know where to begin and where to end, so I thought to begin from the end itself. When we talk about channelizing youth, I am reminded of famous saying of Carlos Ojeda, which he has mentioned in his book, The Power of Youth. So he says, every head is a world. When it comes to Jammu and Kashmir, I saw terrorism, violence, because I am resident of, I have come from a place which is very close to the line of control, just 2 kilometers. So I saw terror and violence from my own eyes, and before even coming into administration. So given that background, let me say that terror and violence suppresses the youth aspirations. I remember returning halfway back and not able to reach the school because there is a counter terror operation on the way. Terrorists are somewhere on the way. So many students could not make it to the school on many days. And this continued for many years. And when I entered my engineering college, IIT Delhi, I remember in one of the years between 2004 to 8, my mother telling me that it is better you don't come home this summer vacation because the halat bahut kharab hain. Is bar mat aiye ghar mein. Can you imagine, parents generally would invite you at home and they would be excited to see you back home, from college during summer break. But you see the reverse situation, whole terror and violence actually leads to suppression of youth aspirations, and also it puts a barrier in your everyday functioning. And now, having said that, I would also say that terrorism, terrorists are masters of mind control. They would hit at few places, eliminate a few persons, and then would be able to terrify billions of people. By the way, you just see how many people die of diabetes and sugar across the globe. 3.5 million people. And pollution kills 7 million people a year globally. Post September 11, 2001, terrorism across the globe, terror incidents have led to killing of 25,000 persons. So here you have only 25,000 persons, and there you have millions of people dying of sugar and other, kinds of environmental issues. But we are more scared of terrorism. Are we more scared of sugar or terrorism? So it's very ironical that how do they operate. And I have seen that, operations on the ground from my own eyes. And in Jammu and Kashmir, while I come towards the second part of my 5-minute opening remarks, in Jammu and Kashmir, development has been a major victim of terrorism. The normal working days, especially in Kashmir Valley, you have working days in summers. So in summers there would be bandh calls, strikes, hartals, which would cripple the economy. You will have markets shut down. You will have children not going to school. In 2010, there were 4 months of continued bandh calls and strikes, hartals. In 2016, there was 6 months of hartals and strikes. And in 2017, when I was Deputy Commissioner of Shopian district in South Kashmir, I had a very narrow escape from lynching. While I was traveling, anybody would have heard about lynching of Deputy Superintendent of Police, Ayub Pandit? Has anybody aware of that episode? So Ayub Pandit was lynched by a mob of stone pelters. So 3-4 days after this, while I was moving from Srinagar to Shopian, after attending a meeting, I suddenly, first I spoke to the SSP of the area that which route should I take today? So you have to actually decide the route where you want to go, because stone pelting would be there on most of the routes. So he suggested a particular route. So then while I was maneuvering a curve on the road, it was a blind curve. So suddenly I saw a huge mob of stone pelters around, maybe around 200 of them. So they stopped our vehicle. And the driver, I was with driver and operator only, I was not carrying security. The reason being that security would open you to more exposure of stone pelting. So you have to really plan and strategize how to maneuver in this terrain. oh, so once they, stopped our vehicle, so the driver was very clever. He told the mob that he's a doctor. So once he told that he's a doctor, they were taken aback. Then they said, okay, you go. So we would because it was a huge crowd. So we had moved hardly, I think, 50 meters. The mob was continuing, so they stopped our vehicle again. And one of the persons from the mob said, no, ये तो officer लग रहा है, ये doctor नहीं है. So now what do? If you call, by the time you call police, they would have broken your vehicle, they would have probably lynched you also, because those days officers were also being lynched. So what I did, I took out my phone and then I also started behaving like a doctor. So I said how many patients are there, how many critical patients are there, anybody requires blood. So this kind of conversation they were listening from outside. So to buy some time, and what happened next was purely luck. That a police vehicle came from the back, everybody rushed to pelt stones on the police vehicle. So that is how three of us got out of the car, we removed the stone boulders and then we ran away. So that is how I survived a lynching in South Kashmir. So having said that, I would straight away come to just take you to the point that how progressive legislation passed by the Parliament post 5th August 2019 that led to abrogation of Article 370 has paved the way for youth empowerment. How that has happened, I would just give you some statistics, and the separatist calls in Jammu and Kashmir have kept hartals or band calls or strikes for 2,928 days. 2,928 days, approximately 8 years, which has led to 4 lakh crore of loss to the economy. Today, in 2016, there were 400 episodes of stone pelting. In 22, there were hardly any episodes of stone pelting. Hardly 1 or 2 have been reported. And other than that, the number of active foreign terrorists from 1990 to 2017 were 2,500 to 3,000. And today the figure is hardly in double digits. Stone pelting has completely stopped. Youth have got an opportunity to come out. Businessmen has got an opportunity to open the shops. How many have you been to Lal Chowk? If you have gone to Srinagar, you must have been to Lal Chowk. Lal Chowk shops were always shut. In 2016, they were shut for 6 months. Today, the businessmen are happy that they are able to open their shops, because the law and order has restored. It is back in the hands of law enforcement agencies. Children are able to go to schools. And over and above this, the most critical point is that the victims of terror attack, especially the civilians, they are silenced. The police targeting of policemen who are on leave, army personnel who are on leave, this has been happening. And this is a major group that has been kept silent. They have been forced to succumb to the false narrative that is being peddled from the neighborhood. And terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, exported by a neighboring country, has also been changing its colors. In 90s, you would see youth carrying. I'm just concluding. Post and pre-370, developmental projects completed in the year 2018 to 19, 9,222. And number of developmental projects completed in 2021-22 is 50,726. You just see that NABARD projects sanctioned in the year 2018 to 19 were 28 projects only, worth rupees 81 crores. And NABARD projects sanctioned in 21-22 were 4,400 projects worth rupees 1,600 crores. Srinagar saw the unfurling of 1,850 meters national flag as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Tiranga rally was organized in Dal Lake. So these things were unimaginable few years back. And as I conclude, the silent majority of people who are victims like Shikarawala, boatsmen, taxi operator, farmers, they were not allowed to speak even. So they have got a voice today. And their business is running. There used to be stone pelting and violence, but now that has stopped. The other day, the Honorable Home Minister made a statement. 1.28 crore tourists have visited Jammu and Kashmir. The number of flights operating from Srinagar airport has doubled. And there has been, this is a very important point with which, sir, I will just conclude. There has been investment of 12,000 crores in Jammu and Kashmir in last 70 years. And there has been investment of 12,000 crores in just last 3 years. Just last 3 years. You might have read in the newspapers that Jindal Steelworks has laid the foundation stone in Lassipura area. It is in South Kashmir. And this was hub of terrorism. And this is around 150 crore steel plant, having a capacity of 1 crore 20 lakh metric tons per annum. So, as I conclude, the decentralization happened for the first time in Jammu and Kashmir, where 4,300 sarpanches, 34,000 panches, 285 block development councils and 280 district development councils were constituted. So this is the change that we are seeing in Kashmir post passing of the progressive legislation by the parliament after 5th of August 2019. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Aegis. I mean, because paucity of time, I mean, he has lots of things to say. I would request all the youngsters during tea break, lunch break, you can meet him. And if you have any questions, of course, during question hour. Otherwise, also you must discuss with him. I mean, he has lots of very deep, interesting, and you know, very unique instances, stories, and narratives to tell. Thank you, Aegis. Now, I would request Mr. Reinhardt. He's coming from Germany. Again, worked in conflict-affected areas all across the world. So he'll bring that global perspective and how it is relevant for all of us. Reinhardt, please.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank you for being invited to take part in this panel. I feel very honored. Thank you very much. I come from quite a different perspective. There is no war in Germany. There is a war in Europe. Yes, it's Ukraine. But I will not talk about the war in Ukraine. I will talk about my own personal experience. This is my first time being here in India, and what brought me here could be one of the foundation stones for peace. It was love. I had the great pleasure of being here for myself. I am not a war correspondent. I'm not a scientist who uses empirical studies and long-term investigations to fathom the causes of wars and crises. I am not a magician who is gazing into a crystal ball and grabs the state of countries and its inhabitants. I'm just a reporter. I'm a journalist who went to many, many countries, who lived in countries like Egypt, like Turkey, Iran. I spent lots of time in Sudan. I went to Algeria. I was in many war zones, not as a war correspondent, not as a war journalist, like Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Algeria, Yemen, and others. Just to go there and to learn about the people, the circumstances they are living in. That was my perspective. I wanted to learn what is going on there, what is happening. And when I said love could be one of the cornerstones for peace, I would add that those who love each other and try to do not kill or harm each other, maybe that would help. But I will not become philosophically, there are greater spirits and greater minds all over the globe who could speak about love and its influence on peace building and reconciliation. I want to address the human factor of wars and crises. This is also a very, very broad field with an incredible number of aspects. I'm aware of that, and therefore I will keep it very short. I will concentrate on one country only of the many I went to, I saw, I spoke to people, and this is Sudan, a country in Eastern Africa. Once it was the largest country in Africa. Now there are two Sudan. It's Sudan and Southern Sudan. At the beginning of the new millennium, in the years 2002, 3, 4, 5, a terrible war was raging in the province of Darfur, is the western part of Sudan. Arab nomads against Arab farmers, Arab nomads against African farmers, African peasants. That was the short description of the time, at the time. What was it about? Was it about livestock? Was it about arable land? Yeah, indeed it was. It was about increasingly scarce resources. Land, water, pastures. Within a few decades, the population and the livestock in Darfur, in Western Sudan, had multiplied. When the British left Sudan in 1952, there were about 1.2 million people living in Darfur in Western Sudan. When I came there in 2002 reporting about the civil war in Darfur, there lived about 6.5 million people, and the livestock also multiplied. So now you can imagine it was not only a question of being Arab or being African, it was a question of resources. When the British left, Darfur was more or less blessed with enough resources for livestock as well as for the human beings, for the peasants and farmers. But after this, when the population grew and people became more and more, the commodities like arable land, water, all the resources became scarcer and scarcer. And in addition to that, and this is what we also should talk about, in addition to that was the interference from outside countries, like especially to name Libya. Libya is a neighboring country of Sudan. It's west of Sudan. But in that time, the ruler was named Muammar al-Gaddafi. And Muammar al-Gaddafi was a dictator. He was more or less, he died in 2011 during the so-called Arab Spring. And he and his people just provided so-called rebels in Darfur. They were mostly Arab nomads with weapons, lots and lots of weapons, which of course led to lots of bloodshed and massacres. So hundreds of thousands of people in that time died in Darfur. The crisis is not over yet. We were talking about Darfur crisis as if it just happened in the beginning of this millennia. No, there are still millions of refugees there. And this is also a point, this also hampers reconciliation when you have refugees without a house, when you have refugees without an income, when you have refugees who rely on international aid and international support. It also feeds new extremism, because you will always find people who will exploit this situation of people who live under really dire circumstances. And in addition to that, it was not only the supply of weapons, it was also climate change. Yes, I shorten it because I'm at the end. Climate change. It also added to the situation, to the dire situation in Darfur, because you have a situation of desertification in Darfur. The more livestock you have, the more camels, the more cows, the more goats and sheep, the less grassland you have. And then there comes the desertification. Peace on earth, we all want it. Yes, we all want it. And when you look into the Middle East, where I lived for quite a long time, people say salam, salamu alaikum, shalom. We all want peace. When I was in Southern Sudan, they said people want peace. Some people say peace, some people say peace. We all want peace. But to get there, let me just, and then I will come to the end of my small notes. Homo homini lupus est. This is a Latin proverb. It means man is a wolf to man. There are many things that distinguish men from wolves. Above all, his brain, his intellect, his ability to think and act rationally. And that is what I hope for when I address young people and, of course, elder people, that we act more rational, in a rational way. Because we have the ability, we have the technical abilities, and we have our philosophical and we have our ethical abilities to come to peace with each other. And to do so, we also need to cultivate the feeling of love. I started with love, and I want to finish with love. To cultivate the feeling of love and gratitude towards the fact that we are all granted this experience of living. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Reinhard. We have the last speaker, Sushri Priyanka Bisa. She's a youth Nehru Yuva Kendra, and after this we'll have question and answer. So I'll request all the youngsters to keep their questions ready. We'll quickly start. Sushri Priyanka Bisa.
Yes. Okay. Are you audible? Okay. Namaste sabhi ko. So, we have been discussing this topic, channelizing youth in peace building since long ages. But still there are some questions which is still left unanswered. That is, the question which we want to make today, the question which I want you all to ask yourself today. That is, how youth can contribute in peace building, but more how I as an individual can contribute in peace building. I think this is the question which is left unanswered because this question never get raised and maybe overlooked. तो प्रश्न मैं फिर से बताती हूँ कि मैं एक व्यक्तिगत रूप से पीस शांति के लिए ऐसा क्या करूँ जो विश्व में भी शांति लाए. How as an individual I can contribute in peace building. So the peace should start within, then it should spread to community, to my city, to my state, to my nation, and of course then it will reach to the world peace. So that is the first agenda with which I came today. Whenever we talk about war, which we have seen many wars in the past, like World War I, World War II, and even in recent wars like Ukraine, Russia, there are some common reasons behind it. That is water, food, national security, you can say natural resources. So there are few these reasons behind those wars. But there is one most important challenge which is coming in front of all the developing and developed country is information and communication technology and further innovations. These innovations are making all the countries progress day by day, but with the challenge that it can be a weapon, very strong weapon, to create a peace or to even create a war. So we as a youth, we as an individual have to make a decision how to use this weapon as a weapon of peace or as a weapon of war. So while we are talking about
diversity. We have always discussed that how diverse we are. As India, must have heard unity in diversity. It is a classic example. And we have always been discussing how diverse other countries are. But today, time has come to discuss the similarities. There must be a lot of similarities. When I went to China, I did not just see what are the differences between these two countries, but I also examine what are the similarities between those countries. Like we have Bodh Gaya. Buddhism starts from Bodh Gaya, from India. And Buddhism is all around the world, but especially in China. So that is a similarity. The kind of food, they also have rice, and Chhattisgarh is a bowl of rice. So that kind of similarities, celebration of similarities, give the instant feeling of being a one family. And as the motive of this peace building is that one earth, one family. And one family always shares similarities and not only differences. So that is another thing what we need to understand. That is, it is not just the differences, but it is a similarity which makes family as one. Another takeaway, like I mentioned when I started my comment on this topic, how I as an individual can contribute. Because as an individual youth who is a youngster, must be most of them, you are a student from different background, must not be working under Indian Army or any special services, or not contributing in any kind of policy making. Then where do we stand? Because everyone is expecting from a youth to contribute in each and every aspect. Isn't it? Right? So now how we as an individual in day-to-day life can create a peace. There's one important thing, starting from social media. Social media is that weapon which we need to use wisely, because it can create a war and huge youth unrest between us. There's classic examples like Black Lives Matters, like Me Too movement. It can create harmony, it can create peace, but it also created some kind of unrest on road. So whatever happening in the corner of the road now becoming the agenda of entire world for a war or even for the peace. So youth, we have to understand how to use social media wisely for the peacemaking and for creating harmony within us. Secondly, how we are behaving not with other country people, but with our colleagues, but with our family members, also decides the world peace. Because the kind of behavior we are having towards any kind of topic, consciousness, it also contributes for the world peace. So we have to understand our own behavior. Then third thing, which I want to make, that there are a lot of war happened in which a big leaders were involved. Even in our independence, we saw a lot of leaders because of which we got independence. But now the time has come to not just praise about their leadership, because if they were so good enough, the war would have not happened. There was a war, it means there were mistakes. So now we have to learn from big leaders about their mistakes, what they have done, and not to repeat those mistakes. Then I'll come to the fourth point. So youth are very enthusiastic startup people. They all want to become entrepreneur. I'm sure there are a lot of people sitting over here also, just like me, wanted to become a social entrepreneur, or they are already an entrepreneur. So my not just suggestion, but also a request to encourage and to motivate you to take up those startup plans which can be a solution to the reasons what are contributing for these wars, like those 17 sustainable development goals. If you can take up those ideas, and that can be a base to your startup, it can be a beautiful reason, and it can be a beautiful contribution for the peace building, harmony, and even for the development. because we all want to progress in our life, not just by talking, but with our actions. So this is something which I want to, yes, encourage. I'm just concluding it with a few more things. Lastly, I just want to know, do you also want to change? Yes. Not loud enough. Do you want change? Yes. Do you want to build a peace? Yes. Then who can do it?
We can do it.
Us or I? Yes, we need to start with I. Because if we don't start with that I, we are not going to be we and us. So who is the change? Who is the change?
I am the change.
Thank you so much. This is the takeaway from me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have really energized all these youngsters. So we'll have about 15 minutes, right, for question and answer. Yeah. So 15 minutes for question and answer. Please raise your hand. Quickly ask the question. Okay, don't give a narrative question. And if it is to a specific panelist, please tell that, Dr. Mohit or, A.K. Singh or whatever. If it is a generic question, then let the panelists decide. Yeah, start. Yeah, there are lots of ladies, gentlemen.
Firstly, very good morning to one and all present here and all the dignitaries. My question is, as it is very much clear from the fact that only the absence of armed conflict doesn't only thing that is required for stability peace. So how the social stability and the economic stability plays a role in stabilizing a peace?
Yeah, is it to any specific panelist or in general you are asking?
In general, I'm asking.
Yeah, so anyone can answer this.
अरे नहीं आप बताओ नहीं ये पहले आप में टाइम गुजर जाएगा हर क्वेश्चन टू रिफ्रेज इट हाउ सोशल एंड इकोनॉमिक स्टेबिलिटी विल कंट्रीब्यूट टू पीस द फ्रेमवर्क फ्रॉम माय एक्सपीरियंस वाज दैट you reach the stage of hope, and once the stage of hope is reached, then economic stability and social stability both are needed, because if the society will not be stable socially and if the society is still vulnerable economically, it will be very difficult for the peace negotiators and the parties to the peace to keep the peace, right? So that is the role. You are asking that how these kinds of two stabilities will help build peace. Actually, those two stabilities are necessary but not sufficient condition. You understand? Both of those conditions are necessary, but they alone are not sufficient for peace. So you have more peacekeeping, peace building, peacemaking efforts, but these two, social and economic stability, or at least hope for achieving those stability, like in Kokrajhar, we gave them that you will have social stability, you will have economic stability once you sign the accord, and we maintained that trust. For the next 20 years, we did everything possible from government side so that social harmony and economic development in Kokrajhar took place, and that is how Muhammad Yunus is celebrating a similar thing right there in Kokrajhar. So that is a long answer to your short question.
No, I think Reinhard, he wants to add to it.
Yeah, very short.
He adds
a very short addition. It is also very important that the elite of a country, the economic elite, the cultural elite, the social elite, is contributing to social justice. If this is not guaranteed, then there will always be a source of unrest. This is very important. Social justice forged by the elite, by the rich people, by the cultural elite.
Yeah, second question.
Thank you so much, sir.
Oh, there are so many hands.
Hello.
Yeah.
My question is from Dr. Garg. Sir, how to identify the Naxalites among the civilians as they were living with them, and how to change their attitude?
Very difficult. If that would have been that easy, I think we would have already been over with the problem. See, there are different categorizations, not formal. So everybody would give you a very different take on their own categorization. So there is one group which is armed group, which actually they are like the outfits who carry weapons, who perpetrate the violence, they lead the violence. There is second group who doesn't carry weapon, but they aid them. Aid through wrecking, aid through providing supplies, aid through providing informations. And then the villagers who are staying in villages, they are like on the brink of it. So since their lives are at stake, there is no faith that anybody else can save them. So they help them. So there is an identification of the first group, which is like a very clear-cut identification. For second group also, like almost 70 to 80% people are identified, because you get to know about their movements, about their activities. So it's easy to handle them also. So where the role of youth and everything comes, or even the government, even every other agency, is like holding and taking care of this third, which is the major group, which are the villagers who are living in their villages, to give them confidence and build trust ki we would help them. They do not need to fear and join or help the people who are into insurgency or insurgents. Do not cross over that bridge. We are still holding your hands, when we will pull you towards development and tranquility. And that is what we have to do, and that is how we identify also.
Yeah. Next question, please.
Good morning to the dignitaries on the dais. My question is from Aegis, sir. Sir, how can we compare terrorism with a disease? Or terrorism is a mindset, or what?
See, as I said that, terror groups operate, they play around your mind. They would hit at few places and will create a complete, situation of fear in the entire society, in the entire social setup. And then you have to also understand that how does terrorism operate? In different sets across the globe, terror groups operate in very different manners. There are differential ways in which, like, you see the how does Naxalism operate? Terrorism in J&K is actually exported from the neighborhood, right? It is not inborn. It is exported from the neighborhood, and it has been changing its colors in the form of violence through gun, violence through stone pelting, burning of schools, keeping the shutdowns, announcing Bandh calls. So these are various facets of terrorism.
Yeah, we will have one last question because of time paucity, but all the questions will be answered, let me tell you. During tea break, lunch break, you can come and interact with the panelists, and your questions will be answered. One last question from lady there. Let's give a gender balance. IIM Raipur is in the avant-garde in this.
Thank you so much, sir. My question is to Ijaz, sir. Sir, I have studied in Jamia, and it's a very famous central university. They provide reservations for Jammu and Kashmir students. So many of my classmates, they are very well read, and they also got placed in good companies. They are doing well in studies and in jobs. But still, I feel there is some sense of resentment, despite of availing government facilities, despite of government providing them education and job opportunities like all of us, and giving them exceptional privileges. They still have certain resentments, certain restrictions, and I feel they don't feel belonged as such. So how can we change that?
Yeah, so it requires a multi-pronged strategy. First thing is that what you said is not the global position in Jammu and Kashmir. Like, not everybody is like that. There could be few cases where you would find such kind of resilience or resentment, as you rightly pointed out. And to change this, first thing is to, like post 5th August 2019, what has happened is that it has removed every kind of uncertainty in the mind of somebody. That whether you fully belong to this place, whether you are half here, half there. So that thing has gone away. And I am telling you with all confidence and authority that over next 5 years, this mindset change, it is a cognitive game. So it requires further investment in terms of cultural initiatives. Like Kashmir is famous for Sufism. Where has Sufism gone in last 3.5 decades? It has completely vanished. The shrines were burnt. The two famous shrines, Dargah Hazrat Bal and Chiragre Sharif. So these were also affected by terror incidents. Terrorists had taken shelter in these shrines. So that Sufism, the Shaivism and Sufism, actually Kashmir is known for syncretic, merger of Shaivism and Sufism. So Sufism has to come back, and for that we need a lot of cultural initiatives. Other than cultural initiatives, you need to have enabling legislations that have already been passed through Parliament. So you have to keep on watching your friends. Let's see over next 10 years, keep on interacting with them, and then get back to me if there is any change. If you don't find change, please do give me feedback. That will be very helpful.
Yeah, thank you so much. I thank all the panelists and all the youngsters for actively listening to each one of them. And the number of hands that I saw shows the deep interest all of you have in this peacekeeping and reconciliation. Since time is up, all of you can interact with them at a later stage.
Sir, I have only one question. I have an important question to Dr.
Yeah, one last question, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the privilege.
Yeah, since you are coming from outside, in
Sure.
India we can't let our guests be unhappy.
Thank you, sir. Before I go further, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Charles Abuilo Konga, and I'm from South Sudan. I'm a South Sudanese.
Yeah, so question.
Yeah, sure. I have an important question to Sir Reinhan, since he has talked about South Sudan and Sudan. And before I will ask the question, maybe some of people here, they don't have any clue about South Sudan. I will give them a brief information about South Sudan.
Yeah, quickly.
Where I come from. South Sudan is located in East Central Africa, and South Sudan, it gained her independence from Sudan in 2011, on 9th of July in 2011, and South Sudan, the capital city of South Sudan is Juba, and South Sudan has a diverse population of about 12 million people.
Yeah, your question.
Yeah, so I just want to give a brief, but anyways, you will search more about South Sudan. So my question goes like this. What are some of ways, or what are some of effective ways to provide youth with the necessary skills and knowledge to resolve conflict peacefully, such as communication, negotiation, and problem solving? So this is the question. Thanks.
Oof. Wow, that's a big question. I have been to Southern Sudan several times before the independence, and I was very happy when finally there was a peace accord. We remember. I have also a little bit. It takes 20 seconds. There were factions of Southern Sudan, and they were also divided. There was Rik Madiar was one of the rebel leaders, and John Garang was the others. And they belonged to different tribes. They belong to Dinka and they belong to Nuer, but there are also many other big tribes like the Shilluk and so on and so on. And after the peace accord finally happened, I thought, great, because this is a country of huge possibilities with resources like oil and gas and everything. But what happened then was faction infights, and there's still more or less under the surface a civil war going on now in Southern Sudan. And this has lots to do with the competition, let me say competition between the different tribes, and it's also about resources, it's about livestock and traditions. Sometimes they clash, and even their leaders, they cannot stop them. Sometimes it's a raid. One group raids a village and is kidnapping women and livestock and cows and stuff. So how to come to a reconciliation when you have deep-rooted, sorry for saying that, deep-rooted traditions of abducting, of kidnapping. So it takes more than an aware elite, it takes more than an international peace negotiator. It takes a huge effort to come to a serious result. And I really do not have this recipe to give you in a few words what to do next in Southern Sudan, because the situation is so extremely complicated. We have heard of really positive examples of peace building and of reconciliation in your country, in India. But when it comes to Southern Sudan, I simply must say, I just hope, but I do not know. Sorry. But we can continue after that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe, during the break you can meet our other panelists. They'll give you some their views and maybe, some suggestions what can be done. Thank you so much. Yeah.
We would like to thank everybody for your questions, and I hope that you guys found this to be an insightful session.
Thank you so much for your active participation, everyone. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Saurya to felicitate Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh. I would like to invite Dr. Indra to felicitate Dr. Mohit Garg. I would like to invite Lieutenant Colonel Samar Singh to felicitate Shri Mohammad Ejaz Asad. I would now like to invite Dr. Ketan to felicitate Shri Reinhard Baumgarten.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right. Let me just put the Nandi in the right direction. Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to invite Dr. Damini to felicitate Dr. Priyanka Bissa. I would now like to invite Dr. Shabna to felicitate Dr. Prem Singh Bogzi. I would take this opportunity to thank all the panel members for their valuable insights on the topic and for sharing with us their enriching experiences. I would request the panel members to come together for a photograph in the front. We would like to thank our panelists for gracing us with their presence over here. We'll take a quick break for 2 minutes before we move forward. Thank you. Can we have a big round of applause, please?
We would request everyone to be seated as we will be beginning shortly. We would request everyone to be seated now. I would now like to take the opportunity to request Ms. Navda Maheshwari to welcome Shri Rob York. Please give a huge round of applause. Sir is the Director of Regional Affairs at Pacific Forum, USA. He is the editor of Comparative Connections and a PhD candidate at Korean University, University of Hawaii at Manoa, where he also received his master's degree in Asian Studies. I would now take the privilege of inviting Shri Rob York to the stage for the keynote speech on International Models of Peacebuilding. We are honored to have you here with us, sir. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, IRM, for welcoming me here for this event and for your hospitality. Yes. This is my first visit to India, and thanks to your hospitality, it has already been a memorable one. Thank you. Okay. I'm here to talk about international models for peace building, and we're going to talk a good deal about what that means today. I'll start with a few quotes that talk about the universal desire for peace. Albert Einstein once said, "Peace cannot be kept through force, it can only be kept through understanding." Peace is a goal that is affirmed across nations and across time. In the Analects, Confucius said, people are born by nature to be kind. It is only the environment that makes people different. The Austrian economist Ludwig von Mises said, society has arisen out of the works of peace. The essence of society is peacemaking. Peace and not war is the father of all things. The Mahatma said, nonviolence is the summit of bravery, and that I began to prize nonviolence only when I began to shed cowardice. Whatever goals we have for our countries, for our communities, and for the world that we share, these goals must be achieved through peace. Wars, even those we think of as just conflicts, bring destruction. Visiting the ruins and ashes of post-war Germany in 1945, George Orwell said, "To walk through the ruined cities of Germany is to feel an actual doubt about the continuity of civilization as a whole." Another ruinous conflict is currently underway in Eastern Europe, and regardless how it ends, its effects are likely to be felt for decades. Ukraine continues to fight, and it looks like its identity and society will endure, but its economic output may have shrunk by anywhere from 1/2 to 1/3 over the past year. 1/5 of the population has fled. Peace builds and war destroys. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God, is a saying in my religious tradition. However, what does it mean to truly make peace or build peace? There are several different ideas on how to do this, and as I am most generally a watcher of the Korean Peninsula, I can use it as a test bed, describe the implications and possibilities these ideas might suggest for the Korean Peninsula, and note some lessons that can be learned for the broader international community. The stakes are certainly high in the case of the Korean Peninsula. The first time the two Koreas fought in 1950 to 1953, the consequences were disastrous. Anywhere from 2 to 3 million people died on both sides. Both Koreas were left desolate, and generations worth of distrust and enmity remained. The two sides are no closer to reconciliation now, and the repercussions of renewed hostilities would be far higher today than they were in 1950. Today, South Korea is a top 15, possibly even a top 10 global economy, exporting vital technologies, expertise on how to develop quickly, as well as a rich culture that has brought enjoyment to people around the world, though probably more so for people like yourself who are younger than I am. North Korea, unlike in the early 1950s, is no longer the clearly superior military force on the Korean Peninsula, but it does possess a nuclear arsenal that is growing both in size and in destructive potential, with enough fissile material to make more than 50 nuclear weapons. Furthermore, its tests of missile range suggest that the stakes for such an encounter would extend beyond the peninsula and quite possibly beyond Asia. Due to these stakes, the possible solutions come frequently from those associated with each of the theories, each of the ideas that I want to discuss. First, there are those for whom the solution to building peace is simple: never go to war. Those who say preventing and preparing for war simultaneously does not work. Then there are those isolationists who, unlike the pacifists, believe in preparing for war, believing if you want peace, prepare for war. The answer for them is to remain within one's own borders and be sufficiently prepared to act within your own country's self-interest, and its self-interest alone. And then there are those for whom the answer is purely economic, especially regarding trade. The post-World War II international community has shown the folly of war when we can choose to all get rich together instead. After discussing the implications of these ideas, I'm going to instead propose an alternative, one you are exercising just by being here today: international institutions and dialogue. If peace is the goal, their success, their track record is unparalleled. But first, what would the approaches mentioned earlier mean for the Korean Peninsula specifically? I would not go so far as to label the former South Korean President Moon Jae-in a pacifist, even though he is the president who met with Kim Jong-un 3 times and was involved in arranging the meetings between Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump. But many of those who supported his efforts at bridging the differences between North and South Korea could fairly be described as supporting a pacifist approach. They are fond of saying that sanctions and military drills and isolating the North have accomplished nothing and are not bringing the two Koreas any closer together. Thus, they celebrated fewer joint military drills between the U.S. and South Korea during that time, called for lifting sanctions and a variety of bridge-building activities between the two sides. What were the fruits of such an approach, however? In the face of endlessly optimistic partners on the southern side of the demilitarized zone, North Korea briefly turned to conciliatory itself in the 2017 and 18 period, before making it clear that it did not value such gestures. It wanted more and was not interested in mere confidence building. The downgrading of joint military drills to computer-based ones did not appease the North, which continued to speak ill of them and called them a prelude to war, even though it was a conflict clearly no one in the United States or either Korea would want. South Korea's suggestions of confidence-building measures, such as reunions for family members who have been separated since the Korean War itself, faced little but scorn from the North Korean side. Moon Jae-in's call for an end-of-war declaration received words of support from the parties involved in the conflict that took place in the early 1950s, but inspired no action. Unfortunately, this is not the first time that efforts by South Koreans, the U.S., and their partners at de-escalation have received the unkindest of replies. In 1991, South Korea and North Korea signed the Agreement on Reconciliation, Non-Aggression, Exchange, and Cooperation, which promised that both sides would seek dialogue rather than competition and confrontation, a move which complemented the U.S. and its withdrawal of tactical nuclear weapons from the South Korean side on that same year. But how serious was North Korea's side in honoring the terms of the agreement that they had just signed? By 1992, they were threatening to leave the Non-Proliferation Treaty and barring international inspections at their facilities. By 1994, they were threatening to turn Seoul into a sea of fire. That crisis was resolved in 1994 via the agreed framework, which suspended North Korean nuclear activities in exchange for fuel aid. But during this time, they continued to develop missile technology to the alarm of their neighbors, and by 2002, it was clear that North Korean nuclear capabilities had been advancing despite earlier promises, and that deal came to an end. In 2012, an interim deal with the U.S. and North Korea that was reached that year would have seen nuclear and missile testing capped in exchange for food aid. Just a year later, North Korea conducted its third nuclear test. Unfortunately, yielding to one side in the hopes for peace assumes that they want peace as well, and that they want the same objectives as you, and that is not always the case. Let's look now at another option for peace building, which is isolationism. After more than a decade of misguided efforts to change other countries' leaderships in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and in Libya, this view has grown in popularity in my own country. Echoes of it can be found elsewhere. Before World War II, there was the America First Committee, who declared no foreign power nor group of powers can successfully attack a prepared America. American democracy can be preserved only by keeping out of the European war. This view, in effect, says that a country's security is its own concern and that the security of other countries may be regrettable, but it is ultimately their problem. This was one of the views undergirding the support for the previous administration in the U.S. and their outreach to North Korea. The view that ultimately the U.S. had played a role in determining the security of the peninsula for too long and needed to wind down its involvement there. This was part of a wider sentiment in my country. The role the U.S. has taken up after World War II has been a heavy burden at times, they say, and it is time to put it aside. especially considering how many problems we face at home. For the first time in decades, the United States is facing diminishing life expectancies as well as standards of living for many people. Even from the standpoint of security alone, however, this position is a problem. The U.S. held an isolationist point of view for much of the first half of the 20th century, largely because of a sentiment that problems found in other countries were just their problems. But those problems ultimately find us anyway. Just as they found the Qing dynasty before its opium wars with Britain, just as they found Tokugawa Japan in 1850, when gunboat diplomacy forced them to end their isolation. Just because you are not interested in foreign affairs does not mean that foreign affairs are not interested in you. It does not help that the position of isolationism in foreign affairs is often associated with isolation in trade as well. Post-World War II, our world has become more intertwined through systems such as the World Trade Organization and the World Bank. Economies around the world buy semiconductors from Taiwan and pharmaceuticals from India. Without them, the recent pandemic would have been characterized by far more impoverishment and death than it already was. And taking a hands-off approach to the Korean Peninsula because it's not our problem suggests that what South Korea endures, South Korea is already a democracy and a genuine engine of innovative technology. What it endures does not matter elsewhere. If its capabilities were lost, surely this would be felt elsewhere in our world. Which brings me to the third position, an approach that is oriented around world trade. I have sympathy for this position, and I think others should as well. Look at the economic figures from around the world in the second half of the 20th century. Global poverty has fallen, while median income and life expectancy has climbed. In 1950, median life expectancy around the world was 45 years. By 2020, it was 72 years. South Korea, which was entangled in trading relations with its neighbors long before it was a democracy, provides evidence of those benefits, and the fact that democratization and increased political freedom followed them suggests that economic wealth may be a prelude to political health. The same is true in other countries, especially East Asia, where democratic consolidation followed growth. Give North Korea a chance to become rich, and it will no longer need nuclear weapons, the argument goes. Past efforts at outreach to the North built off of the successes of its neighbors, while negotiating partners, not just the US, not just South Korea, but also the People's Republic of China, encouraged a path of economic development to make use of, among other things, Northern Korea's rich mineral resources. The problem with this approach is that it appears the North did not weigh the benefits of economic development the way other countries did. There are those who feel trade has made war outdated. There's a somewhat infamous argument by Thomas Friedman of the New York Times that no two countries that both have a McDonald's have ever fought a war against each other. Not really the case anymore. But as of the 2019 Hanoi summit between Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump broke down, there were several reasons for that, and among those was that Kim insisted he intended to keep much of his nuclear arsenal regardless what enrichment the U.S. offered it. In fact, the disruptive tendencies of economic liberalization are well known. Have you ever heard the term dismal science applied to economics? This is a term that has been applied to it for some time, and usually people think that it is because economics is too numerical, too empirical. It does not prioritize emotion and other human virtues. This is actually incorrect. The person who coined the term disliked economists' tendency to call for mutual cooperation rather than government force. This backlash against development and the opportunities it brings for the people has continued from despots throughout the centuries, as authoritarians realize that greater opportunities for the people are bad for their own source of control. Today, Kim Jong-un's regime embarks on crackdowns on domestic freedoms, blue jeans, foreign films, even slang terms from abroad, much of them from South Korea, even as he tests new missile technologies and expands the nuclear arsenal. Private and unofficial trading, which literally kept much of the North Korean population from starving during the Great Famine of the 1990s, has been cracked down on, with COVID-19 as a pretext. This suggests that he views the threat to his regime's rule as being much domestic as foreign. Thinking back to the period between 2000 and 2010, when hopes for Korean unification were especially high, it is easy to see why the inter-Korean peace overtures had minimal effects on how the North governs. They were predicated on the belief that interactions between two countries would change the North and make it more like the South. At the time, North Korea was in a position that required outside support to halt the effects of the 1990s famine. So they played along. Not only the United States, but also South Korea and Japan gave aid to the North in the hopes that they could positively influence it. The People's Republic of China, at times, sought to influence the North into following its development path, as mapped out by Deng Xiaoping in the late 1970s and onward. But it was misguided for any of those countries to think North Korea would ever allow too much foreign influence into the country, especially over its political system. What then does the North want? Opinions are divided. Long after the Korean War failed to end decisively for either side, the North Korean leadership sought other means of uniting the country under its control, from attempted assassinations of South Korean presidents to negotiating declines in troop numbers, which they believed would result in South Korea no longer being able to effectively control its population. In recent years, as the gulf between South Korean and North Korean economies continues to widen, as South Korea demonstrates all the diverse and at times messy characteristics of a democracy, it becomes harder and harder to imagine a scenario where the North could take over the South easily. Furthermore, though North Korea has by far the larger of the two militaries, South Korea's economic wealth gives it more to spend on its military and on its people. The defection of a North Korean soldier named Oh Chung-sung across the DMZ in 2017 may be interpreted as an indication of that state of satisfaction in the North Korean military or lack thereof. Medical examinations on that soldier after his defection say much about the military's well-being. However, if North Korea is unable to conquer the South and refuses to mend ties with it, what then does it want? For many years, it was claimed that survival was the only real objective. North Korea's leaders, lacking the means to unite the peninsula under their grasp, but unwilling to surrender and face the possible fate of Cold War leaders like Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania, built up nuclear arsenals to prevent a takeover. However, if deterring an invasion is Kim Jong-un's goal, he succeeded long ago. In 2017 and 18, the United States thought longer and harder about potential military action to eliminate the nuclear threat than it had in decades, and concluded that it was not worth it. Kim himself has admitted that the arsenal is no longer merely to deter conflict, even as he leaves the term deterrence undefined. Some of those who suggest the North cannot realistically take over the South suggest an alternative future, one where the North continues to bully, antagonize, and extort the South indefinitely. So what then can be done? How does the international community address a problem that cannot be solved through generous gestures, threats, or deals? War on the Korean Peninsula is too terrible a prospect to be contemplated. For decades, leaders from the U.S. and elsewhere have declared that nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Even without nuclear weapons, a conventional war on the Korean Peninsula is a terrifying thought. North Korea may not be able to conquer the South, but its artillery capabilities are extensive. And Seoul, a metropolis of 50 million people, is well within their range. Having listed all that has not worked, let us now mention what has. What has kept the peace and made life better for people, at least on the southern half of the Korean Peninsula? As of July 2023, the armistice that ended the open conflict of the Korean War will have held for 70 years. Cooperation between South Korea and the United States has deterred conflict. The recent pictures of Kim Jong-un with his young daughter have set off a round of speculation as to her future, whether she is being prepared to assume leadership of the North Korean state at some point, and whether symbolically her father sees nuclear weapons as safeguarding the next generation of North Koreans. However, if you're looking for good news, you can find it. Kim Jong-un is preparing for a country his daughter will inherit, and he cannot have that and a destructive conflict at the same time. It is therefore in the interest of not only the Korean Peninsula's inhabitants, their American dialogue partners, their Chinese and Japanese neighbors, and the international community as a whole, that this conflict not take place and that multilateral means be employed to ensure that the Kim regime knows its attempts to extort and to bully southern neighbors will not be tolerated. Do not underestimate the impact that multilateral gestures, even when reduced to statements of displeasure, can have. North Korea spent much of the Cold War period attempting to position itself as the leader of the non-aligned movement. That's why today there are statues in the North Korean style in places in Africa, for instance. These efforts sputtered out as the Cold War ended and South Korea displaced the North as a figure of admiration thanks to its flourishing economics. Yet today, the state media of North Korea still projects it as a leader of anti-imperial and anti-colonialist efforts around the world, even as it denies its southern neighbor its own right to self-determination. South Korea's success still rankles the North. Consider, at the start of the 20th century, nationalism fueled imperial expansion in East Asia. The Korean peninsula was targeted for domination by empires to its west, east, and north, ultimately succumbing to colonization. In 1960, it was one of the world's poorest countries and was an aid recipient. Today, it is an aid donor, providing $2 billion in official development assistance, about half of it in Asia. Today, South Korea is increasing cooperation with NATO, the G7, and the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue on topics from supply chain resilience to pandemic response to climate change mitigation. It is a veritable middle power, sought for its technical and development expertise. In short, it has made itself indispensable despite its relatively small size. It remains a model if only North Korea would seek to implement it. How can implementation be encouraged, and how can this process be modeled for future conflicts to come? North Korea isn't the first rogue state to challenge the international community and defy its wishes, even as it flaunts UN membership and treaties that it has signed but not implemented. Such countries test the resolve of the international community, hoping that their desire for peace and prosperity will lead to accommodation. Accommodation never turns out well. In conclusion, I would like to close with a story from 1943. In the conflict of the Pacific theater of World War II, in the sea between Japan and Korea, an American submarine, the USS Gunnell, endured 36 hours of bombardment from anti-submarine warships. Upon surfacing, they were attacked with enemy gunfire. While one of the submarine's crew, the torpedo officer, Lieutenant Lloyd Vasey, ascended the vertical ladder to the bridge hatch while surfacing, he concluded, "There has to be a better way to resolve international disputes." Lieutenant Vasey would survive that day, eventually becoming Admiral Vasey, Chief of Staff for the Commander 7th Fleet of the U.S. Navy. In 1975, he founded Pacific Forum. Today, our organization collaborates with other institutes across the Indo-Pacific, conducting dialogues and training the next generation of foreign policy specialists and diplomats. If you want to learn more, please come see me. The international institutions born out of the ashes of the Second World War sought to prevent conflict through dialogue and cooperation. There have been times, and the past year is probably one of those times, when they have appeared insufficient to the challenges at hand. Yet one should remember the times before they emerged, before the world wars. Summits like these are an opportune time to reflect on that legacy and on the benefits of cross-country exchanges. Such dialogues remain the best venue for promoting peace. Don't be satisfied with the institutions, internationally or otherwise, that previous generations have left, but seek to influence them for the better yourselves. While our values and our institutions must be defended, it is always better to talk than fight. Namaste.
Thank you for the enlightening words, sir. We would now be opening the floor for questions from the audience. Can someone please pass the mic?
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. My question for you is, being in a technologically advanced era, what is the role of young people to connect to their cultural history in achieving global peace?
When globalization really began to set in, I'd say at the end of the Cold War period, and there were lots of new opportunities for people to communicate with more people than they ever had. There were many countries, I'd say, that really tried to use this new pulpit, this new opportunity to express their desire to globalize, but also while retaining their cultural history and their cultural values, and to really represent them on the world stage. I think that's probably the best way forward in that case. So look for ways that you can actually represent your cultural history on the global stage. Look for ways that technology allows you to do that. That's probably the best way.
Very good afternoon to you, sir. As you have mentioned some perspective on reconciliation, I would like to know your opinion about what is the best way to solve a conflict.
There needs to be dialogue regularly, even with people that you have differences. And even if those differences appear insurmountable, those are still happening. My organization has engaged in dialogues with countries, arranged dialogues between the United States, China, and Russia for some time, including on issues where it appears that they are not going to be able to come to a mutually beneficial opinion, and one of those places is arms control. Okay, there's differences over the size of nuclear arsenals, for instance, but the dialogue has to continue. And dialogues prevent miscommunications, they prevent escalations at times, and they should continue to be employed, even as you represent what your side believes in.
Hello, sir. I have two questions, if I'll be allowed to ask them all. The first one is, if I can remember very well, in my history class, in my grade 12, we are taught during the World War, the Second World War. After the Second World War, there was they created a group which is called UN, which to bring peace globally. And this UN, they had to set some laws, of which no country should create more powerful weapons that are so dangerous or threatening to other countries. And of which, on those odd days, they followed that laws, which prevented not to have wars and fighting those days. But now we are seeing that the countries, the same countries that they said we shouldn't create powerful weapons so that we should not have World War III. These are the same countries that have created powerful weapons like nuclear bombs to mention. So, what has they set in place concerning their decisions which they made during that discussion of UN? And the second question is, what should a country, like maybe, let me say, a governance or a government or political government, what should they put in place for them to maintain peace and promote peace in a community or international level? What should they put in place as youths, so that we can learn from them also? Those are my questions.
Let's see. The first question had to do with, yes, nuclear proliferation. One of the downsides of the end of World War II was, yes, the dawn of the nuclear era and how the nuclear technology spread from place to place and how this resulted in conflict having much larger stakes, of course. So continued nuclear dialogues have been necessary in order to manage the problem now that it has emerged, and it's very difficult to see how that problem comes rolled back. Just about 12 years ago, the former president of the United States, Barack Obama, talked about the potential for a world without nuclear weapons. And so he engaged in a new round of arms control treaties and sought to take at least practical steps toward that goal. Unfortunately, those efforts have largely unraveled, and now Russia is no longer a part of previous treaties that it has signed. China has demonstrated no interest in entering into new ones as well, and it continues to upgrade its own nuclear weapons capabilities as well. So The best we can hope for at the time being is that they continue to regard nuclear weapons as defensive in nature. So that should continue to be encouraged and also promoted. The concern with smaller countries such as North Korea isn't just the fact that they might potentially use them, but they might also potentially sell those components to other parties, not just other countries, but non-state actors, terrorist organizations, other organizations like that. That is potential. That is why we watch those situations carefully and try to prevent proliferation wherever possible, and that effort should continue. In terms of promoting peace, I hope to talk about this more during the Q&A in the afternoon session, but I want to say that governments really need to put into place systems where they really listen to their young people, especially, because without them, okay, they will not be aware of the challenges that are coming. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
It's me here.
Yes.
So, does the culture, values, and different diversification can present any new hope or can be contribute over peace building in something, as you mentioned, the South Korean and North Korean Republic? So, as there is any hope of cultural and diversification to build a peace among them?
Between those two countries or
Yes.
internationally?
Around nationally too, or between those two countries too?
Yes, that is something that we have tried, and South Korea in particular has tried to really share its culture with North Korea whenever possible. One of the planks of the reconciliation period that started in 2000 when the two Korean leaders met and continued for, I'd say, the next 7 years, with that they were going to continue exchanges. And when they met in person, it was common for the Korean president to bring gifts, cultural gifts as well, because they knew that the North Korean leadership was actually supportive. I actually enjoyed them personally. But over time, that has not translated into long-lasting peace, largely because North Korea has always had goals related to its own survival or other objectives, which they have considered more important. The reconciliation period really ended when they were preparing the transition from Kim Jong-il to Kim Jong-un, and so there were acts of aggression that took place, especially in the year 2010, and those really set back inter-Korean reconciliation a great deal. Moon Jae-in, while he was president, tried very hard to enact similar methods of reconciliation and also tried to promote interaction between the two, but like I said, they did not get very far because North Koreans saw them as actually threatening culturally and to their own system of rule. Now they have instituted bans on certain styles of haircuts and music that they can listen to, and fashion, many other things. There might be a time when they are more secure in their positioning, and in that case, sure, cultural interaction can resume, but that's not the phase that we're currently at.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
Excuse me, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, here.
Yes.
Yeah. So my question is that even after having so many treaties signed by the powerful countries, why are we still having a situation of war? Like the recent war, Ukraine and Russia war, even after having so many treaties signed, Union nations and all the other discussions happening, why are we still fighting? Why is peace not an option?
There is a problem with treaties in that they are basically pieces of paper, essentially. And pieces of paper have proven very ineffective in terms of stopping wars from happening, stopping armies from marching, that sort of thing. There needs to be a mutual recognition of interests, and countries need to see it as in their mutual interest to stop, to not be involved in war. And it appears that that is not the case in this most recent conflict we have seen in Ukraine, that there are interests related to culture, changing culture, for instance, in Ukraine, that the leader in Russia considers threatening. He also considers it threatening that they are eyeing closer integration with the rest of Europe. Those things are all very threatening to him, and this is the step that he has taken in order to solve it. So when we talk about building lasting peace, I think what we're really is ensuring stability as long as we can. We will never, unfortunately, see a day where there is no war. Probably.
So, but the world has seen two destructions, major destructions, in the history, and it was really very worse situations. Not only it has killed lots of people, but also human resources are being destroyed, which is the part of the entire world. It's not just the part of one country, it's the part of the entire world, and we are destroying it. Then why can't people just understand that peace is the perfect option for that? Fighting for the being a superpower is irrelevant, but why still people are approaching to fight with each other?
Probably viewing their own national interests as being more important than those things, probably. Yes, if I had a chance to talk with the Russian president, maybe that's a question I would ask, but that's my guess, is that he considers what he views as his national interest to trump all of those concerns.
I would just like to request everyone, we have time for just one more question. The remaining questions can be taken up with Sir either in the next panel discussion or during lunch. So can you just go ahead with one last question, please?
Okay, thank you so much for this play here. My name is John Bravo Moronji, and I'm a Ugandan, international student in Soa University, Bugnesha. Well, thank you so much, Shri Rob for your wonderful speech. I would like to first of all echo one of the quotes that you started with by the great scientist Albert Einstein. Peace cannot be kept by force, but rather by understanding. I totally agree with this. I only have an inquiry about this. Well, with the best reference and reflection on the African nation, I would like to ask or inquire, what would be the best tools that can be used to derive the understanding or incorporate the understanding in some communities, for example, that are rigidly attached to traditions and norms? Because like this quote, we feel and we understand that understanding is a major context of peace. Thank you.
Yes, good question. Thank you very much. And I think the easiest answer is to travel, to see other systems and to see other peoples and see how other societies do things. Many places, I talk a lot about South Korea's development history, and a lot of that was achieved by sending talented people abroad to learn the skills necessary to industrialize the economy, turn it into a high-tech system. This is something that has happened really throughout history. Peter the Great reformed Russia by visiting Europe and seeing how they do things. So it's really a matter of going and seeing other things, learning how other places do things, and implementing that knowledge where you can. Basically, the more closed off a country is, and North Korea is a really good example of this, the harder it is to change, the harder it is to reform. So travel is not a realistic expectation for everybody, but those of you here, you are already playing a role in that, and you're already learning things that hopefully you can implement when you return. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your active participation.
I would now take this opportunity to thank Shri Rob York for sharing his valuable insights on the topic and his enriching experiences. I now request Dr. Shabna P. to felicitate our guest with a memento. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, sir. I would request you all to take a look at the poster presentation which is being presented in the auditorium foyer.
I now request the distinguished speakers, academic partners, delegates from the ministry, and IIM Raipur faculty members to join us for lunch at Tandula. All Y20 delegates may kindly proceed for lunch at MENA, 4th floor. The guests from press and media may kindly proceed for lunch at Haryali. There's a tier desk outside for students who wish to fill a reimbursement form for their travel expenses. We'll meet here again at 1:50 p.m. sharp for the second panel discussion of the day. Thank you, everyone.
केवल आर डांगी कर देंगे तो फिर बाकी
ठीक है ठीक है सर। अभी तो इनका है आई थिंक पहले।
हाँ जैसे इनका खत्म होगा उसके बाद हमारा है,
उसके बाद वो चालू करके।
हाँ वो चालू।
विवेक सर, दिगंबर को बोलिए यहाँ रहेगा, 2 PPTs हैं इसमें। दिगंबर को बोल दीजिए बैक स्टेज रहेगा इस पैनल डिस्कशन के लिए, या कोई तो रहेगा PPT
आपके लिए हो जाएगा
क्योंकि 2 स्पीकर्स की PPT आपको पता है? नहीं तो आप हैं ना, जल्दी करो, जाओ
तुम जाते जब हम बैठ
हैंड को बस स्टेज पे मत हटो।
गेट इट रेडी।
I would request everyone to kindly take their seats. We'll be starting in a short while.
We would request everyone to please be seated. We are starting the session now. Namaskar, good afternoon, and a very warm welcome to the esteemed dignitaries, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I, Ashmita Sarkar,
and I, Shubham Tripathi,
would like to welcome you to this insightful session on the topic peacemaking, peace building, and peacekeeping. I would request our panelists to please come up on the stage. I would request Brigadier Basant K. Panwar to please come up on the stage. A huge round of applause for sir.
Shri Ratan Lal Dangi. Please give a huge round of applause.
I would request Shri Rob York to please come up on the stage.
I request Dr. Aditi Narayani to kindly come on stage.
Next, I would like to request Shri Sanjay Potam to please come up on the stage.
Lastly, I would like to request Shri Rajat Bansal to kindly come up on the stage, please. Give a huge round of applause, guys. I would now request Shri Shaji Mathai to kindly felicitate Brigadier Basant K. Panwar. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Sanjay Potam sir, if you could please come up on the stage. I would request Professor Indira to felicitate Shri Rob York.
Let's have a round of applause. I would now request Ms. Bhumika to kindly felicitate Shri Ratan Lal Dangi.
Next, I would call upon the stage Ms. Lata Goel to felicitate Dr. Aditi Narayani.
I would now request Shri Shakib A. Rizvi to kindly felicitate Shri Rajat Bansal. Peace is not just the absence of conflict, but also the presence of justice, equality, and freedom. It involves creating an environment where individuals and communities can coexist peacefully and pursue their goals and ambitions without the fear of violence or discrimination. I would now take this privilege to introduce our esteemed guests. Our first panelist is Ati Vishisht Sena Medal awardee Brigadier Basant K. Panwar, Director, Counter-Terrorism and Jungle Warfare College. Brigadier Basant Kumar Panwar, on his superannuation, was requisitioned by Chhattisgarh government in the rank of Inspector General of Police. He has set up the Counter-Terrorism and Jungle Warfare College at Kankar. The college is imparting guerrilla warfare training to police personnel from 10 Naxal-affected states and to the Central Armed Police Forces. We are honored to have you, sir.
Next, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce our next guest, Shri Ratan Lal Dangi, IGP Director, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose State Police Academy, Raipur. Mr. Dangi has held several important positions within the Indian Police Force, including Senior Superintendent of Police in the city of Raipur, the Deputy Inspector General of Police in the state of Chhattisgarh. Sir has received numerous honors for his services to the police force, including President's Police Medal for Gallantry twice and the President's Meritorious Service Medal. We heartily welcome you, sir.
It is an honor for me to invite our third guest, Shri Rob York, Director of Regional Affairs, Pacific Forum. Mr. York is the Program Director of Regional Affairs at the Pacific Forum, a non-profit organization based in Hawaii. Before joining the Pacific Forum, Mr. York worked as a production editor at the South China Morning Post in Hong Kong and as the chief editor of NK News. His current research objectives at the Pacific Forum include trade and its relationship with security, media analysis, countering disinformation, and human rights. We are honored to have you, sir.
I take immense pleasure in introducing our fourth panelist, Dr. Aditi Narayani, Y20 Track Chair, Y20 India. Dr. Aditi Narayani is an assistant professor at the University of Delhi. She is an accomplished researcher with expertise in international relations, conflict resolution, and peace building. As a Y20 Track Chair, she is committed to empowering young people to become agents of change. We heartily welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
We are delighted to introduce the moderator for this discussion, Shri Rajat Bansal, IAS officer and the Deputy Commissioner of Baladobazar district. As the Deputy Commissioner, he has worked extensively on improving health and education in remote and underdeveloped areas of his district. In addition to his administrative duties, Shri Bansal is actively involved in promoting social welfare. I request the moderator, Shri Rajat Bansal, to kindly take the panel discussion ahead.
Thank you. Am I audible? So, very warm good afternoon to everyone, all our panelists, distinguished guests and members of the audience. We are gathered here in the session of experience sharing on peace building, peacekeeping, peacemaking. While we sit here in Raipur, this is a topic of immense relevance. Just today, we lost lives of 3 of our constables in Sukma, hardly 400 kilometers from here, in the same state, in keeping the peace for us. So this topic is of immense relevance, whether we talk about left-wing extremism, whether we talk about international issues where peace building, peacekeeping is important. We have a panel of people who have wide areas of experience in this particular field and will be privileged to hear from us. So firstly, I would like to call upon Madam Aditi Narayani to just set the context for the track. And then each of the panelists will have 5 minutes each, and then we'll immediately go for the question answer round.
Thank you so much, Bansal sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. First, it's an absolute honor for me to be a part of Y20 consultation being held at IIM Raipur. I would like to express my gratitude to the director, sir, and all the other faculties who have done impeccable work in organizing this 3-day Y20 consultation. Now, as the track chair of peace building and reconciliation, ushering into an era of no war, I would like to introduce you a brief introduction about the concept, how this theme was incepted. So as an academician, of course, I can just offer you the insight, the theories about the peace building, and then we have the people who have been working on the ground to hear about the experiences which will be learning from me as well as all the youths who are present here. So the idea of peace building was incepted when our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji made a clarion at the world stage when he said, "Ye yug yudh ka nahi hai." Today's era must not be of war. When he said this, he said that we are ushering into an era where we need to engage into the problems, the global crisis that all of us are facing in. And how do we engage? We engage through diplomacy, we engage through democracy, we engage through dialogue. Let me emphasize on the 3 important components which are the basic idea how this peace building theme was incepted. When I talk about democracy, the deepening of the democracy in itself is the mode of government where all the voices of the unheard are also being heard. When I'm talking about the dialogue, it is about the constructive dialogue between youth and the other stakeholders, between Global South, and when we are talking about a global platform, between the Global North. And it is also about the diplomacy intervention, which our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi is deeply and deeply committed to, when he has launched Namaste Diplomacy, medical diplomacy, and has taken investment from worldwide in order to boost our economy. Why? Since morning, I've been hearing that we all have been trying to deconstruct the meaning of peace. Does peace building only implies the absence of war? No. It might be one of the major chunk that peace building is the absence of war, but it is also the presence of justice. A justice which is equitable, a justice which is distributive, a justice which is for all the people from the margins. When we are talking about the global platform, all the G20 countries, all the countries who are part of the global South. This theme has been divided into 3 important concepts, which we'll be deliberating upon in the other functions which will be happening across this country. The first sub-theme of our peace building is facilitating global consensus on conflict prevention and peace building. Second, equitable collaboration between the Global North and Global South. Third, regulating non-state actors through concerted effort. And all these 3 sub-themes would be impossible without the concerted effort of the youth. As India, this country has abundance of youth power. I can see all the energized and enthusiastic youth who has been sitting here since morning and have been a part of deliberation, this constructive and inclusive deliberations which has been happening since morning. And it is on our onus, trust me, it's a clarion, I'm calling to all the youth of this particular university and all the youth who have come from across the globe, that the onus is on us. The onus is on us to make peace building, to be a part in the process of the peace building, because it is on us, we are the small building blocks. One of the issue which might not directly affect us, but indirectly what is happening globally, all of us are stakeholders of it. So as youth, I request all of you to be a part of this peace building. It can happen in your state, it can happen in your caste, it can happen in your particular area, it can be about nation building also. Peace building is not just about armed forces. Peace building is all about the consensus and collaborating work between all of us that we all are here for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for setting the international global context of democracy, dialogue and diplomacy. I would like to call upon Brigadier Ponwar sir to share his experiences.
Put the first slide. Put the first slide. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Y20, for calling me to this wonderful IIM Raipur and giving out. The call said, sir, please come and give out your experiences. I will give out experiences of what we did as youths at the age of 20 onwards. What everyone is telling you to do now, I'm going to tell you what we have done over the years as youth and beyond. War is peace building and reconciliation. We have to preempt the war. We should not let it happen. Wars take place because of border level differences. Ye hamari sarhad hai, ye tumhari sarhad hai. Wars takes place because of ambitions. Ambition. Second World War was started by one man. First World War was started by one man. Here in Europe, one man started the war, going on for years. But when it takes place, it can happen in spite of all our preemptiveness, in spite of all our things. War may take place. Like when India became independent, the Nagaland government, Nagaland people, I started my career driving through the fire ring. And in Nagaland, Mr. Fizo raised the flag in 1956. This is an independent country. Army was inducted. 41 years it took. And today, Nagaland is a peaceful place. I visited. There's a tourist destination for for international tourism. This was a volleyball ground in 1970. As a second lieutenant, I served here chasing the Nagas. The youth of Nagaland decided enough is enough. And then suddenly, in the border, close by, war broke out. Genocide broke out in Bangladesh, in East Pakistan. I was at this tip of this arrow, from Meghalaya to Dhaka, 200 kilometers, fighting as a young officer in the front line. That's youth, age 22. Here we are, dead bodies, Pakistan dead bodies, when Jamalpur was captured. We resumed the advance, we went around collecting vehicles, and ultimately met Tiger Siddiqui, a university student who raised an internal threat force in Tangail area in East Pakistan to liberate his nation. We advanced towards this, and that's me sitting on top of the bonnet of the vehicle. I was carrying an AGFA isolated camera. The gunman said, "Ki saab, piche baitho." I said, "No, mujhe aadesh mila hai samne chalne ke liye. I will lead the advance of the Indian Army." Then we reached Dhaka to a rousing welcome. Indian Army Zindabad, Indian Army Zindabad. That is what the local population was saying. My Sipahi said कि साहब पूरी सर्विस की तनख्वाह आज वसूल हो गई है कि हमारे लिए एक नया मुल्क हमने बनाया है, बांग्लादेश. एंड उस दिन रात को 16 दिसंबर की रात को ब्रिगेड कमांडर ने बोला, "Go and occupy President's house, Yahya Khan's eastern resident." We went there, the doors were locked. That was the first time I got an opportunity as a football player to kick the door open of a president's house, and there we were inside waiting for dinner to come. Here's the president's house, Yahya Khan's eastern resident. This is Mr. Malik, the governor's house, the governor's house which is rocketed, and governor surrendered. We took his surrender in the Dhaka Intercontinental on 18 December. That's me. Somebody come and help on this. And waiting at the airport for Sheikh Mujibur Rahman to arrive. He arrived in a normal Comet aircraft, and Jai Bangla, a new nation was born. 71 war ended. We won. Then I went into Punjab. From 5 directions, Khalistan was brewing up. Went into Punjab and told all the Sardar Sahibs, "Is tarah hoga to tode munde London, America nahi ja payenge, because no schools are functioning, farms are not functioning, wheat is not getting grown." Everyone helped us. Everyone helped the security forces. The people helped us. The youth of Punjab helped us. Saadi madad karo, todi madad karne waste. And Punjab was over. Ben Singh became the chief minister. Punjab was peaceful. I went there. I went to, this is Bagapurana area. This is Harcharan Singh Rode village, Akali Dal Baba group, Bindrewale's brother. And he says, what did he say? "Sahab ji, todi gal maan gaye, tonu maan gaye. Jo tusi ne kaha, wo tusi ne kar dikhaya." So that's the job of the youth. Then in between, I went to the glacier. Somebody was saying it's very cold there, and I'm there in cotton clothes. It is cold, yes, but the heat, garmi, thandi is all in the mind, not in the body. We stood there in the morning, and there you are in the cotton dress, and then got stuck. I'm sorry, this gadget. I'll take 3 minutes more. Yeah. Then we met the Chinese. Negotiations. In 95, 96, 97, in the same place, by negotiating, nothing took place. Even now, we have managed to avoid a conflict by negotiation. Tripura, again, in the time when it was in Smodules, NLFT, ATTF and all, he said, "Why are you fighting? You can never defeat the Indian Army. Why are you fighting?" He said, "You want to stay in the Raj Bhavan." You want to stay in the Raj Bhavan? Go by democratic means. You form a political party. Indigenous People Front of Tripura. They formed the political party and they won. We negotiated. We went and told the Hon'ble Home Minister of Mr. Advani at that time, he said, "Aa jayenge wapis." And they came. And today, Tripura is the most peaceful state. Conflict resolution. Yeah. We have a panel here, the state level coordinating committee. There's Mr. Advani over there and sitting there, that all elements of national power must participate in the orchestration of a politico-military, socio-economic, psychological counter-Naxal campaign. Here you are. All these people participate. And my posters are out all over Tripura. Brigadier Long Live Brigadier Panwar. The member of parliament from there called me up and he said, your posters are out, Brigadier. I said, what better news you can give me earlier in the morning? Are you feeling bad they're not your posters? We have done something for the state. Our job is resolution of conflict, which has been done. Yeah, please come here. Hurry up. And then Indo-US exercise in CIJW school in Varangte. This is Colonel Vaishkava. He came and we told him about various civic action programs which we have done in India. And he told the US ambassador that he supervised the training on horseback. He told the US ambassador, David Mulford, sir, what we have learned here will be of tremendous benefit in Iraq and Afghanistan. And that's how Indo-US exercise is being held every year throughout the country. And we had a seminar in Varangte where Vijay Kumar told us how he caught Veerappan. Vijay Kumar became the home advisor later in service. And these are all DGs, Long Kumar from Raipur and DG in SP in Kanker. And then we had Zoram Thanga, the present Chief Minister. He was underground for 20 years. He came over ground, strength of democracy. He is the Honorable Chief Minister today. I just coming from Varangte and Mizoram. Then leadership is the art of getting a group of people to carry out a task enthusiastically with missionary zeal. With all this effort, came to Chhattisgarh, barren piece of land was given, and what was there in Chhattisgarh? Here, darkness. यहाँ पे रोशनी पैदा करनी थी बस्तर में. That was the mission. And रोशनी पैदा करने के लिए नक्सलाइट्स जो अपनी बंदूक की नोक की ताकत पे चलते हैं, वो बंदूक की नोक पुलिस वालों ने तोड़नी चाहिए. इसलिए पुलिस को तैयार किया युद्ध के लिए. शुरू हुई, ये बैरन जमीन मिला और आज की तारीख में तमाम लेक्स and jails सब है and totally green lakes, 11 lakes have come up. Whole area is converted. And not only this, this was the violence of Chhattisgarh. So many killed. Every day, Chhattisgarhians were getting killed. We had to find a solution. From this barren land, we taught firing ranges, endurance tracks, open classrooms, and all this came up. Classes started. 4 months after entering there, the college started functioning. We started work. Students were sitting, whether raining, hail, or anything, no training is ever stopped. Here you are. Soldier is the weapon. Soldier is the weapon. We are the weapon. The youth is the weapon, not the rifle. Your mind is the weapon. जब आपका दिमाग काम करेगा, आप कोई भी कदम रखते जाओगे, अमन शांति फैलती जाएगी. Soldier is the weapon. ये आतंकवादी. अब ये आदमी कैसे मुकाबला करेगा? बताइए. कैसे मुकाबला करें? इसको convert करना था. That was my mission, to convert the policeman into a warrior. Modernize the policeman. He was modernized. What did I tell him? परमात्मा ने जो शरीर बनाया है, इसमें बेहद ताकत है. इसका पता नहीं लगता जब तक कि इसका तजुर्बा ना हो. The human body is capable of undergoing tremendous stress and strain. It's often not realized, still it is put to test. We will test your human body. You yourself will realize कि आंधी आए, तूफान आए, हर कदम रखते जाओगे, चारों तरफ अमन शांति फैलती जाएगी. ये देखो, ये आए. Honorable Chief Minister came there and he looked at them and he said, Brigadier साहब ये हमारे लोग हैं. मैंने कहा बिल्कुल सर, ये साहू बैठा है, ये बैठे हैं, ये अपने सब छत्तीसगढ़िया, सबले बढ़िया, दे दिया. ये देखो, ये ट्रेनिंग उनकी. Within 10 days of the termination of the first course, on 22nd August we started, 12 September, 10 दिन बाद मुठभेड़ हुई. छत्तीसगढ़ पुलिस ने 3 नक्सलाइट को मार गिराया. और डीजी साहब ने मुझे टेलीफोन किया, मैं दिल्ली में था, कि ब्रिगेडियर साहब हमारी पुलिस ने नक्सली मारे. मैंने कहा सर ये तो शुरुआत हुई है और आज की तारीख में दुश्मन भाग रहा है. उनके सेनापति मुपला लक्ष्मण राव फिलीपीन चला गया. हम अब कहते हैं जवान को कि जब सेनापति भाग जाता है तो सेना क्या लड़ेगी. As of today, Naxalites are on the run. We made this helipad on top, and women came. I told them, अगर आपको कोई पूछता है डर तो नहीं लगता, आपने बोला मुझे डर का मतलब मालूम नहीं, तो डर कैसे लगेगा. उनको बताया, when I teach you how to fire the AK-47 rifle, whether you're a man or woman, 25 or 55, the bullet is going to go at the same speed. Just you don't worry, as long as you know how to fire it. And here, woman Rambo is ready for it. Reds, Smriti Irani during the Women's International Day asked, who are these people? Who are these people? Want to meet them. And she met them here. Then all our greenery, bougainvilleas all around. We have animals on the campus. They don't do anything. We feed them. They are all a part of our college. They are our security system. Hey, बालू ये सब आराम से रहते. ये बंदर लोग, वानर सेना खूब है. मैं सबको बोलता हूँ, हमको वानर सेना की सिक्योरिटी लगी हुई है, कोई नहीं आ सकता यहाँ पर. ये चिड़िया आ गई, वहाँ आ गई. Migratory birds have come to our lakes. Here you are. Then we train the local dogs. Local dogs, हमारे चंपी वगैरह जो बाहर रहते हैं, उनको सिखा दिया. They said, we are also dogs. We can also sniff around 20 inches below the surface. We trained them for 9 months. I got a call from London. He said, Brigadier, your street dogs are sniffing out explosives. He said, how did you do it? I said, I taught them English words of command. हुक्म सिखाया, वो कर रहे हैं सब पूरा काम. ये देखो, क्लास में बैठे हैं. मैं कई बार रायपुर की म्युनिसिपैलिटी को बोला है, आपको कुत्तों का प्रॉब्लम है, हमारे यहाँ भेज दो, कोट टाई पहन के आएंगे वहाँ से वापस. ये देखो, ये स्टूडेंट आए, पड़ोसी राज्य से आए. ये कहते हैं साहब 55 साल उम्र हो गई है, हम नहीं कर पाएंगे साहब, हमको एसपी साहब से बात नहीं होती थी, यहाँ मरने के लिए भेज दिया है. मैंने कहा श्रीमान, तुम्हारे कंधों पे देश की सुरक्षा है, आप एक बार अंदर आ गए, आप योद्धा बन के जाओगे यहाँ से. ये देखो फिनिश प्रोडक्ट. ये वही आदमी डरा हुआ चेहरा यहाँ क्या बोलता है, कहता साहब हिंदुस्तान तो क्या दुनिया की कोई सी भी कोने में जाके मैं लड़ाई लड़ सकता हूँ. That is the essence of resolving conflict is आत्मविश्वास. ए फिनिश प्रोडक्ट सब छत्तीसगढ़िया, all of them. मरकाम वगैरह, टूरिस्ट फैसिलिटीज हैव स्टार्टेड इन बस्तर. ये देखो, ये ठीक हो गया. Now I have said that have houses on the hilltop. The hillocks of Bastar are beautiful. They have enough place on top to have tourist facilities. Make them there rather than along the road. And all these so-called 231 districts have come down to just about 25, and very soon it will all be over. There you are. And this is the resolution news nowadays. You don't hear of anything. An odd shootout takes place. Well, sometimes it is fault of their own people. Beginning of end of Naxalism. Now we have got an ALG road, 33 meters wide, which I made 15 years back. This will be used for adventure sports after 15 years when the Naxalite situation is over. We have got hang gliders. Hang gliders have come. We have started hang gliding and other things. And that's it. Bharat Mata ki jai, and thank you very much. हमारे यूथ का टास्क है, आने वाली नस्लें हमें याद करना चाहिए कि हम एक अमन शांति का हिंदुस्तान छोड़ के गए हैं. जय हिंद.
Thank you, sir. I remember being in Raipur Municipal Corporation when sir called me and actually asked me to send the street dogs to Kanker. So, thank you, sir. Thank you for your wide range of experience from east to west. And as you said, youth is the weapon, not the rifle. Youth is the weapon for peace, not for war. So, with that note, I would like to call upon Dangi sir, Ratan Lal Dangi sir, to share his experiences.
चालू करना सर.
हाँ ये रतनलाल डांगी. Yes, yes, this one.
You're younger, as young as all of us. Yeah, totally, I believe it.
IIM जैसे इंस्टीट्यूट में भी यदि इस तरह का इश्यूज होगा तो इट्स वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट. Good afternoon everyone. ब्रिगेडियर पोनवार सर के द्वारा जो यूथ जो आप में जोश भरा है, क्योंकि यू आर द फ्यूचर ऑफ दिस नेशन, दिस स्टेट, और मैं आपको कह सकता हूं कि सर आई एम द फर्स्ट IPS ऑफिसर हु वाज ट्रेन्ड बाय मिस्टर ब्रिगेडियर. जो सर ने कहा है कि ये जो है चीज़ें बदलनी चाहिए और उसकी जिम्मेदारी इन्होंने हमको दी, और कि मुझे इनके द्वारा ट्रेनिंग दिया गया. आई एम द फर्स्ट ऑफिसर हु अंडरगॉन द CTJWT इन कमांडो ट्रेनिंग. और व्हेन आई जॉइन हियर इन 2006 आई टेक ओवर द चार्ज ऑफ द SP बीजापुर. और बिफोर दैट only during preparation in UPSC I read about the Naxalite, who is the Maoist. At that time I thought कि they are fighting for the underprivileged people. When I landed there, then I found कि जो उनका आइडियोलॉजी है और उसमें ज़मीन आसमान का अंतर है. I found वहाँ पर, और उसके बाद जब have started जो फाइट जो स्टार्ट हुआ था 2006, I remember 6 July 2006 there was a first encounters when Mr. Brigadier mentions. तो ये हुआ कि ये कैसे हो गया, हाउ. तो मेरा एक थ्योरी है कि यदि आपका कमांडर, यदि आपका लीडर, सपोज ही लीड, if you are the leader then you have to lead by the front. और मैं नक्सल एरियाज में ये हमेशा कहता था कि ये समय गाइडेंस का नहीं है. मोस्टली सीनियर ऑफिसर्स एज SP और DIG और कह सकते हैं कि वी कैन से ब्रिगेडियर और कर्नल, इस जो अभी जो एरा चल रहा है, जो चल रहा है उसमें जो सीनियर ऑफिसर है उनके लिए गाइड करने का समय नहीं है बल्कि लीड करने का समय है. यू हैव टू लीड बाय द फ्रंट. देन आपको खुद को लीड करना पड़ेगा, तभी आपका फोर्स जो कि जो माओइस्ट एरिया या जो इंसर्जेंसीज एरियाज होता है उसमें आपको जवान होता है, उसको आपको इतना हाईली मोटिवेट करना पड़ता है. और मोटिवेट किस हद तक, जिस हद तक वो आपके लिए जान देने को तैयार होते, क्योंकि वहाँ पर हर कदम पे आपकी जान जा सकती है. तो क्या आप एज ए लीडर यू हैव द क्वालिटी कि लोगों में, आपके जवानों में आप इतनी हिम्मत और ताकत भर सकते हैं. तो इसके लिए आपको खुद को सामने आना पड़ेगा. बात करने से काम नहीं चलने वाला, आपको खुद को राइफल उठानी पड़ेगी, आपको आगे आना पड़ेगा, तभी लोग फॉलो करेंगे. वहाँ ये नहीं चलेगा कि मैं IPS ऑफिसर हूँ, मैं SP हूँ, मैं तो नहीं जंगल में जा सकता. नहीं, यू हैव टू लीड बाय द फ्रंट. तभी आपका जो जवान है, आपका जो लोग हैं वो आपके साथ चलेंगे. तो ये जो आपको जब तक आप फ्रंट से उनको लीड नहीं करेंगे तब तक नहीं होगा. वहाँ पर मेरा एक एक्सपीरियंस है कि व्हेन वी कॉट द माओइस्ट एंड द इंट्रोगेशंस, तो आई फाउंड नॉट ओनली दैट माओइस्ट एरिया बट इन द इंसर्जेंसीज एरिया ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड जो यूथ है वो ही बंदूक पकड़ के चलता है. देन आई फाउंड कि जब ये यूथ जिसके हाथ में बंदूक है, यदि इसकी जो यूथ है उसकी बंदूक को छीन लिया जाए या उनको बंदूक के सहित हमारे साथ तरफ ले लिया जाए, कहते हैं, तो वो हमारी ताकत बढ़ेगी. तो देन आई स्टार्टेड ए मिशन. आप मेरा फेसबुक पेज है रतनलाल डांगी IPS, उसके ऊपर आप जाके देखेंगे. ट्विटर अकाउंट है IPS डांगी के नाम से. तो मैं आई स्टार्टेड ए मिशन गाइड द यूथ ग्रो द नेशन, गाइड द यूथ ग्रो द नेशन। यदि आप जो यूथ है उसको गाइड करो, देश को आगे बढ़ाओ। यदि आपको किसी देश को आगे बढ़ाना, इवन हमने फैमिलीज की बात करते हैं, परिवार की, जिस परिवार का यूथ सही डायरेक्शन में चल रहा है, सही दिशा में चल रहा है, वो पेरेंट्स, वो परिवार बहुत अपना को प्राउड फील करता है। वो सेम चीज़ हमारा देश पे लागू होता है कि जिस देश का जो यूथ है वो सही दिशा में चल रहा है, ही नोज अबाउट कि क्या मेरे हित में क्या है, देश के हित में क्या, परिवार के हित में क्या है, वो यदि जानता है तो डेफिनेटली वो देश आगे बढ़ेगा। तो फिर देन आई स्टार्टेड दिस मिशन, देन वी स्टार्टेड टू जो यूथ है स्कूल्स कॉलेजेस से, आई स्टार्टेड टू मीट देम, उनसे उनकी काउंसलिंग करना, उनसे बात करना कि क्या उनके लिए फ्यूचर है, किस फील्ड में उनको जाना चाहिए, उनको क्या नीड है। मोस्ट ऑफ, क्योंकि बस्तर एरिया से एवरीबॉडी नोज कि काफ़ी गरीब एरिया से वहाँ के स्टूडेंट्स, क्योंकि माओइस्ट ने जो मोस्टली ऑल ऑफ द स्कूल उन सबको उन्होंने ब्लास्ट कर दिया, और तो इस स्थिति में क्या किया जाए। इन माई ओपिनियन द प्रॉब्लम तो इंसर्जेंसी और लेफ्ट विंग एक्सट्रीमिज्म, उसका सॉल्यूशन मेरे ओपिनियन में दो लाइन है, ब्लैक बोर्ड एंड ब्लैक रोड। ब्लैक बोर्ड मीन्स एजुकेशन, ब्लैक रोड मतलब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। यदि किसी देश का, किसी स्टेट का ब्लैक बोर्ड ठीक है, यानी एजुकेशन सिस्टम ठीक है, यदि उनको शिक्षा सही मिल रही है, तो कोई माओइस्ट प्रॉब्लम या इंसर्जेंसी प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं होगा। यदि किसी स्टेट का, किसी देश का ब्लैक रोड, यानी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, रोड्स अच्छी है, उसमें हर चीज़ का आने जाना जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होना चाहिए वो ठीक है, तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा। ये दोनों, जैसे बस्तर एरिया हमने देखा कि रोड्स नहीं है वहाँ पर, वहाँ स्कूल्स तो जो भी थोड़ी बहुत जो थी माओइस्ट उन्होंने एक्सप्लोजन से उड़ा दिया। तो व्हेन वी कोट वन माओइस्ट एंड आई इंट्रोगेट हिमसेल्फ कि व्हाई यू आर ब्लोइंग अप दैट स्कूल्स, और जो तो उसका सीधा सा कहना था कि सर ये यदि साहब हम ये स्कूल को नहीं उड़ाएंगे तो यहाँ के आदिवासी बच्चे पढ़ जाएंगे, और जब पढ़ेंगे तो वो डॉक्टर अंबेडकर, डॉक्टर गांधी और जग आइडियोलॉजी को जान जाएंगे, हमारी माओ का आइडियोलॉजी को कौन पूछेगा। तो दैट इज़ द रीज़न दे आर ब्लोइंग अप द स्कूल्स। तो कहने का मतलब है कि यदि आपका स्कूल का सिस्टम, देन आई फील कि जब तक हम स्कूल का सिस्टम को नहीं सुधारेंगे, रजत बंसल इज कलेक्टर, ही डिड एक्सीलेंट जॉब देयर, ऑल द एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर, कि अभी छत्तीसगढ़ में ऑलमोस्ट 300 स्कूल्स हमने वापस स्टार्ट किए, नए बिल्डिंग्स बना करके, और एवरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट है केंद्रीय विद्यालय, नवोदय विद्यालय, एवरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट, इवन बीजापुर, एवरी ईयर दे प्रोड्यूसिंग ऑलमोस्ट 40,000 स्टूडेंट्स डूइंग द 12th क्लास। तो ये चीज़ें बदली है। केवल बंदूक के बल पर हम लड़ाई नहीं जीत सकते, दिस इज द क्लियर, चाहे वो इंसर्जेंसी हो चाहे माओइस्ट हो। ये जो लड़ाई है बंदूक की लड़ाई नहीं है, दिमाग की लड़ाई है। और मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि हमको ये समय है, जो बंदूक है पाँव पे चलाने का समय नहीं, ये बंदूक है अपने सिर पे चलाने का समय। मतलब आपको यू हैव टू कैप्चर देम बाय द माइंड, साइकोलॉजी। मतलब आप जब तक लोगों के दिमाग में नहीं बैठेंगे, गवर्नमेंट का जो चीज़ें हम सरकार के जो लोग हैं उनको माइंड ब्रेन वॉश, जैसे माओइस्ट ने किया, इंसर्जेंट ने किया, वैसे जब तक हम उनको यदि माइंड वॉश नहीं करेंगे, उनको नहीं बता पाएंगे उनके हित की क्या बात है, तब तक हमें लड़ाई नहीं जीत सकते। और इसी का जो नतीजा, और जो ब्लैक बोर्ड की बात की है, ब्लैक रोड की बात की है, तो पुलिस ने, प्रशासन ने मिलकर के जो मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि 2006 छत्तीसगढ़ का पहला सीसी रोड वी मेड फ्रॉम बीजापुर टू गंगलूर। आप किसी गूगल पे जाके देखेंगे, दैट रोड इज कॉल्ड द ब्लडी रोड, खूनी सड़क, जिस पे हम 100 से भी ज़्यादा जवानों को खो चुके। 24 किलोमीटर का पेज, जिसमें 2006 में जो MPV माइन प्रोटेक्टेड व्हीकल्स वाज द ब्लोन अप, जिसमें 24 जो हमारे CRPF के जवानों को हमने खोया है। विस रोड्स को तो बनाना एक काफ़ी चैलेंजेस था, और वी फेस। तो ये चीज़ें जो ऐसे एरियाज में आप एज कमांडर और एज कैसे लीडर, आपकी बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती है, और लोगों को फेथ, विश्वास कैसे दिलाए। आप कहने और करने में यदि अंतर होगा तो कोई विश्वास नहीं करेगा। ठीक है आप SP होंगे, लेकिन आपकी बात में आप जब तक करके नहीं दिखाएंगे कोई विश्वास नहीं करेगा। तो फर्स्टली मैंने अपने बच्चों का एडमिशन, मैंने उन आदिवासी बच्चों जिस स्कूल में पढ़ रहे उसी में स्कूल में बच्चों का एडमिशन कराया। सभी स्कूलों के साथ, हमारे बच्चे उनके साथ पढ़े। लोगों को विश्वास हो गया कि ये एसपी जो है, जब उसके बच्चे इस स्कूल में पढ़ रहे हैं तो यहाँ हमको कोई खतरा नहीं है, हमारे साथ है। हमने 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 जो हमारे घर के बंगले के जो उसको गेट खोल दिए, कोई भी आएगा बात करेगा, हम उससे सुनेंगे। यदि इस धरती पर हमारा रहना लिखा है तो कोई कुछ नहीं हो सकता। 5 टाइम आई बीन अटैक्ड, 5 बार बाउस्ट के, बट लेकिन बच गए। तो मुझे लगा कि इस दुनिया से, हाँ, अभी हमको इस दुनिया में रहना है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला है, इसलिए डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। जैसे ब्रिगेडियर पौनवार साहब ने कहा कि डर नाम की कोई चीज़ नहीं है, ये दिमाग का खेल है। यदि आप बाहर दिमाग से निकल गया तो कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता। तो आप यदि इस चीज़ को आगे लाते हैं तो फिर उसको हम कर सकते हैं। और इसके साथ ही आप बताएंगे, देखिए जो हमारा मिशंस गाइड द यूथ, जिसको हम किस तरह से यूथ को कह सकते हैं कि गाइड कर रहे हैं, ये क्योंकि आप ही हमारी ताकत है, आप हमारी कह सकते हैं देश की ताकत है। आप दुनिया बदल सकते हैं और आप इस देश को जो हमारा वर्ड जो है कि हमको युद्ध नहीं चाहिए, हमको बुद्ध चाहिए, हमको बुद्ध चाहिए, शांति चाहिए। और दूसरा है कि ये लीड बाय द फ्रंट। आपको, जैसे मैंने बोला कि आपको फ्रंट से लीड करना पड़ेगा, आपको सामने चलना पड़ेगा, तभी लोग यकीन करेंगे। आपका फौज का, आपका जो जवान है वो लीड करेगा कि हाँ, हमारा जो कमांडर है वो हमारे साथ चलेगा। आपको उनके साथ बैठना पड़ेगा, उनके साथ खाना पड़ेगा। जहाँ वो खा रहे हैं वही आपको खाना है, वो जहाँ वो बैठ रहे हैं वहीं आपको बैठना होगा। दूसरा ये कि हमेशा मेरा एक थ्योरी रहा है कि जब भी हम कोई भी ऑपरेशंस को प्लान करते थे तो हमारा एक थ्योरी है कि मैं अपने जवानों को उस जगह नहीं भेजूंगा जहां पर यदि उनको ज़रूरत है तो मैं वहाँ पहुंच सकता हूं। यदि मैं वहाँ नहीं पहुंच सकता तो मेरा जवान भी वहाँ नहीं जाएगा, मेरा फोर्स ट्रूप भी नहीं जाएगा। यदि मुझे विश्वास है कि मेरा जो जवान है, मेरे जो ऑफिस जो ट्रूप्स है, वो किसी इमरजेंसी में, उनका अर्जेंसी है, दे नीड द हेल्प फ्रॉम मी, क्या मैं वहाँ जा सकता हूँ? तो ये जब तक फीलिंग आपके जो साथियों के साथ नहीं होगी तो आप पे कोई विश्वास नहीं करेगा, आपके लोग आपके विश्वास नहीं करेंगे। और हम बिना अपने लोगों के, अपने साथियों के विश्वास के, उनके सहयोग के आप लड़ाई किसी प्रकार की आप नहीं जीत सकते, आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते।
So we are running short of time.
तो इस तरह से और कम्युनिटी पुलिसिंग, मतलब आपको जिन लोगों के लिए काम कर रहे हैं आपको उनको विश्वास में कैसे लेना है, वो आपको क्योंकि ये जितना भी जो प्रॉब्लम्स है वो एक तरह से मिसट्रस्ट का प्रॉब्लम है, हम पे विश्वास कर रहे हैं नहीं कर रहे हैं। तो देन यू हैव टू गो देयर, आपको जाना पड़ेगा। वो नहीं आएंगे आपके पास में, आपको जाना पड़ेगा। जो एक पुअर पर्सन है, आप जाइए उनके पास, उनकी क्या नीड है उसको करिए। तो इस तरह से हम ये जो है कह सकते हैं कि मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस जो मैं आपके साथ, now you can see only photos. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your vast experience in the field of peacemaking. Now I would like to call upon Shri Rob Yak from USA to share his experience.
Thank you. I will be brief. I have 4 stories for you. 2 of them have happy endings, 2 not so much. The first of them happens again in South Korea, as I talked a lot about in my talk a few hours ago. South Korea is a success story. They democratized in a very short period of time, became a prosperous economy. They had a very long road to get there, though. Throughout the 1950s, for instance, they were under a dictatorship that suppressed civil society, suppressed opposition politicians, suppressed the press, all of those things. One group that they tried very hard to give power to, though, were students, young people. Those were the people who were supposed to be the guardians of the new republic, a republic that had only been independent for a few years, and they were supposed to defend it. What the government of the time had in mind was, you're going to defend it from the communists in the north. Well, by 1960, the promises of the new republic had not borne out. The country was still poor, the young people were unemployed, and there was no real end in sight that was going to, it appeared, end in a real democracy. So in the 1960s, they organized and they began to protest. The police cracked down on them, so more of them joined. Protests grew bigger until one day they marched on the Capitol, they marched on the president's residence. The police cracked down yet again. Many of them died, and this time the United States, which was an ally of South Korea even then, said, "This is unacceptable, you have to stop this." The government was overthrown and replaced within a few days. So that really started with just one student who organized a protest and was followed by many, many of his peers. Now, another story that has taken place more recently, much more recently, is in Myanmar. A little more than a decade ago, Myanmar transitioned toward a democracy itself after spending several decades under military rule. My organization, Pacific Forum, was involved in helping in that transition. We have worked with them in terms of establishing dialogues with their military, encouraging them to avoid exchanges with North Korea, working to mentor the youth. We take on fellowships with young people from Myanmar as well. I mentored 2 of them personally, and we have another one who works with us in our office. And there are also things like civil society training. We worked with them on all of that. When I joined Pacific Forum in 2020, we were all very optimistic about the future of Myanmar, but then at the beginning of 2021, there was a military coup, and ever since then, the military has been back in control of the country. 2 of the young people that I worked with, one of them is still with us years later because she really has no place else to go. Another one had to leave the country for another destination, and a third one disappeared. I do not know where he is. All I do know is that those I have spoken to said that the military made a big mistake. They let us experience democracy, and now that they've tried to take it away from us, we are not going back. Military has found itself in a civil war, and that will continue, it looks like, for some time. There are other stories that I can tell from the region, such as the Sunflower Movement in Taiwan in 2014, which was a response to what they considered to be an erosion of democratic principles, which they thought was taking place in exchange for greater exchanges, economic or otherwise, with the People's Republic of China. They protested in defense of their democratic identity. Today, Taiwan is considered one of the strongest and best democracies in the entire region, if not the best. In contrast to that, you have the Hong Kong umbrella movement. They protested once in 2014 and failed. They protested again in 2019. I was in Hong Kong at the time. That protest was different because it was intentionally leaderless. The young people who were organizing that stood up and began to protest against the lack of follow-through from the Hong Kong government. They were not receiving the promises of democracy that they had been promised, and it looked like there was no path forward. In the time since then, many of them have been arrested, many of them have gone to prison, many of them have escaped. Some of them are abroad now, and one of them is, again, a fellow with Pacific Forum. We have tried to help them in that transition out. But Hong Kong's reputation will never be the same. The lesson from all of these stories really is, okay, this is what a youth movement can do. Youth movements can change countries immediately, and they can cause them to change permanently as well. And therefore, governments should listen. They should have systems in place, mechanisms in place to reflect youth dissatisfaction. Listen to their concerns, listen to their frustrations. Even if you defeat them, as Myanmar's military might, even as Hong Kong's government has, you are really only defeating your own future. Those who make nonviolent protests impossible make violent protests inevitable, in the words of John F. Kennedy. And I'll leave you with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rob, for sharing experiences from across the globe. Now we have at least 10 minutes for this quick Q&A session. If anyone has some questions, please. Can we have the mic here?
Thank you, panelists, for gracing us with such an insightful session. We would like to open the floor for questions from the audience.
Our respected guests, Dr. Aditima, my question goes to you. As you made mention of youth and democracy, I should like to make a question. Youth play an important role in economics and development, but as of today, 1.2 billion youth people of the age between 15 and 24. But only 1.65% of youth are involved in politics. We have 167 countries world under democratic leadership. But out of that, only 1 of 6 adolescents involved in leadership, in politics. So now, how can we, as a youth, involve ourselves into a politics? Since those that are responsible to involve of did not, since only 1% out of 6 are involved in politics, and our numbers as today is 1.2 billion.
Thank you so much for the question. I think I'm audible to you. Yeah. So yeah. So about that youth in participation, you know, in most of all the countries, the country you belong to, all the countries have this maximum abundance of youth population. And it is not in the political parties that they're going to come and say that, you know, come and represent us. It is on our onus, on our shoulder, that we have to take a part. From the community we belong to, from the place you belong to, you have to take up a part. And how do you engage? You can engage at all the level. You can engage at the grassroots level with the people. You can engage at the, if it is any form. Politics youth governance or youth participation doesn't necessarily mean that you have to walk to the parliament, right? You can be involved in participation, in governance, in mobilizing the masses, in making the people around you aware of the things. So as a youth, you need to pick up an issue. I personally feel you need to pick up an issue which you feel that you can connect with, and go and talk to the people about it, disseminate the knowledge about it. And once you have made a support, you made the power, because you have so much of energy in us. We have so much of energy. I'm in academics. As an academician, what I can do? I can promote other girls also to come up, to be a part of academy, to read and to study, right? So it's always about that you have to be well aware, and always remember that political participation is not just going to the parliament. It is about implementation of the policies which are important for you, which are important at the global level also. And that is how you can engage and increase your participation in your country also and at the global level also. And plus, there are non-state actors, there are a lot of other organizations that you can get involved. If you're interested, I can actually help you. After this talk, we can have a talk about it and I'll guide you further.
Thank you, ma'am. One more question we can take.
The whole thing revolves around the entire population participating in the campaign. Political, military, socio-economic, psychological. It can be counter-insurgency campaign, counter-terrorism campaign. The entire population has to be involved. Like I gave an example of Punjab. We told the boys and girls, you will not get to America or you will not get to have proper education. And they helped us out, and Punjab's peace and tranquility prevails, except for a little bit of political activity going on. That's okay, that's part of democracy.
Thank you, sir. One more question we can take.
Good afternoon, protocol observed. My question goes to Presidency. I'm asking about, you did mention that today's youth, it is the weapon of the future. You mentioned that we are the weapon. So my question is, the way the youth go through a lot of things. For example, suicide, it has increased. Mental health, it is not considered at all with today's youth. So, sir, what are you planning? How do you advise us as the youth to maintain our mental health, to be better youth, to be people who can create peace, who can build peace, who can keep peace? Thank you very much.
The mental stress that...
Mental health के बात करा सर.
We also propagate that don't keep to yourself. If you have a problem, you must always have a buddy whom you tell all things which are any relevant requirements. I speak better without a mic. So
Yeah.
All right. So if you have a buddy, with you, and there is a difficult situation, say in the Naxalite areas, and the buddy is there, you have some problems. You're thinking of shooting yourself. You talk to the buddy. Buddy will advise you. Don't be alone, and don't let anybody in your organization remain alone. So many stories come almost every second day. That fellow has hung himself from the fan, or done all this thing, or shot himself, or a son has shot his parents. Where are we heading if this happens? That's the kind of unity, of family unity. It's very essential. And the head of the family has to lay down a carpet that this is the route to happiness. There will be problems. Listen, you have been born in this world to create not problems, they are situations. This is the situation that war is breaking out. So you better fight, otherwise you lose. You can't be sitting on your in rare areas doing nothing. That's the time when tension comes up. And when you tell your story to your buddy, things will level out. So that is a community activity.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
I guess that will be the...
This will be the last question. We are running out of time.
This will be the last question.
My question is, does peace building mechanism or process are different in developing and developed countries?
The campaign is like a railway train. Ahead is the engine, which is the security forces. Next compartment is the PWD department, making roads. Next compartment is the doctors. Next compartment are the politicians. Next compartment are the schools. And simultaneously psychological warfare of telling all the population that this is the route ahead. This is the democratic process we should go. The security forces keep clearing the area, and then the campaign starts of schooling and other things which were not prevalent. I showed you that map. That map, littered map, was that of a Diwali night. सब पूरे हिंदुस्तान में रोशनी है, हमारे यहाँ क्या हो गया? The great Indian economic boom bypassed Bastar. Now the story is different. The IG has mentioned, now everybody is going as a tourist destination, which is Bastar, which was the aim.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I please ask the last question?
We are really grateful for the enthusiasm, but I'm sorry we are running short on time. So thank you everyone, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the panel members for their valuable insights and on the topic, and for sharing with us their enriching experiences. Let's have a big round of applause for our panelists. I would now request Dr. Jigyasu Govt to present the memento to Brigadier Basant K. Panwar. Let's have a round of applause, please.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. Shalabh Singh to present a memento to Shri Ratan Lal Dangi. A round of applause for sir.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Professor Sanjeev Parashar to kindly present the memento to Shri Rob York.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request Dr. Ashapuna Barua to present the memento to Dr. Aditi Narayani. A big round of applause for ma'am.
I would now request Dr. Sumit Gupta to kindly present the memento to Shri Rajat Bansal. Let's have a round of applause, please.
Can I request all the panelists to come forward for a group photo with your books?
With this, we wrap up the panel discussion and move on to the next session. We will be starting with the next panel discussion shortly. Thank you.
ये
Hello.
I would request the audience to please remain seated. We'll be starting in a while.
ठीक है डाउनलोड से हट गया ना हाँ
Hello, hello.
We are beginning with our next panel discussion now. Please be seated.
Distinguished leaders and delegates of the Y20 Summit, I, Shubham Tripathi,
And I, Ashmita Sarkar,
welcome you to this panel discussion on building consensus among communities. As we gather here today, we are reminded of the need to engage in dialogue that can bridge the gap between the communities and nations. Our distinguished panelists from diverse backgrounds and experiences will share their insights on fostering unity and promoting understanding, which will help us move towards a more inclusive and equitable future where we all can embody the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I heartily invite our esteemed dignitaries on the stage to kindly grace us with their valuable presence. Please give a huge round of applause to Shri Nitesh Kumar Sahu, Dr. Philippe Avono, Shri B. Madkam, Ms. Shweta Karambelkar, and Dr. Sarveshwar Bhule. Let's have a huge round of applause for them.
I would now request Dr. Daniel J. Imbaraj to felicitate Shri Nitesh Kumar Sahu. A huge round of applause for sir.
I would now request Shri Vivek Singh to kindly felicitate Dr. Philip Avono.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Shri H.K. Debata to felicitate Shri B. Markam.
I would now request Ms. Anupama Chaudhary to felicitate Ms. Shweta Karambelkar.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now request Ms. Shalini Shrivastava to felicitate Dr. Sarveshwar Bhure.
Thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our first guest, Shri Nitesh Kumar Sahu, Youth Leader, Mungeli, Chhattisgarh. Shri Nitesh has been awarded the National Youth Award by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports for community service. He is in the board of governing member of Agricultural Production Organization and the president of Fulwari Siksha Evam Yuva Kalyan Samiti. We welcome you, Nitesh ji.
Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Philippe Awono, Assistant Professor at the Faculty of Law and Political Science, Jean Moulin University, France. Dr. Awono is a political scientist whose research work focuses on international security, diplomacy and development, and has had several publications in peer-reviewed books and journals. We like to welcome you, sir.
Our next guest is Shri B. Matkam, Transformed Community Influencer. Shri Matkam has been an active influencer in the sphere of social transformation and has been an inspiration to many. We are delightful to have you, sir.
Our next guest is Ms. Shweta Karambelkar, Youth Representative from our very own IIM Raipur.
I now take this opportunity to introduce the moderator for this panel, Dr. Sarveshwar Bhure, IAS, DC, Raipur. Dr. Bhure completed his MBBS and belongs to the batch of 2011. He has received several accolades for his service, including the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration and the Chief Minister's Good Governance Award. We extend our cordial welcome to you, sir. I would now request Dr. Sarveshwar Bhure to kindly take the discussion.
More in the role of a moderator than an actual panel discussion that I'll be doing. So, with us we have four speakers who will talk on this topic of building consensus among communities. So we here in most of the countries, we have a system where everyone is having his or her opinion, and everyone is in a position to give and express his opinion. But though each and every one of us is having a kind of or a different kind of opinion, but it is very essential to have a consensus, otherwise we cannot go in a particular direction. So let's hear from our friends what are their views about this topic. Then we'll at the end of this and at the end of the discussion we'll sum up with the we'll try to sum up the discussion with some thoughts. So let's start with the Nitesh, please.
जी सर, आप सभी को सादर नमस्कार। और अभी तक के सत्र में हम सब लोगों ने अलग अलग क्षेत्रों के एक्सपर्टीज से सुना, तो हमको एक चीज़ समझ आ गया होगा कि दुनिया में युद्ध का कोई स्थान नहीं है और शांति के माध्यम से ही दुनिया को चलाया जा सकता है। और बड़ा हम लोग का सौभाग्य का विषय है कि भारत को इस बार G20 का अध्यक्षता मिला है, और उस अध्यक्षता की कड़ी में ही इस Y20 का हम लोग आयोजन में आज बैठे हैं। और जब Y20 का आयोजन में हम लोग बैठे हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं कंसर्न हमारे माइंड में आ गया कि जो आज का हमारा जो टॉपिक है, जिसमें समुदाय को हमें आम लोगों के बीच में आम सहमति बनाना है, बताना है कि युद्ध से क्या हानि है और शांति से हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं, कैसे कर सकते हैं, ये हम लोगों के ऊपर बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। जब G20 की अध्यक्षता के लिए इंडोनेशिया में बैठक हुआ तो उस समय बाली में ही प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इसको अध्यक्षता मिलते ही जो हमारा जो टॉपिक है उसको कोट किया, और वही एक कोट का जो पार्ट है जिसको हम आज यहाँ डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं, चर्चा कर रहे हैं, विमर्श कर रहे हैं कि हम कैसे हम लोग दुनिया में विश्व में शांति निर्माण कर सकते हैं, युद्ध रहित विश्व की हम लोग यहाँ आज शुरुआत कर सकते हैं। और उसका आज शुरुआत छत्तीसगढ़ के IIM से हो रहा है। आप लोग को बताना चाहूँगा कि छत्तीसगढ़ एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत प्रदेश है, शांति के लिए जाना जाता है, और हम आज यहाँ से एक संदेश, एक प्रेरणा लेकर जाना चाहते हैं समुदाय के बीच में काम करने के लिए, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर जो युवा साथी बैठे हैं नेहरू केंद्र संगठन से बैठे हैं, राष्ट्रीय सेवा योजना के माध्यम से बैठे हैं, सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता हैं, और जो शिक्षा के क्षेत्र से भी जुड़े हैं उनका भी कहीं ना कहीं कंसर्न समुदाय के प्रति ही बेटरमेंट रहता है। तो हम लोग का अल्टीमेटली गोल यही है कि हम कैसे हम समाज में शांति स्थापित कर सकते हैं और उसमें हम कैसे काम कर सकते हैं। तो सबसे पहले हम बात आती है जो हमारी जो इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से मैं बात करना चाहूँगा, यूनाइटेड नेशन, जिसका भी लक्ष्य है विश्व में शांति सुरक्षा स्थापित करना। साथ ही साथ भारत एक ऐसा देश है जहाँ ने गौतम बुद्ध और साथ ही साथ महात्मा गांधी ने विश्व को शांति और अहिंसा का संदेश दिया, और हम इस आधार पर तो बोल सकते हैं कि सिर्फ शांति ही एक विकल्प है एक इस युग में सर्वाइव करने के लिए, खास करके इस समय में जब पूरा दुनिया कोविड जैसे पेंडेमिक से निकल रहा है, और हम इस दौर में हम जो चल रहा है रूस को लेकर, यूक्रेन को लेकर, इस तरह से देश के कई हिस्से में अलग अलग वार चल रहा है, और छोटे छोटे चाहे बस्तर में चाहे नक्सली का मूवमेंट हो, ऐसे अलग अलग क्षेत्र में अपनी अलग अलग समस्याएं हैं। लेकिन इन समस्या के बीच में समाधान कैसा ढूंढा जाए इसका हमें खुद विमर्श करना पड़ेगा। तो सबसे पहले बात आती है युवाओं की। हम सब युवा हैं और कार्यक्रम का भी नाम Y20 है, और Y20 को इसलिए कराया जा रहा है कि G20 को हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा सपोर्ट कर सकते, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्रमोट कर सकते, और हमारा जो देश को यह गौरव है कि सबसे ज़्यादा युवा आबादी होने का गौरव है, जिसका अपना अलग डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड है। और ये जो हमारा जो डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड है वो हमारे देश के लिए, हमारे विश्व के लिए एक डेवलपमेंट ड्राइवर के रूप में, भूमिका के रूप में हम लोग सामने आए। सबसे पहले हमारे जो देश है, कभी किसी पे हम सीखने की ज़रूरत है हमें, और लोगों को बताने की ज़रूरत है कि हमारे देश ने कभी भी अपने साम्राज्य को बढ़ाने के लिए कभी किसी कोई देश पर आक्रमण नहीं किया। हमारे देश में तमाम तरह के लोग आए, चाहे पाषाण से आए, चाहे पारसी आए, जिन्होंने भी आया, हमारे अनेकता की एकता में लोग ढले, हमने उनको स्वीकार किया, लेकिन हमने किसी भी साम्राज्य को हमने आक्रमण नहीं किए। लेकिन होता क्या है, जब यूनाइटेड नेशन जैसी जो संस्था है उसमें हमारे न्यायालय उतने पावरफुल नहीं है, वहाँ के जो निर्णय बाध्यकारी नहीं है। जैसे कि सुरक्षा काउंसिल है, वहाँ का जो निर्णय होता है वो बाध्यकारी नहीं होता। हमारे जो वीटो पावर जो राज्य है, जिनके पास तमगा है, वैसे देश, वो लोग खुद ही नियम का उल्लंघन करते हैं। साथ ही साथ सबसे बड़ी जो दिक्कत आती है, जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय न्यायालय है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय आपराधिक न्यायालय है, इनको भी शक्ति को बढ़ाने की जरूरत है, और उनके जो निर्णय है वो सबसे पहले हमारे युवाओं की आवाज़ है जो नेतृत्व करता है। वहाँ एक ऐसा मैसेज जाना चाहिए कि सबसे पहले सरकार के स्तर पर तो ये उनकी जो संस्थाएं हैं बाध्यकारी होना चाहिए, पहला। दूसरा, आज भारत देश को हमें, हमारा जो सबसे बड़ा जो हमारे भारत का जो स्ट्रेंथ है वो सबसे बड़े हमारे यहाँ के प्रवासी हैं। हमारे यहाँ के प्रवासी पूरे देश भर में फैले हुए हैं और अपनी एक विशेष क्षमता के लिए जाने जाते हैं, और हमें ऐसा प्रयास करना चाहिए इस मंच के माध्यम से कि हम लोगों को ये बता पाए, विश्व को ये समझा पाए कि भारत है, कभी भी उन्होंने युद्ध नहीं चाहा है, हमेशा शांति को प्रोत्साहित किया है। और सब इससे आगे मैं थोड़ा बढ़ता हूँ, युद्ध के बारे में आना चाहता हूँ कि मैं एक नेहरू केंद्र संगठन का एक वॉलंटियर रहा, आप लोग को बताना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि मैं एक वॉलंटियर हूँ, सामाजिक कार्य करता हूँ, समुदाय के बीच से आया हूँ, और हम समाज में छोटे छोटे गाँव में लोगों के बीच में कार्य करते हैं। और मैं ऐसा युवा हूँ जो मुंगेली ज़िला, सर जहाँ के कलेक्टर रहे हैं, और सर ने बहुत एजुकेशन के लेकर वहाँ काम किए, और ख़ासकर युवाओं को रोज़गार के लिए काम किए। और अभी तो हमारा जो ज़िला है नक्सल इफेक्टेड ज़िला में भी आता है, तो ऐसे ज़िले से मैं आता हूँ, और उस ज़िले के मैं पहले ऐसा मतलब आज 75 साल हो गए आज़ादी के, और मैं अपने परिवार से पहला बच्चा हूँ जो आज हायर एजुकेशन में पढ़ाई कर रहा हूँ। सिर्फ पढ़ाई नहीं कर रहा, गुरु घासीदास केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय संस्थान से मैंने पढ़ाई किया, वहाँ छात्र संघ का अध्यक्ष भी रहा। सामुदायिक सेवा के लिए मुझे स्वच्छता, जल संरक्षण, वाटर कंजर्वेशन, स्किल डेवलपमेंट, ये सब के लिए भारत सरकार ने मुझे राष्ट्रीय पुरस्कार दिया। इस तरह से तो ये बताने का आशा यह है कि हम जब छोटे छोटे जगह से जब आते हैं, छोटे समुदाय के बीच में काम करके आते हैं, और हम एक वहाँ अपने समाज के बीच में कार्य करते हुए आइडेंटिटी बनाते हैं, और उस आइडेंटिटी के बिहाफ पे आज हमें यहाँ बोलने का अवसर मिलते हैं। और तब हमारी जब यहाँ मैं आज बोलने आया हूँ तो मेरे साथ में कम से कम जो कम्युनिटी में जिन लोगों के बीच में काम किया हूँ तो उनको भी एक खुशी की भावना आ रही, उनको भी एक कंसर्न गया कि ऐसा आज क्या विषय है, कोई नीतीश आज वहाँ बोलने गया होगा। तो हम इस समुदाय में सबसे बड़ा जो इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल होता है, क्योंकि जब कोई भी वार होता है या कोई भी जो बड़ा परिवर्तन होता है वो समुदाय के बीच से आता है। प्रशासन की अपनी एक क्षमता होती है, सरकारें की अपनी एक बाधाएं होती है, क्योंकि उनको भी वैश्विक दबाव रहता है, बहुत सारी डिप्लोमेसी रहती है, बहुत सारे कूटनीतिक रहते हैं, बहुत सारे सॉफ्ट पावर रहते हैं जो सामान्य आदमी के समझ से परे रहता है। तो ये सब के बीच में जो समुदाय की जो जिम्मेदारी होती है बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है। हालांकि हमारी एक क्षमता होता है समुदाय के, लेकिन हम समुदाय के बीच में अगर हम उस वर्ग को हम लोग इन्फ्लुएंस करते हैं जो उनको उतना बेहतर एक्सपोजर नहीं मिल पाता, उनको ये सामान्य ये जो जितने भी मुद्दे हैं ये बहुत बड़े बड़े मुद्दे हैं, हमारे सामान्य लोगों के जनजीवन से हम इसको समझ नहीं पाते। लेकिन हमको बताना होगा, जब यूक्रेन में जब वार होता है तो हमारे जो गांव के बच्चे हैं वहाँ मेडिकल की पढ़ाई करने जा रहा था, वो बच्चा वहाँ फंसता है, फिर उसको लाने के लिए भारत ऑपरेशन गंगा जैसे एक अभियान चलाता है, फिर हमारे भारत के तिरंगा को लेकर भारत के बच्चे निकलते हैं, साथ साथ अन्य देश के भी बच्चे निकलते हैं। तो कैसे इस तरह से हमको समुदाय के भाषा में बताना होगा कि कैसे हमारा जो आज वैश्विक लेवल पर हम ग्लोबल विलेज की बात करते हैं, तो हमको ये बताना होगा कि आज हमारा गांव का मुद्दा राष्ट्रीय मुद्दा है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मुद्दा है और हमसे जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा है। ये कंसर्न जगाने के लिए हम लोग सोशल चेंज एजेंट की भूमिका निभा सकते हैं। हमेशा युवा है वो शांति का वाहक रहा है, हमेशा युवाओं ने ही हमारे ऊपर एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है कि हम समुदाय को समझाएं कि हमें वैश्विक परिदृश्य में हमारी क्या भूमिका है। और खास करके ऐसे रीजन में हम लोग रह रहे हैं जहाँ की, क्योंकि आज G20 के जो कंट्री में जो शामिल देश हैं ज़्यादातर देश विकासशील देश में आते हैं, वहाँ के अपनी एडवांटेज है, एडवांटेज के साथ साथ बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम हैं। वहाँ वार की स्थिति है, वहाँ गरीबी है, भूखमरी है, तो आदमी इन सामान्य प्राइमरी अपने मूलभूत आवश्यकताओं के लिए जूझता रहता है। लेकिन उनको इन सब के बीच में अचानक से कोई मुद्दा आता है और हमारा ध्यान इसमें जाता है, तो हम अपने इसको व्यवहार में अपनाएं। और हम जहाँ भी रहते हैं जिस समुदाय, क्योंकि जितने भी नेसेस वॉलंटियर आए हैं सब लोग एक कंपटीशन देकर आए हैं, तो आप कुछ विशेष योगदान करें हैं। अगर आपकी कुछ विशेष इमेज है तभी आपको आज यहाँ आने का अवसर मिला है। आप निश्चित है 5 लोग, 10 लोग, 50 लोग को आप लोग प्रभावित करने की आपकी क्षमता है, तभी आप यहाँ कर बैठे हैं। तो हम छोटे छोटे लेवल पे, हमें कोई जरूरी नहीं कि हमें कोई बड़ा मंच मिलेगा, बड़ी बात करेंगे तो लोग मानेंगे। हम जो चीज़ अपने व्यवहार में अपनाएंगे, हम अपने परिवार, क्योंकि परिवार से समुदाय बनता है, समुदाय से देश बनता है और देश से विभिन्न देशों से मिलकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यवस्था बनती है। और अगर कोई समस्या, अगर रूस की समस्या, अगर कोई समस्या बस्तर की समस्या है, तो पूरे भारत की सिर्फ स्थानीय समस्या नहीं है, इससे पूरा विश्व इफेक्ट करता है। जैसे मुझे जो अवार्ड मिला था वाटर कंजर्वेशन, तो आज मात्र मतलब आज जो पीने लायक जो पानी है 2% से भी कम पानी है जो पीने लायक समस्या है, जो वैश्विक समस्या है, जिसके SDG के गोल 4 में है। तो ऐसे इसके लिए भी आप देखते हैं कि हमारे भारत में भी लातूर जैसे राज्य में, राजस्थान जैसे स्टेट में पानी की समस्या है। और इस पानी की समस्या के और किसी ने कहा भी कि जो अगला जो वर्ल्ड वार होगा वो वाटर के लिए होगा। तो ये जो सब छोटी छोटी जो समस्या है, अगर हम पानी को भी बचा लेते हैं तो हम, क्योंकि किसी ने भी जो कहा है वो बड़े शख्सियत ने कहा है और कुछ सोच के प्रिडिक्ट किया है, तो हम एक ऐसे वार को भी रोक सकते हैं। तो हम इस साथ हमें एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय समझ बनने की हमें एक विकसित हो रहा है और हमारी इसमें क्या रोल हो सकती है हम सबको सोचना चाहिए, पहला चीज़ है। दूसरा, मनुष्य स्वभाव से ही सामाजिक प्राणी है और आदमी समाज से अलग नहीं हो सकता। हमारे तमाम जिम्मेदारी हो सकती है, पारिवारिक जिम्मेदारी हो सकती है, कोई हमारी लाइबिलिटी हो सकती है, लेकिन सबके केंद्र बिंदु में समाज और समुदाय होना चाहिए। और जब हमारा समुदाय सुरक्षित है, अगर समुदाय में अगर शांति है, समुदाय खुशहाल है, तो हम खुशहाल हो सकते हैं। तो हमें अपने लेवल पे समुदाय को सुरक्षित रहने के लिए, शांति रखने के लिए हमें प्रयास करना चाहिए। उसके लिए सबसे बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है हमें जाति, धर्म, सांस्कृतिक, आर्थिक तमाम मतभेदों को भुलाकर हमें एक वैश्विक नागरिक के भूमिका में आना चाहिए। और जैसा हमारा जो ध्येय वाक्य है वसुदेव कुटुंबकम, इस भाव के साथ हमको कार्य करना चाहिए। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ अपनी बात में समाप्त करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Nitish. Nitish gave a oral introduction about the kind of work that he is doing and introduction about this whole initiative. Now I request Dr. Philippe Ebe Ono. He is a assistant professor in Jean Moulin University, France. I'll request you to talk about specifically about the topic like building consensus among the communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for giving. I will introduce my words by maybe telling an history related to our topic this afternoon. During one of my various field of studies, especially in Chad and Central African Republic, we used to discuss with people during focus discussion group. And one day I had a question from a lady. The lady was thinking that I'm working with an NGO and that you are coming over there to bring peace. And the lady asked me, do you have peace in your bag? Did you bring us peace in your bag? And I was like, what do you mean? And she tried to explain, and she was complaining. In fact, she was complaining because she was saying, you people, when you come, NGOs, international organizations, different partners, when they come here, I mean there, they behave as if they have peace in a bag, which means they may leave the bag and go without trying to know what is the socio and anthropological context, without trying to know what might be the roots of the conflict, without trying to know what people really want, because something is to have maybe a peace building or reconstruction plan from UN, but something is to also know what are the roots of the problem in order to have suitable responses. And I told to the lady that I do not have peace in my bag. I'm here to understand why there is no peace. That's why we have this focus group. I'm telling this story just to say that sometimes when we talk of community related to peace building, the problem is that they are not too much involved. And why they are not too much involved? Because sometimes we do not really know what are their problems, what do they really need, what are the roots of the conflict where those people are living. So after this story, I will say some few words related to the topic of this afternoon. The first is, if we talk of community, it means that we acknowledge the fact that there is a difference. And if there is a difference, it means that people have to be together even if they are different. And in my culture, we used to say, only one hand cannot tie a bag, which means to tie a bag, we need many hands. So let's consider this afternoon that peace is the bag, and the different hands are our communities, our cultures. So if you want to tie the bag called peace, we need to involve our different communities, our different cultures, so that at the end of the day, we have one hand from different hands. What does it mean? It simply means that, to me, when we talk of peace and community engagement, we have to raise out some expression that have to come every day in our common life. Expression like dialogue, cultural dialogue, diversity, discussion, tolerance, difference. Why? Because when you look closely at different conflicts, I'm talking especially of the field that I really master, Central African Republic and Chad, you will find out that sometimes the problem is that there is no acceptation of the difference. There is stigmatization. If you go, we can leave even this field to move to Mali. Many people do not know that when we talk of Tuareg is a stigmatization. It's not their real name. When you already call them Tuareg, it means that you do not consider them. Their real name is Kel Tanasek, but many people do not know, which means that if you want to deal with peace in Mali and you don't take into consideration this community aspect, you are wrong. You are wrong. So I will not be long. So I just wanted to point out this issue of difference, this issue of different hands, our different culture, and I end my words by saying this afternoon that we have to go back from here knowing that peace is a common bag that we have to tie together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Philip. You talked, you gave a very good anecdote and also talked about the very important concept of accepting the difference. Now we have a next speaker. His name is Mr. Shri B. Matkam. He is a transform community influencer. I request you to please start your discussion.
सबको नमस्कार. मेरा नावा जोहार. ना पेदर मडकाम बीमल सूक्ष्म जिला सिंताल नरताना पेद्द बुड़कल नाटेनो.
जी मेरा नाम मरकाम भीमा है. मैं चिंतालनार ग्राम.
माइक ऑन कर लीजिए.
हेलो.
जी मेरा नाम मरकाम भीमा है.
ना पेदर मडकाम बीमल सूक्ष्म जिला चिंतल नरताना पेद्द बुड़कल नाटेनो.
मेरा नाम मरकाम भीमा है. चिंतलनार थाना पेद्द बुड़केल गांव और सुकमा जिला से हूँ.
माओवादी संगठन तगा ना पेदर अर्जुन उर्फ माडो इंजो केतनोरु.
संगठन में मेरा नाम अर्जुन और माडो के नाम से जाना जाता था मुझे.
हाल के नाकिन यायो मनता बाबू डोल्तोर वेरोर तमोर मंतोर मूंडू एलस्क मनता.
गांव में मेरी माता है, मेरे पिताजी नहीं है, एक भाई है और 3 बहनें हैं.
सूरु 300 माह नाटे अगा सड़क इल्ला, स्कूल इल्ला, अस्पताल इल्ला, बिजली इल्ला. स्कूल मत्त स्कूल तुनवेंडे नक्सलवादेरू बम वाटे उड़ा के तोर.
शुरू से ही हमारे गांव में स्कूल नहीं था, ना ही सड़क थी, ना बिजली थी. और जब स्कूल बना तो उसे माओवादी नक्सलियों ने बम लगाकर ध्वस्त कर दिया.
मावा नाटे इंज वेंडे नक्सल प्रभावित क्षेत्र तक मावा नाटे मिनते मुन्ने वेंडे नक्सलवादी मा नाटे वायना दायना मीटिंग कियनोरू.
अभी भी हमारा गांव नक्सल प्रभावित है. नक्सली पहले से ही हमारे गांव में आते जाते हैं, मीटिंग करते हैं.
हाल की मीटिंग लोपा नाटेना जनता किन इदु जल जंगल जमीन ता लड़ाई. माओवादी पार्टी जनता में काम किया उनता. माओवादी पार्टी जनता में काम किया उनता. हाल के ये लूटी सरकार तुनको टेंडी ऐसा ఈ సామ్రాజ్యవాदी ఈ లూटी व्यवस्था खत्म कीसी जनता राजाधिकार जिड़कालीन जो माओवादी पार्टी तोरू वेत तोरू.
गांव में जब मीटिंग करते हैं तो ये कहते हैं कि ये हमारा जल जंगल जमीन है. इसमें सरकार के विरुद्ध लोगों को भड़काते हैं, लोगों को अपनी ओर करते हैं.
అలాగనే सरकार लूटपाट सरकार ఈ పోలీసు ఆంగడం ఈ ఇది వ్యవస్థను खत्म किया ना ఈ पुलिस की खत्म किया ना जो जनता की ओंडु सरकार विरोध ते पुलिस विरोध ते ओंडु जनता की अलम वेतन लेके माओवादी जनता की वेततोरू
और ये कहते हैं कि सरकार जनता से लूटपाट करती है और उन्हें भड़काती है कि शासन के विरुद्ध पुलिस के विरुद्ध कैसे लड़ा जाए।
हालकेने इसुंत पार्टी इदो नेले जनता माइदे पार्टी काम किए मोंता इन जो आलसी मांजी नन्ना सुडला उमुरते ना किनो नक्सलवादी 2001 ते पार्टी ते भर्ती कित्तोरू।
यह जो पार्टी है जनता के हित में कार्य कर रही है। मैं छोटी उम्र से ही उनकी बातों से प्रभावित होकर 2001 में नक्सल संगठन में शामिल हुआ था।
हालांकि नाकिन पार्टी ते वायना 2 साल कैसी नाकिनो मा लोत्त याय बाबू पुनवकुंटा नाटिना जंत पुनवा पार्टी ते वत्तोर
2 सालों से मुझे पार्टी में आने के लिए बोलते थे। मेरे घर वालों को इसके बारे में कोई भी पता नहीं था और 2 साल के बाद मुझे अपने साथ लेके चले गए।
हालांकि नन्ना अगर नाटिना आस पासु तासवलेवा पूरा 3 साल ता पेर के माँ नाटे माँ यायो नाकिन कैलता ऊर्स मांजी नरगे माँ यायो नाकिनो क्या इतना ऊर्स मांजी।
और मैं पार्टी में जाने के बाद लगभग 3 साल के बाद अपनी माँ से मिला। मेरी माँ मुझे देखकर इतना रोई और
हालांकि नन्ना नाकिनु भर्ती की इस पार्टी तक पूना नया रिक्रूट तोर किनु 45 मुल्किन टर्निंग इत्तोर पुलिस संग बेले लाड़े मायना दुश्मन संगी बेले लाड़े मायना बेदी सप्ती युद्ध किया ना दुश्मन तेगा बेले बसे मायना इंजो 15 दिनों टर्निंग सीखा कित्तोर ना किनु।
और पार्टी में जाने के बाद मुझे 15 दिन का ट्रेनिंग दिया गया कि पुलिस से कैसे लड़ना है, पुलिस से कैसे बचना है और उन्हें कैसे मारना है।
हालांकि माओवादी संगठन लोप नाकिनु सांस्कृतिक संगठन CNM सेतन नाटे मन सांस्कृतिक संगठन तक नाकिनु जिम्मेदारी तोरू।
संगठन में जाने के बाद मुझे 2 साल तक CNM में मुझे प्रशिक्षण दिया गया।
सांस्कृतिक संगठन तक नाकिनु पार्टी माओवादी पार्टी नाकिनु जिम्मेदारी तोर।
सांस्कृतिक संगठन में मुझे माओवादी पार्टी वाले जिम्मेदारी दिए।
ಈಗ ಮಾವೋವಾದಿ ಸಂಘಟನ ಅಂತ ವಿಸರ್ದಾರತುನ್ नार जनतनागे उन्ना पाठ डाकते संदेश तुम जनतनागे भी कितना नन्ना।
जो माओवादी का विचारधारा है उसे गांव-गांव जाकर मैं लोगों को बताया हूँ, मैं प्रशिक्षण दिया हूँ उन्हें।
हालांकि नाकिन फस्ट पार्टी लोप अगवनु प्रमोशन मंता फस्ट कैंडिडेट सदस्य बने मत्तन आ पेर के पार्टी सदस्य बने मत्तन ACM एरिया कमेटी मेंबर बने मत्तन
और धीरे धीरे मुझे प्रमोशन मिला। पहले मैं
कैंडिडेट सदस्य बने मत्तन आ पेर के पार्टी सदस्य बने मत्तन।
पहले मैं कैडर सदस्य बना, उसके बाद पार्टी सदस्य बना, फिर CAM बना।
हालांकि एरिया कमेटी मेंबरू बने मत्तन,
उसके बाद एरिया कमेटी मेंबर बना।
आखिरी ते दक्षिण बस्तर डिविजनल कमेटी सदस्य मंजोड़े 41 पोजीशन अन्ना काम कित्तानु।
उसके बाद मैं DVCM बना और मुझे AK-47 दिया गया था।
हालांकि पार्टी तक माओवादी पार्टी लोप नन्ना पेंडू लगतानु नावा मुत्ते सही महीना गर्भवती मत्ता तान बुढ़िया माओवादी नेतलोरू हास्पिटल तक ओस मंजी तान किनु पिलतुनु टेंडियस्तोरू माकिनु केल्लोडू आ पेर के नाकिनु वेंडे नसबंदी कित्तो।
जब मैं पार्टी में था तो तभी मेरी शादी की गई और मेरी पत्नी 6 महीने से गर्भवती थी। तब बड़े कैडर के नक्सलियों ने हॉस्पिटल में ले जाके उसे गर्भपात किया गया और हमें इस बारे में पता ही नहीं था और मेरी नसबंदी भी कर दी गई थी।
हालांकि नन्ना इंजे मम पिल्ला जिलायो में जोड़े मम इड़वो मंडे नरगे दुखीते आलस्तो मम।
अभी हमारे बच्चे नहीं हैं, ये सोचकर हम बहुत दुखी रहते हैं।
हालांकि नाव मुत्ते पार्टी लोप पिलतुन टेंडी यस्त फेर के नरगी बीमर अर्थ पे वेंडे पार्टी इलाज की वो पार्टी लोप नन्ना सरसकितन तेन की इलाज कित के आता है जो पार्टी इलाज की ओर सीधा नाटे ने लो सेक्टर।
और जब मेरी पत्नी का गर्भपात किया गया तो तब से मेरी पत्नी बहुत बीमार रहने लगी। मैंने पार्टी वालों से कहा कि उसका इलाज किया जाए, लेकिन उन्होंने इस बारे में कोई ध्यान ही नहीं दिया।
हालांकि नन्ना ಈಗ ಮುಖಿದಾರತೆ ಜೋಡೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಫೇರ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮುತನ್ಕಿನ್ನು ಪೋಷವಾಗ್ತಾನು ಈಗ ವತ್ತಪೈ पुलिस अधिकारियों एसपी साहिबीरू तानकिन अस्पतालते ओसी इलाज कीसी बसा के तौर।
और मैं समाज की इस मुख्य धारा में शामिल होकर अपनी पत्नी को अपने साथ ले आया और सुकमा के एसपी साहब ने उसकी इलाज में बहुत मदद किया।
हाल की पार्टी लोप माओवादी पार्टी लोप नरगे परेशानी मानता सही सप्ते डोड़ दొరకో सही सप्ते उसकड़ मन्नो सही सप्ते एयर मीनद मन्नो।
संगठन में ऐसी बहुत सारी परेशानियां होती है, जैसे कि सही समय पे खाना नहीं मिलता है, सही समय पे ना धो नहीं सकते हैं, सही समय पे सोना भी नहीं मिलता है, जिसके चलते बहुत सी बीमारियां होती है।
लेकिन दिन नाले हर दिन ओंड जाग तीन ओंड जागा ताकनदे मंत हालकेने जंगल ते टेंट तेने गुड़ियनद मंत।
इसी प्रकार हर दिन एक स्थान छोड़कर एक स्थान जाना पड़ता है, जिसमें टेंट के अंदर ही हमें रहना पड़ता है।
हालांकि पार्टी पूरा नाटेनग नूक कुसिर जम कीसी ताल की मंजे डोड तिंदनद मंता डोडा नूका जम की युवक वेंडे और किनो दरद दम का की तोरू।
इस तरह से पार्टी गांव वालों से चावल सब्जी मांग के खाती है और जो ये सब नहीं देता है उसे धमकी भी देती है।
लेकिन पैसा चंदा वसूली पूरा पार्टी ता फेदरते पैसा चंदा वसूली की तोर तेंदु पता कोई पैसा वसूल की तोर मजदूरी कितना पैसा किन वेंडे हर लोग तक गरीब जनता ना 300 वसूली की तोर पैसा ही वो के मेरी गई नाटे नग मंदना दइयो इंजो नक्सलवादेरो जनता की धमकी की तोर।
और हर साल जो पार्टी होती है वो ग्रामीण लोगों से पैसा वसूल करते हैं, जैसे कि तेंदु पत्ता का पैसा, और जो लोग बाहर काम करने जाते हैं उनसे भी पैसा वसूल लिया जाता है और जो पैसे नहीं देते हैं उन्हें मारने की धमकी भी देते हैं।
हालांकि पार्टी लोप पेंडुलत के वेंडे बात आगा फायदा इल्ले और किनो पिल्ला तासन नसबंदी कीसी महिला तुनु दूसरा जाग तासी तोर पुरुष तुनु दूसरा जाग तासी तोरू।
और संगठन में शादी करने का कोई मतलब ही नहीं होता है, क्योंकि नसबंदी करा दिया जाता है और जो उसकी पत्नी होती है उसे दूसरे एरिया में भेज दिया जाता है।
लेकिन माओवादी नेतलोर पूर्व नेतलोर और पिल्ला और किन मनता दौड़ता खेडल और किने पूरा नसबंदी की तोर और बुढ़िया नेतलोर पिल्ला तासे तोर अलग अलग बस्ती जाग तगा नेकनला पढ़े लिखे किए व्यक्ति तोर।
और जो बड़े कैडर के नेता होते हैं वो अपने बच्चों को बहुत अच्छी शिक्षा देते हैं, विदेशों में भेज के उन्हें पढ़ाते हैं, लेकिन जो छोटे नक्सली होते हैं उनके लिए ये सब सुविधाएं नहीं होती है।
हालांकि स्थानीय लोकल माओवादी कैडर्स किनु बुढ़िया नेतलोर नर्गे दबा की तोरू दौड़ता महिला पुरुष वेतनिंग मेंड्याग अधिकार ಇಲ್ಲ मान समानता ಇಲ್ಲ बुढ़िया नेतलोर महिला किनो शोषण की तोरू।
और जो बड़े नेता होते हैं वो छोटे जो कैडर के नक्सली होते हैं उन पे दबाव बनाते हैं, और जो बड़े कैडर के नक्सली होते हैं वो महिलाओं का शोषण भी करते हैं।
हालांकि इदे आयवलेव नाटिनग बेनो सौकड़ माने मत के उनकी आर्थिक अमल की इसमें अनम धन संपत्ति तो उनकी जब्ती की सी हाँ नाटे 300 रे पूरी तो दूसरा इलाका थे।
और जो गांव के अमीर लोग होते हैं उस पर भी नक्सली उस पर हमला करके उसका धन उसकी संपत्ति सब लूट कर उसे गांव से भगा देते हैं।
हालांकि पुलिस परिवार वेंडे नाटिनग मत के आ नाटे 300 और किनो तान तगा शहर तक पूरी तो पुलिस परिवार तौर की मैंने नारतासोर।
और जो पुलिस में है उसके परिवार को भी गांव में रहने नहीं दिया जाता है और उन्हें गांव से भगा दिया जाता है।
हालांकि नाटे नौर किनो पढ़े लिखे की वोरू अगर नौकरी की वोरू पूरा नक्सली दे अगा अधिकारो सलेमाता।
और गांव के लोग बिल्कुल भी पढ़ाई लिखाई नहीं करते और उन्हें सब नक्सलियों के बारे में ही बताया जाता है, उनकी विचारधाराओं के बारे में बताया जाता है।
हालांकि लोप नक्सल क्षेत्र ना की नग अग कितना दोंडु कीना दोंडु मनता माओवादी पार्टी सही जनता में दे काम की वो।
और माओवादी पार्टी जो बोलते हैं वो कभी करते नहीं हैं, जनता के हित में उन्होंने आज तक कोई कार्य किया ही नहीं है।
हालांकि बात की तो अगर रोड तुनो रोड दाई वोरू अगर बिजली दाई वोर अगर मोबाइल टावर दाई वोर अगर स्कूल दाई वोरू अस्पताल दाई वोर नक्सलवादी।
और नक्सली लोग गांव में सरकार की किसी भी सुविधाओं को जाने नहीं देते, जैसे कि बिजली, रोड, स्कूल भवन, ये सब उन तक नहीं पहुंच पाती है।
हालांकि बेग बेग लोप स्कूल किन वेंडे पूरा स्कूल किन तोड़ फोड़ कितोरू सड़क किनो कह तोरू फूल फूले किनो तोड़ फोड़ कितोर टावर किनो मुटी कितोरू। हालांकि ठेकेदारी किन गिरफ्तार किस धमकी सी और किन विड़सिया मुंतोर पैसा इवकारांते।
और गाँव में जो रोड होती है, जो सड़क होती है, उसे काट देते हैं, और जो स्कूल भवन होते हैं उसको ध्वस्त कर दिया जाता है, और जो ठेकेदार होते हैं उनका अपहरण करके उनको मारपीट करके भगा दिया जाता है।
हालांकि मुखबीरता फेदरते नर्गे दिनालो हमेशा पूरा मावा नक्सल क्षेत्र लोप मुखबीरता फेदरते गरीब आदिवासी जनता केनो हत्या किया मुंतोरू।
और जो गांव के आदिवासी है, जो गरीब आदिवासी है, उनको मुखबिरी के शक में रोज आए दिन उनकी हत्याएं की जा रही है।
हालांकि
as you can all appreciate the kind of conviction he is telling about his experiences, because we are running short of time, so I just have to interrupt you. Maybe we can take up, हम कुछ क्वेश्चन ले लेंगे आपके लिए ताकि लोग आप अपना अनुभव और बता पाए। Now I request, because we are running short of time, we are already overrunning our time, so I request Sushri Shweta Karambadekar to be a student of IIM Raipur to share her thoughts and also to be brief because
yes,
we are running short of time.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
Yeah. Namaskar. So basically this year's theme of G20 is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means that world is one family and that we are one big family or one big community. So with this, linking this to the topic, what we understand is that consensus building is quite necessary in all communities. So when we call the world to be one community, what we mean is that the world needs to come together, discuss what are the issues and try to collaborate to find out resolutions and come up with a solution that works for everyone. When the world is changing today, and with it, it's bringing a lot of innovations which are helpful for the humankind, but it also brings some conflicts and some insurgencies. So, resolving these insurgencies, trying to bring in peace, and also implementing these innovations actually require consensus among the whole world, and actually the collaboration among these communities. India is a very good example of consensus. We define India with the proverb, unity in diversity. So basically we call it that because it is the largest economy, largest democracy which is successful since 1950, while being one of the wonderful collaboration of diverse cultures, diverse traditions, and multiple different perspectives. We as an Indian are able to do this because we learn the lesson to respect the diversity, respect the differences, and celebrate it. Being a youth member or being the representative of youth, I would also like to put a point as a youth. So the thing is that today's youth is very well aware because of the digital social media, and actually what is happening around the globe reaches to the other part of the world very easily. So because of this, the youth is aware and they are also affected. So one part, something happens in USA, the Indian youth is also affected. So they are also aware, as well as they are actually concerned that they want to bring in change. In first panel, we actually saw people say that we want to be the drivers of change, we are one, and we are the ones who want to be the drivers of peace. So we can also see that youth is quite enthusiastic and they are interested in bringing the transformation in the world. So what I believe is, the governments or the organizations can leverage this power of the youth, bring in the collaboration among them, try to build the consensus, try to understand what are their expectations, what are their aspirations, and try to come up with solutions. They would also be able to leverage the power of the youth and make them the drivers of the change. So trying to be brief, I'll just try to basically summarize my point. So the world, any change that has to be brought cannot be brought by force. It has to be brought through collaboration, participation, and actually allowing people to be open about what are their expectations. So the world needs to come together, collaborate, and try to discuss the major issues like poverty, health concerns, or even climate change today. We also know the example of Montreal Protocol, where all the different nations came together to solve the issue of ozone depletion, and we can also see its success, where the ozone is actually reaching to its levels in 1980 by the year 2040. So such processes can actually help the world come together and make the change. So that's the whole point I would like to make.
Thank you, Shweta. Now we can have a 1 or 2 questions, then because already we are ahead of our time, please.
नमस्कार, मेरा सवाल मरकाम जी से है कि जब आपने बताया जो नक्सली हैं वो गांव वालों को काफ़ी प्रताड़ित करते हैं, उसके बावजूद भी जो गांव वाले हैं वो एक साथ मिलकर उनके खिलाफ कुछ क्यों नहीं करते, क्यों उतनी प्रताड़नाएं सहते हैं?
ಮಾವೋವಾದಿರು ಓಡ್ಕಿನು ನಕ್ಸಲ್ವಾದಿರಿಕಿನು ಜನತ ಕೆತ್ತ ಪರ್ವೋರ್ ಓಡ್ಕಿನ್ ಪೋಯ್ಸ್ ಮಂಜಿ ಲೋತ್ತಗ ಪೋಯ್ಸ್ ಮಂಜಿ ಪರಿಕಾಯ್ಕ್ ತೋಸ್ ಮಂಜಿ ಕೊಂಡಾಕಿನ್ ತೋಸಿ ಜಂಗಲ್ ತೋ ಸಾವ್ಕಿತೋರ್ ಅವಕನಕಾರ ಅಂತೆ ಮಾವೋವಾದಿರಿಕಿನು ವಿರೋಧ ವ್ಯಸ್ತ ಪರ್ವೋರು ಓಡ್ಕಿನು प्रतिरोध किए परवोर।
जो नक्सलवादी होते हैं उनके विरोध में गांव वाले कुछ नहीं कर सकते। अगर जो बोलते हैं उनके हाथों को बांध के उनके घर जाके उनके हाथों को बांधते हैं, उनके आँखों को भी बांध के जंगल में ले जाके मारा जाता है।
धन्यवाद।
आवाज नहीं आ रहा है।
उनका क्वेश्चन है कि
जी सर,
जैसे आप नक्सलवाद छोड़ के अभी यहाँ मुख्य धारा से जुड़ गए हैं, तो आपको कभी कोई धमकी वगैरह या फिर आपको खुद को जान का कुछ खतरा महसूस होता है क्या, या फिर आपको जान का खतरा है क्या? इस टाइप से क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हो।
फिर से बोलूं?
आप हिंदी में बता दीजिए।
गोंडे तेकल्ला सरेंडर कित्त पेर के सभी तोर किनो नक्सलवादेरो टारगेट की तोर हाव की तोर एक्शन की तोर पार्टी किन विड़सी हत्त पया ओन किनो गद्दे रेंज जो कहती तोर ओन किनो दुश्मन माने मातो मम्मी की सरेंडर आसी पुलिस सुरक्षित ने नौकरी की से बात कम तो
जब सरेंडर किया जाता है तो नक्सली उन्हें गद्दार कहते हैं, उन्हें मारने की योजना भी बनाई जाती है और जब कहीं मिलते हैं तो उन्हें मारा भी जाता है।
पुलिस सुरक्षित मंजी मम्मा काम की तो लापरवाही कितके एक्शन की साव किया से तोर
और हम पुलिस की सुरक्षा में ही काम करते हैं। अगर हम लापरवाही करते हैं और उनके हाथों में जाते हैं तो मार के फेंक दिया जाता है।
मती आंध्र तन नक्सली की नो टारगेट मनो ये बस्तरता आदिवासी नक्सली की ने गद्दारी ने जो कैसी आओ किया से तोरू आंध्र तन नक्सली की टारगेट पार्टी की वो
जो अंदर के नक्सली होते हैं उनको पार्टी कभी टारगेट नहीं करती है और जो बस्तर के नक्सली है उनको ही टारगेट करती है और उन्हें गद्दार भी कहती है।
थैंक यू।
सबसे पहले एक बार जोर से मेरे साथ बोलिए भारत माता की। आप सभी को जय जोहार। जितने भी अभी अतिथि आए हैं उनसे मेरा सुझाव है कि वो बताएं कि हम देखते हैं कि एक तरफ प्रकृति के प्रमुख 3 अंग है, जल जंगल जमीन और एक तरफ विकास है। तो जो वहाँ के नक्सलवादी की जो विचारधारा के लोग हैं उनको लगता है कि विकास जब उनके तरफ पहुँचेगा तो उनके जल जंगल जमीन को नुकसान होगा। तो ऐसा क्या करना चाहिए कि उनके जल जंगल जमीन भी बचा रहे और उनका विकास भी हो सके? कृपया मार्गदर्शित करें।
ये लास्ट क्वेश्चन है, इसके बाद हम लोग समाप्त करेंगे।
Good afternoon, sir. Here's the last
Actually, we took last. Okay, last question.
Okay. My question goes is, as a sociology and psychology student, I have learned that there are different social systems such as caste systems. I also realized that the upper system and the lower system do not interact. In a way that the upper system, you find out that marriages happen among themselves only, and lower class, they are not involved. So my question is, how do we form peace when there are such systems that cause division and oppression in some cases? Aren't we creating an angry and sad generation?
Dr. Philip, you would like to answer that?
Could you take it again, please? I got what you mean about the different sociological system, but I want to understand the second part of the question, please.
The second part of the question, my question goes is that, how do we form peace when there are such systems that cause division and oppression in some cases? Aren't we creating an angry and sad generation?
I'm not sure it creates an what you call angry generation, because I think we have to consider our differences as not only as how can I call it as boundaries, cultural boundaries, but also as tools that we can bring together, because every culture has something to bring. So if you take it as oppression, it will not work. So please consider the fact that every culture has something to bring. The problem is sometimes the fact that there is stigmatization, for example, but it doesn't mean that different systems cannot come together. This is my point of view.
Thank you. And the last question, I mean the answer of this question, please.
हेलो, मेरा
आपने पूछ लिया, ये बता रहे।
यस।
जल जंगल जमीन मानव समुदाय की प्रारंभिक ज़रूरत है, और जैसा हमारा जो विषय है बिल्डिंग कंसेंस एमंग कम्युनिटीज़, तो सबसे बड़ा जो इसमें है कि हमारा ध्यान होना चाहिए, और जल जंगल ज़मीन को बचाने के लिए हम वहाँ के स्थानीय लोग ही प्रयास करेंगे। कोई बाहर से हमारे लिए वहाँ आकर के उसके लिए नहीं लड़ेगा। और हमारे यहाँ जिस क्षेत्र की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इनको देवी रूप में माना जाता है। जो वहाँ के जो ट्राइब्स है, ट्राइब्स के अलावा हमारे जो भारतीय जो ग्रंथ है, पुराण है, सब इन तीनों को देवी देवता के रूप में माना जाता है। इसका अलग एक धार्मिक महत्व भी है। तो लेकिन बात आती है डेवलप, तो डेवलपमेंट और दोनों एक दूसरे के अलग पहलू है। डेवलपमेंट कहा जाता है, विकास हमेशा जल जंगल का ये विरोधी रहता है, तो दोनों का सामंजस्य भी जरूरी है, क्योंकि हम जिस जनरेशन में रह रहे हैं तो हमें कुछ चीज़ की आवश्यकताएं होती हैं, लेकिन हमें जल जंगल ज़मीन को अगर समाप्त करके अगर डेवलपमेंट भी चाहिए तो हमें वैसा भी डेवलपमेंट ना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम आज मंथन कर रहे हैं, एसडीजी की बात कर रहे हैं, पूरा क्लाइमेट चेंज की बात कर रहे हैं, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की बात कर रहे हैं, तो इस सब के जो मूल केंद्र में वही है। तो हमें स्थानीय स्तर पर इसके लिए जागरूकता करना चाहिए, जिसके लिए आप स्वयं काम कर सकते हैं।
धन्यवाद।
I appreciate the enthusiasm of the questions, but since we are running short of time, we'll be moving forward. Thank you everyone. This was indeed an inspiring session. I would now request Dr. Jatin P. to kindly present the memento to Shri Nitesh Kumar Sahu. Let's have a big round of applause.
Sorry. Hello.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. Bhavna Priya to present the memento to Dr. Felipe Aono.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would now request Professor S. Ram Kumar to kindly present the memento to Shri B. Markam.
A huge round of applause for sir, please. Next, I would like to request Dr. Saurya to present the memento to Ms. Shweta Karambelkar.
I would now request Dr. C. K. Shwan to kindly present the memento to Shri Sarveshwar Bhure. Let's have a round of applause, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the panel members for their valuable insights on the topic and sharing with us their enriching experiences. Thank you so much.
Sir, yes.
Please gather around for the group photo. We will now be moving forward towards another intriguing session. The contemporary global arena has been plagued by numerous conflicts, divisions, and injustices that exist in various societies. Reconciliation is a complex process that involves acknowledging past wrongs, addressing grievances, and finding ways to heal and move forward. Now, to present us with insights on this topic, we will be continuing.
I would now like to introduce Dr. Prem Singh Bogzi, Distinguished Professor, IIM Raipur. Sir got into civil services while pursuing post-graduation in AIMS, Delhi, and has worked as a Director, Youth Affairs and Sports and also as a secretary to the Chief Minister. Sir has worked as an advisor in Niti Aayog, Government of India from 2019 to 2022 and is currently a fellow with Niti Aayog. Sir, if you could please take the center stage.
Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone.
A very good evening to all of you. After a full day of discussion with various experts, academics, people who have reconciled, just now one of the very popular panelists who has come back to the fold, and many other experts. I have been asked to talk for about 10 minutes before the Hon'ble Minister joins us on multiple perspectives on reconciliation. So when we talk about reconciliation, it is assumed that conflict has taken place. Okay. So, technically textbook definition of reconciliation would be restoring the relationship after conflict has occurred. And I was going through your poster competition. The group which has worked on reconciliation has brought out very beautifully. So I would advise the youngsters, when you go out, please see that poster. It's a very powerful presentation that they have done. And reconciliation would entail social, economic and political change on part of the government and on part of the other side also. And also acknowledging that the dealings in the past may not have been perfect or optimal. Also, it would entail cultural and attitudinal change on both the parties, or if there are multiple parties, then in that case multiple parties. And then moving forward, developing a shared vision, accepting that world is interconnected, interdependent, and looking for a fair and interdependent society. Now, as far as the conceptual understanding or conceptual underpinning and theoretical models of reconciliations are concerned, I told you that there is a beautiful poster which has been put up there. I will not dwell into it because it will get very mundane and quite boring late in the afternoon. Being a public policy practitioner for last more than 20 years, in public policy, we call some problems as wicked problems. The wicked problems are the ones which are extremely complex. There are multiple stakeholders. They are pernicious. They are interconnected and take a very long time for solving. And reconciliation is one of the wicked problems. There is no easy solution. And you would have heard that today, since morning, people came with, various experiences, various illustrations, their own stories, personal stories. Someone from Kashmir had come, he gave a personal story. Just now we heard a youngster giving very personal story. We had an old, instance of Bodoland reconciliation. But none of these models will fit all the areas. So that is what a wicked problem is all about. You have to contextualize, you have to understand the problem in a deeper sense and find your own local solutions. Of course, the greater, deeper underpinnings of any issue will always remain there. So, in our context, in context of India, when we are talking about reconciliation, in addition to looking at all these models which have been talked since morning, J&K, left-wing extremism, Northeast, Bodoland, we also need to go into our rich and very, rich culture and deep philosophical underpinnings of ancient India. And as we said that today's program, when we started, it started with invocation of peace by lighting these lamp from Rig Veda. So it shows that, you know, our culture has been extremely rich when we talk about peace, reconciliation, managing conflict. The young student from IIM Raipur also talked about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. You know, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam could be the first stepping stone for any reconciliation. And our, you know, the theme of this entire G20 is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and what a better way to start than, you know, considering entire world as one. Then we get into solving the problems of society, nation, and even at international level. The ancient Indian ethos of ahimsa, you know, this again is a powerful concept, powerful idea, and if we just take that even to first level of depth, we would be able to solve many problems. The concept of karma, the concept of dharma, okay, and concept of yoga also. You know, one might say, what does yoga have to do with, you know, conflict resolution or, you know, peace building? The yoga is a very powerful way of looking inward, and deeper you look inward, more sagacious we will become. So I think all of us, we need to look back into our rich culture, our ancient Indian philosophy, whenever we are faced with these wicked problems. We definitely need to use the modern tools, you know, modern learnings, the scientific knowledge, whenever we have to solve these problems. But going back to our ancient traditions can give us lot of light into, you know, how we can solve these problems. And in India, by using all these means, we have been able to reconcile many of the conflicts. You know, if I were to start and name a few, the Mizo Accord, the Assam Accord, Bodoland, Naga, you know, reconciliation is going on. In Manipur, there were many groups. In J&K, we heard today morning how they are managing. Left-wing extremism, the reconciliations are going on. We had one of the speakers here with us who was, you know, talking about his own personal experience. And I sincerely believe, and you know, that invoking ancient Indian tradition could be a great starting point and a way of, you know, getting into lasting peace with all the people with whom we have conflict. From the Upanishad, if I have to invoke, there is a you know, shaloka, we call it in Sanskrit, sarve bhavanti sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, and so on. And it means, may all be happy, all be free from disease, be witness to all the auspicious events, and no one has to be part of the sorrow. You know, with this, you know, invocation from Upanishad, I would like to close the event and then move on to the next session. Thank you very much, and it was a wonderful, you know, full day of deliberations and discussions, and all the youngsters, the kind of energy that you have shown, kind of depth, maturity, and deep understanding of this issue and the importance that you have shown, we are very, very hopeful, and it bodes well with our future. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Bokchi for presenting his important perspectives on reconciliation. A huge round of applause, everyone. We will be heading for a short 5-minute break. The audience can take a look at the beautiful posters presented in the auditorium foyer. Please be back by 4:30. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
मनीषा है उधर। जब वो आएंगे तो फिर वो दे देना कॉलर वाला माइक ये तो उनको वो पसंद नहीं आता तो ऑन कर देना। हाँ हाँ
अच्छा हटा ली भैया किसको बोलूँ
ये हाउसकीपिंग वाले लोग ये वाला और वो वाला दोनों हटाओ जल्दी उठाओ बेटा
वो स्लाइड हो रहा है। स्टेज पे जाके फंक्शन के बाद हम भी फोटो लेंगे ना। बिल्कुल, देखो हमारा फोटो कोई नहीं लिया है, हम हमारा खुद ले लेंगे, हमें किसी की जरूरत नहीं है। मैं टचअप के लिए मेकअप दूंगी। सेंटर में रखा है, कर लेंगे, वहाँ से सेंटर देख रहे हैं, हमारे यहाँ से पीछे नहीं होता। हाँ, उनको वहाँ से समझ आ रहा है सब।
आइए श्री अनुराग, देखो सिंह ही कॉमन है नाम में, है ना? लाइट आ रहा है मुझे सब ये वाली आ रही है।
लंबा दोनों, एक हैंड माइक, एक कॉलर में, दोनों रेडी है। मतलब दोनों वही है, वहाँ पे एक ही बैठेंगे ना।
the international symbol. Peace is nowhere in between. You can say peace is
Youth dialogue with youth minister from 4:40. That only it's already time.
दोनों को रख दे।
हेलो हेलो चिक चिक हेलो 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 हेलो
they carried it out of the auditorium.
तो उधर पीछे बैठी है, पता नहीं कहाँ पर है। चिल्लम तो पीछे बैठी है। इसी प्रॉब्लम है। नाम मत बताइए। यहाँ पे बस क्रेडिट चाहिए लेकिन काम नहीं कर रहा। वो तो राजदीप उधर आ गया अभी। वो सब बाहर गए थे माइक। ये तो राजदीप अभी आया। नहीं है माइक।
राजदीप, where are the mics?
आगे आ दो मैम, बोर्ड बुला नहीं मैम, आगे आओ।
माइक से बैटरी
उनको साथ में मार को दिया तब तो बस
Other than just for
वहीं पे मार को गई हो जाएगा।
नाम तो आयो पोटम बेटा माइन मेमोरी को वो देना था। हाँ
क्या हालत है, मतलब धीरे धीरे आ गए, मतलब लग रहा वो भी गेस्ट है।
हाँ तो गैस ही है ना।
हाँ
अच्छा भोजन अरे काका है उनका जब लाशे का फोटो सही में दिखा है। लाशों का फोटो सही में दिखा है इन्होंने।
सानिया स्टेज छोड़ दो, स्टेज छोड़ दो। सार्थक, बुक के उस तरफ एक है एक्स्ट्रा ट्रे नहीं है, लेके जाओ ट्रे। एक ट्रे लेके जाओ, तुम उधर से लेकर आओगे ना।
ठीक है, एक्स्ट्रा स्पेयर वहाँ एक पे है ना, एक सेट वाले कोई कुछ बोलेगा
सर यहाँ आके बोलेंगे
सर नहीं हम तो एज्यूम करें तो बैठ के करेंगे
नहीं। पिछले बार एक दो मीटिंग्स हुई थी, एक में सर आके बोले थे, दूसरे में सर ने वहीं से बोला था। और जब है तो अगर ये है ये माइक
फिर तो पक्का ममता लगा के रखा है यहाँ तो उनको कुछ बोलना सिर्फ बोलने के लिए ना।
हाँ पता क्या है एक्चुअली क्या प्रोग्राम है, मैं स्टार्ट करूँगा, उसके बाद मैं इनको बुलाऊँगा, ये 10-15 मिनट बोलते हैं, उसके बाद फिर
उसके बाद
शुरू होता है
वो उनका डायलॉग।
तो
हाँ तो फिर हम आके बोल सकते हैं चालू उनको ये चाहिए
वो टॉल नहीं है, फिर से छोटे मेरे
बातों पर चाहिए नहीं वो देखेंगे नहीं ना वो फिर वो देखेंगे नहीं वैसे।
we can reshape the fabric of future and unlock synergies of collective growth and development.
In the words of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi himself, the world has agreed that as Indians, we have two key strengths, demography and democracy. And this is the reason why what the youth of India says today is believed to be the voice of tomorrow.
The Youth 20 Summit paves the runway for youth to take off, whether it is for the economy or education, sports or entrepreneurship. The youth now has to take a mission to make a global impact. Or summarizing it in the words of the Hon'ble Minister, Shri Anurag Thakur, and I quote, "Youth is the agent of change."
We couldn't be happier and any more thrilled to have with us here today an integral part of the Indian growth story, Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Anurag Thakur. Can we please have a big round of applause for sir? Honorable Minister Shri Anurag Singh Thakur is a 4-time member of Parliament in the Lok Sabha. He is the first serving member of Parliament to be commissioned in the office to become a regular commissioned officer in the Territorial Army of India. Sir is the current Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports and the Information and Broadcasting Ministry in the Government of India. We welcome you to IIM Raipur, sir, and we are thankful and grateful for your contributions both in the Indian society as well as in the Parliament. Now, I would like to invite Professor Sanjeev Parashar to the stage to please welcome sir with a bouquet.
We would like to welcome each and everyone in the audience to the Youth Dialogue with the Honorable Minister, Youth Affairs, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur. Yuva Samvad, Yuva Mantri ke saath. And to moderate this Youth Dialogue, we have with us Dr. Sanjeev Parashar, Professor IIM Raipur. Professor Parashar is one of the most distinguished faculty at IIM Raipur. He has over 32 years of academic experience. Professor Parashar has published numerous research papers and has authored over 70 case studies for the eminent publishing houses like Harvard Publishing Business and Ivy Publishing. And with immense pleasure, I would now like to request Dr. Sanjeev Parashar to please take this youth dialogue forward, sir.
Can you please welcome sir with a big round of applause?
May I kindly request the members present in Madai, this auditorium, to put your phones on silence mode or otherwise switch off. I am Sanjeev Parashar, professor at Bharatiya Pravan Sansthan, Indian Institute of Management, Raipur. Very Honorable Shriman Anurag Singh Thakur ji, Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, and everyone present in this auditorium, Namaskar. Endeavoring to bring prudence to this most awaited and coveted event of the consultation, we propose to solicit questions from the audience, and we call it Yuva Samvad, Yuva Mantri ke saath, dialogue with Youth Minister. So what we propose is to solicit the questions from the audience, and we have some running members in the audience who have mics in their hands. I would request the people who want to have dialogue with sir, just raise the hand. We'll identify you, and we would request the runners to hand over the mic to you. You may ask the question, shortest brief possible in Hindi or English preferably, and then the mic and the stage is all sirs. To set the context, India, 3.5 trillion US dollars economy. The first $1 trillion, we got it in 67 years. The second $1 trillion we added in 8 years. And the third $1 trillion we just added in 5 years. Ever since 2015, the day India was 10th in economy, India has already tossed Russia, Italy, Brazil, France, and UK to become the 5th largest economy. And very soon, this year, we are expected to bounce Germany also to touch and become the 4th largest economy of the world. Just before the pandemic, India was the fastest growing economy, and after the pandemic again, India is the fastest growing economy on this planet. Taking a cue from FDIs, since 1947, India has added 950 billion US dollars, and the most surprising fact is we have added 532 billions in just last 19 months, and that's the trust world has imposed on India, its leadership and entrepreneurship. Even during 2022, the period of pandemic, India was the highest recipient of FDI to the tune of $83.5 trillion. And that's the beauty across 61 sectors. And this FDI is not just located to or shorted out to just 6 or 7 cities, but to 31 states and across all the sectors possible. Coming down to the social perspectives, yes, just 2 to 3 weeks back, there was a news that India has already become 1.4 billion population. And that makes India the largest populous nation on earth. My generation talked population, but the new generation talks human resource. And that's what exactly India is. Of 1.4 billion, 1 billion is under the age of 35, and average age is 29 years. And believe you me, BCG says we will continue to be the youngest nation in the world till 2070 from this data. Who else but the youth minister himself on the stage, and that's the day for us. I repeat, it is the most coveted and awaited event for we people at IIM Raipur. I welcome each one of you and hand over the mic over to Shri Anurag sir.
Whatever is the option. Sir, you
Dr. Ramkumar and the faculty members, my dear young friends, Namaskar, a very good evening to all of you. It gives me great pride to be here amongst the eager, imaginative, and bright-eyed youngsters of one of the most prestigious institutions in the country, IIM Raipur, and my other young colleagues who have come from 23 countries. 30 such young friends have come and joined here. I welcome you all to the beautiful city of Raipur, and also the learned speakers who have joined us here today. I was mighty impressed to know that the oral in the logo of IIM Raipur depicts the traditional Bastar Dokra art. Sun handicraft made out of metal of the tribals of Chhattisgarh that involves massive precision, practice, and painstaking skill. I feel quite at home here in Chhattisgarh, the state which houses the country's widest waterfalls, caves, lush green forest, ancient monuments, and rare wildlife, and curved temples, Buddhist sites, and so many beautiful places worth seeing. Chhattisgarh is situated in the heart of India and boasts of more than 80% of the biodiversity that is not found anywhere in the country. This state has 44% of the forest cover, with 32% of total population, of 32% of the tribal population. It is rich with minerals, forest, natural and local resources. This state is a major producer of energy and steel, and I'm told the famous Kosa silk or the Tussar silk is also found here. Famously known as the rice bowl of India, Chhattisgarh is truly full of surprises. No wonder it is a magnet for nature enthusiasts who wish to explore unique tribal arts, crafts, and traditions. In fact, 3 artists from Chhattisgarh who have dedicated their life for the art and culture of this state, that is, and they have been awarded as the Padma Shri Award. Pandavani singer Usha Barle, folk theatre legend Domar Singh Kumar, and wood carving master Ajay Kumar Mandavi. Ajay ji, I just met one program before this here only. He has got a beautiful artwork to showcase to the world. My heartiest congratulations to 3 of them from the state who's got this prestigious award. My dear friends, today technology is bridging the gap and also giving us a lot of opportunities to showcase our talent, to come out with the solutions for various challenges the world is facing. And I'm sure many of you who are studying here at IIM Raipur or maybe in other parts of the country as well, who have joined here, will be looking at bringing out solutions to various challenges faced by from farmer to the other persons in this country. In the previous session which we had at the other university, there were many interesting questions we faced with and many such experiences many youngsters shared what they have done in the last couple of years since COVID-19 pandemic, how they have contributed towards the nation building process. So I'm looking forward for you to listen to your experiences also. As youth are leveraging the disruptive technology to stay ahead of the curve and find local solutions to global socio-economic problems. No distance, difference or boundary has stopped Indian youth from driving social change as well as steer Fortune 500 companies with elan. This vigor, vitality and vibrancy of our youth is unmatched. I have said it before and I will reaffirm it today. Young people are the stakeholder in the present and are builder of tomorrow. Since the youth will inherit the future they build, it is imperative that the world pay heed to their words and provide a meaningful platform to channelize their emotions, energy and actions. As you are aware that India is hosting this prestigious G20 summit, we are lucky to have Y20 as the engagement group, and that brings us together here to talk about the 5 key areas what we have shortlisted. I'll come on that as well. But at the Y20 summit, India will not only speak but also provide an audience to the youth across the world to be heard in the world's largest democracy, amongst those young leaders geared up with the baton to the future. And it is my belief that in a complex world, riddled with challenges, our theme of the G20 as well as the Y20, our long-standing Virasat of Vasudev Kutumbakam, that is one earth, one family, one future, we have lived up to that during the pandemic time, when the large economies, the developed countries who could have afforded to help small nations to come out of this situation, provide them vaccines and all that. Whereas they failed, India, where the others did not expect, India has supplied medicines and vaccines to more than 150 countries in the world. That is why we said Vasudev Kutumbakam. And when we listen to the experiences, when our foreign ministers or other ministers who travel abroad, when the head of the nations come and say, please thank Prime Minister Modi from our side, because during the COVID-19 pandemic, when we were looking at others to help, nobody came forward. He saved our nation. So it is not only India where Prime Minister Modi and his government provided 2.2 billion vaccinations free of cost, but also provided close to 30 million vaccines to our neighbors to come out of this challenging situation. Look at the Sri Lanka crisis. Look at the other crises in the neighborhood. We have always come forward to help others. Gone are the days when we used to seek help. कभी हम मदद मांगने वाले थे, आज भारत मदद देने वालों में सबसे आगे है, यही फर्क पड़ा है. And you can see it example after example. Look at the Nepal earthquake. It was the India who was the first responder. Look at Ukraine-Russia war. We started Operation Ganga and saved lives of 21,000 Indian students in that war zone. We brought them out and we brought them back home safely. And not only that, more than 174 students from 28 nations have been they've been saved by the Indian government officials, and to their rescue, anyone can guess what helped them? Anyone? You're right. The Indian flag, they were looking for Indian flag to say that we are Indian so that they could walk out of the war zone. I would like to say these two lines in Hindi because it is with my experience what I've shared in India in 2011. 2010, there was a stone pelting in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. More than 3,000 soldiers got injured. There was a great demand for greater autonomy for the state of Jammu and Kashmir because there was Article 370 and 35A implemented in that state special status. When I raised the voice for our armed forces, when I raised the voice for our country, and I did a yatra from Calcutta to Kashmir, I passed through majority of the states of this country, demanding to hoist the national flag in Kashmir at Lal Chowk. और लाल चौक पर मैं 2011 में तिरंगा फहराने 12 जनवरी से 26 जनवरी की 14 दिन की यात्रा पर गया. किसी राज्य में कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई, किसी राज्य में कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई, लेकिन जम्मू कश्मीर एंटर करते मुझे जेल में डाल दिया गया. अपराध क्या था कि तिरंगा झंडा लाल चौक पर ना फहराया जाए. हजारों पुलिस वाले खड़े कर दिए गए. आई थिंक देयर मोर देन 10,000 पुलिसमैन just to stop our yatra to go and hoist the national flag at the Red Chowk. But what happened? Because of your vote and your family members' vote, in 2019 when Prime Minister Modi became Prime Minister again, he abolished Article 370-35A. Now any one of you can go and hoist the national flag at any time at Lal Chowk in Srinagar today. बात कहने के लिए छोटी लगती है, बात कहने के लिए छोटी लगती है, और मैं मीडिया के मित्रों को याद करवाना चाहता हूं. मुझे कलकत्ता में किसी ने, दिल्ली में कहा कि क्या यात्रा शुरू कर रहे हो 2011 में, कौन आएगा आपके तिरंगे के लिए, कौन आएगा कश्मीर के लिए. आप विश्वास मानिए, इस देश के युवा ने उस बात को समझा कि इंडिया फर्स्ट क्या है, इंडिया फर्स्ट के पीछे भावना क्या है, तिरंगे का महत्व क्या है, अपनी फौज के साथ खड़ा होना जरूरी क्यों है, कश्मीर को भारत का अभिन्न अंग बनाना क्यों है. और वो केवल एक यात्रा एक तिरंगा झंडा फहराने की नहीं थी, वो यात्रा केवल सेना के जवानों के लिए खड़ी होने के लिए नहीं थी, वो देश के युवाओं को एकजुट करके भारत की ताकत को बढ़ाने वाली थी. आज वही नेशनल फ्लैग जो चंद गज का कपड़ा नहीं, ये 140 करोड़ भारतीयों को एकजुट करने की ताकत रखता है. और ये भारत की भूमि के अलावा आज दुनिया के अन्य देशों पर भी आज कोई एनआरआई हाथ में तिरंगा लेकर चलता है तो उसको पता है भारत के तिरंगे की ताकत क्या है. If you ask most of the non-resident Indians, they will speak to you. If you ask people who travel overseas for the last 20 years, what has changed? The image of India has changed. How the world look at India now. They see hope in India. They see hope in India because India has the world's largest youth power with them, because you are the present and you are the builder of tomorrow. They see hope in you. They see hope in the youth of India. And when they see hope in you, I agree with them. Because when I became the Minister of State for Finance in 2019, Prime Minister Modi called me and Nirmala Sitharaman and said, you have to make some changes. You have to facilitate the youth of this country for their startup ecosystem. They are facing challenges. There should not be any Inspector Raj. They should know how to book losses. They should be allowed the income tax exemption and many other such things. And trust me, the initiative Prime Minister took at that time to handhold the youth of this country and give them an opportunity. That is all the youth need today. What they have done in the last 6 years, they have made India proud, because India is the third largest startup ecosystem in the world today. We have 107 unicorns today, 107 unicorns. When the major companies in the world were dying and shutting down, collapsing, it was the Indian startups who were acquiring such large companies under their fold. So that is how, when the world was grappling with the problem, how to stay in the system or how to stay relevant, the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us that we have to reimagine our lives, we have to reskill ourselves, we have to reboot, and we have to upskill and upgrade from time to time. It can't be stagnant that you walk out of this IIM Raipur and say, I got a degree, now I'm done for the life. No. You will keep facing challenges with each passing day or each passing year. So I'm sure when you move out of here, not only the challenges you face in the life, but also you should look at how you can contribute. You're not here to just make your career, look after your family. Nation has great expectations from you. You have to dedicate your life for the nation also. So when Prime Minister Modi talks about Panch Pran, 5 resolves, I want you to go through those 5 resolves and please pick up one area of concern where you want to see the change and be the change, because the charity begins at home. जब आप सोचेंगे शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पर्यावरण के क्षेत्र में, किसी क्षेत्र में बदलाव लाना है, तो स्वयं उसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ योगदान करने की शुरुआत करें. आई एम श्योर यू गोना मेक सम चेंजेस, यू गोना मेक सम contributions also. It is very, very important. It is easy to blame others, but it is very difficult to contribute. And things are changing fast, as Mr. Prashar said. From 10th largest economy to the 5th largest economy, but Mr. Prashar, let me remind you, 8 years back, world was looking at India and saying, it is the fragile economy, fragile 5. Fragile economy ऐसी कहते थे ना हमें. But from fragile to the first 5, it was not easy. But it happened because of good governance, by bringing in transparency and accountability into the system and spend the taxpayers' money in the right manner, and bringing out 27% people out of the poverty line in just 5 years period. That was a big, big achievement of the government. You know, when you speak to your counterparts of other country, and when you give them the numbers, and these my friends who have come from 23 countries, 30 such representatives, when I'll tell them that India has opened 480 million bank accounts in 2 years' time, they will understand what is 480 million, how do you open those number of accounts. When you say that we have built 35 million houses in just last 7 years for the poor of this country. When you say India transfer 2,000 rupees each into the account of 110 million farmers with the click of a button, and when India transfers, say about 31,000 crore rupees to 200 million plus women account by the click of a button. It happens because of Jam Trinity, Jandhan, Aadhaar and mobile, because of the UPI platform which has make India proud, and India is the country which has, not only at home this UPI platform has become such a success, but we have recently collaborated with the Singapore. Now people to people transfers can happen on our UPI platform and they pay now. That is a great achievement of India in today's era. We all know that Indians have made a mark in the Silicon Valley. Our young students who have studied from IIM, IIT and such prestigious institutes from the country, they are heading many multinationals. Once such person, Sundar Pichai, who is heading Google, was here in India last month. While speaking at an event, informal event for a dinner, he said, I still carry a hard copy of my COVID certificate in United States. Whereas 1.4 billion Indians have their certificate on the CoWIN app and they got a certificate online within 30 seconds. What they couldn't do in Silicon Valley, you did it in India. So in the field of technology, we have made some remarkable achievements, but there are a lot of challenges for the future also. When we talk about the future, Works 4.0, 21st century skills and the innovations, these throw many challenges and many opportunities also. We need to look at it whether these are challenges or opportunities for us. And I will remind you one thing, that during the COVID-19 pandemic, it is the Prime Minister Modi who looked at COVID-19 pandemic as an opportunity to progress. Whereas others looked at it as challenge. He said, Aapada mein avsar, Atmanirbhar Bharat. ये सब कल्पना उस समय आई when he opened up, brought in reforms, and what happened? He opened the defense sector for manufacturing. He opened up the space sector. He opened up the coal and mining sector and other sector during the pandemic time. And within a couple of months, more than less than 12 months, Indian private sector company has successfully launched the satellite from the soil of India. That is the power of youth. If the space sector has been opened some time back, more Indians could have achieved much more. I am sure there are a lot of opportunities waiting for you to grasp. I have a lot to speak, but I won't speak now. I'll take more questions. I'll save my speech for some other day, but I'll take more questions from you so that I can answer what is going on in your mind, so that we can answer those questions. Thank you for listening to me patiently. So shall we take 4-5 questions at one go, then I can reply at one go? Is that fine? That will be better. You understand here? I'm fine. Up to back. I'm fine with it.
Dhanyavad, Shriman Anurag Singh Thakur ji. So the proceedings start, and I remind you all that this is youth dialogue. So some of my friends who have the grey shades, they are exempted. That's a humble request to each one of you. And the note remains same. Kindly raise your hand. We would see our friends over there in the galleries and alleys. They would come to you with the mic, and then you would be noted on, speak out, and that's what exactly we do. And sir has already pointed to each one of you boys and girls. We'll take 5 or 6 questions in a stretch. Then sir will like to answer, and then we'll go to the second one, and then the third one, and so forth, till the time permits. Thank you, Anurag ji, again. And here we start. I have my friends in the front itself. Lady, can you bring the mic over there on the third row? My friend over there, kindly stand up.
अब जिसके हाथ में माइक आ गया, दे दो, क्यों अफसर छीन रहे हो? दे दो. Sorry sir, Prakash. I'm sorry.
Judge War, sir.
Sir.
Thank you so much, sir. A very warm evening to you. Sir, we had discussed about GDP. Now my question is, Chhattisgarh is best off with a lot of natural resources, but still it ranks very low in terms of contribution to the GDP of the country. what policies you envision for Chhattisgarh so that it can utilize its full potential to participate in the development of the country? Sir, please.
What's your good name?
It's Dipanjali Shukla, sir.
Ma'am, you can just bring the mic to the second
Sure.
question over here.
Sir, Jai Johar, sir. Ved Prakash Nishad, NSS volunteer from Chhattisgarh, sir. सर माय क्वेश्चन इज सर, जैसे आपने कहा कि छत्तीसगढ़ हरे भरे पेड़ों से भरा है, प्राकृतिक संसाधनों से भरा है, लेकिन सर छत्तीसगढ़ को बने 22 साल हो गए सर। हम जिस गति से प्रगति करनी चाहिए उस गति से हम अभी तक प्रगति नहीं कर पाए हैं सर। यहाँ कई सारी ऐसे प्रतिभा हैं जो अभी तक निखर नहीं पाए हैं, ऐसे ऐसे प्रतिभा हैं जो विश्व में छा सकते हैं सर। तो आप छत्तीसगढ़ के बारे में क्या सोचते हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ के युवाओं के बारे में क्या सोचते हैं, ये मैं जानना चाहता हूँ सर, ताकि वो अपने लक्ष्य को प्राप्त कर सकें और छत्तीसगढ़ का नाम भी भारत में रोशन कर सके और विश्व में रोशन कर सके। थैंक यू सर।
Good evening, sir. Myself, Shrestha Pranav from Maharaja Agrawal International College. My question is that, sir, आजकल जो हम जो यूथ हैं, हमारे एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि हम अपने कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर नहीं आ पाते हैं। लाइक हमारा जो कर्तव्य है, हमारी जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है टुवर्ड द नेशन एंड टुवर्ड द पीस बिल्डिंग, तो सर हम उसके बारे में कैसे जागरूक हों एंड कंफर्ट जोन को छोड़ के ये सबके पीछे कैसे अपना ध्यान लगाएं? Thank you, sir.
Sir, Jai Hind, sir. My name is Nikhil Chaturvedi and I am from Govt Engineering College, Raipur. Sir, my question is कि यदि यूथ को पॉलिटिक्स में आना है तो वो क्या पॉइंट्स होंगे जो उन्हें सफल नेता बना सकेंगे और सफल सेवाकर्मी बना सकेंगे? क्योंकि देश के लोकतंत्र को यदि मजबूत करना है तो पॉलिटिक्स में भी युवाओं की भूमिका बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। तो मेरा क्वेश्चन यही था और मैं यह जानना चाहूँगा कि मुझे और बाकी लोगों को किन बातों का ध्यान रखना चाहिए। थैंक यू सर।
Good evening, sir. My name is Finas Mukanzu, and my nationality, I come from Zambia. I am very proud and very happy to be in this place, especially meeting you as a youth minister. And I was very proud to hear these words, that young people are the present and the builder of tomorrow. And by these words that you said, I have a question, which goes, what are the goals that you would set as a youth minister for the young youth that are the present and the builder of tomorrow, for them to build a good country, a happy country with joy, with peace, with no war, with love and compassionate? And I would say, and the other question is that as like countries from Africa, we have challenges with our leaders, with our government. We have problems like in terms of development, in terms of peace. And how could you encourage us as youths coming from Africa? How could we develop our countries? How can we encourage our fellow youths as Africans to have a good country or good mind as Indians?
With deep sense of honor and gratitude.
Can you bring mic closer?
Okay, sir. With humble sense of honor and gratitude, I, Alhaji Saleh Isiaku Baniam, the son of Africa, the citizen of Nigeria, the indigenous of Yobe, I was hailed from Jakusko. It is an honor and privilege to have dialogue with you, sir, as an dedicated, competent, and hardworking youth minister, sir. Before I go further, I'd like to thank, on behalf of Nigeria and Africa in general, I'd like to thank the government of India for provide vaccine, COVID-19 vaccine for the whole African country at the most critical time. Indeed, we are gratitude, sir. Bahut bahut acha. My question, sir, as a youth, I'm always think and I'm worried about one thing. In the year 2021, nuclear Amstar spending over 82.4 billion on their nuclear weapon in 2021 during a COVID-19 pandemic, which rising global food insecurity. So as a youth, my concern always in the world is to get better tomorrow, one earth, one family, and better future. And many countries, instead of to give free food, to help others, but they are trying to spend billions of US dollars only for their nuclear weapon. As a youth, how can I convince myself that the world is one, the future is one, since every 10 seconds, one child died because of hunger in this world? Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Kabelo Francina Lekawe. I am from a small country, a landlocked country in South Africa called Lesotho, the mountain kingdom of Lesotho. My question to you is, I come from a country inside another country full of crime. So my question to you is, how can you help us as African youth when we go back home to change situations that are back home? How can you help us to empower other people to change who they are, what they're doing, of which it impacts other people's lives badly? Thank you very much.
Sir, ma'am, pass the mic to the one from Syria.
Namaste to everyone. I've learned in India that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam means the word is one family. Also in my home country Syria, when a guest visits us, we say, Yamit Ahla wa Sahla, which means you are family and you are welcomed 100 times. Syria has been greatly affected by the recent earthquake because it has already been in a 12-year-long war which we couldn't find a solution for. Even though they are exhausted, the Syrian people, especially young youth, came together to fight for a common goal of supporting each other and rescuing lives after the earthquake at their full capacity. Sir, what are your recommendations to support those youth during this crisis, not to lose hope for the future, because they are suffering to continue and establish their future? Thank you so much.
Sir, should we take more questions or should you like to reply?
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, my friends from Africa, from acknowledging India's help as a friend to our African countries and our African brothers and sisters. Yes, COVID-19 pandemic was a tough situation for any country. And I can vouch for the youth of this country who work as volunteers with various organizations. Even during the pandemic time, they have come forward to create awareness about the Arogya Setu app, about the COVID app, to distribute the mask, to distribute the food material, food grains as well. So during the crisis time, we have seen the commitment of the Indian youth who have come as volunteers with the Nehru Yuva Kendra Sangathan, NSS, and other such organizations to help others. Well, from Syria, as you said, youth have come forward to save others. Now, the one who is already helping others, I think they're strong enough to stand on their feet and make a bright future for Syria. And I'm sure, I've seen in Turkey and Syria when we have the earthquake recently, India is the country within 12 hours We have sent medicines and other support to both Turkey and Syria as a friend and as the first responder during the hour of crisis. Now, challenges back home could be immense. What we saw during the Arab Spring and otherwise, the challenges faced in that part of the world, and another challenge what we say in Ukraine-Russia war. India has always took a position, and Prime Minister Modi very categorically said, this time is not for war. This era is not for war. In a democracy, you discuss, debate and decide rather than fight. So I think it's very, very important to understand, as my other friend said, where millions and trillions of dollars have been spent on the nuclear program. On the other hand, when millions of children are dying because of hunger, where is the parity? Two different worlds. One world who is developed, not willing to compromise, not willing to change their lifestyle, but expecting others who have not got even the basic facilities to compromise on that. I think India has become the voice for least developed countries and the global south to raise their voice at that level, and will keep raising the voice of the global south and the least developed countries and the countries who really want us to stand for them. It's very important because if I'll quote one India example for you, both the questions can be addressed on that. If you look at COP21, when major powers, they shied away from taking the responsibility for the climate change and the carbon emissions and their commitments which they have not fulfilled during the Kyoto Protocol way back in Japan, which happened, and more than 3 decades passed, they did not deliver to that. It is the India who gave the leadership and came out with the International Solar Alliance, not only gave the leadership, had the headquarters in India, and fulfilled the commitments 9 years in advance. The targets for 2030 has been fulfilled by 2021. And at the same time, Mission Life is the lifestyle for environment. This has been given, the idea has been given by Prime Minister Modi to the world, and others have accepted it. So each one of us who want to champion this cause, it looks very small that if unnecessarily light is on or a tap is open or we kept our car engine on, at times we feel nothing is happening. But that is the wastage if it is not required. And even if a country like India, for example, 1.4 billion people, starts saving 1 drop of water also, you could look at the saving happens. Small changes. We switch off the button TV from the remote control, but if you switch it from the main button, it may save many units for you. Similarly with the air condition, the temperature control, if it is 24, it could save life. All I'm trying to, I'm deviating from my subject, but all I'm trying to say is from Mission Life, all of us have to contribute in the years to come from today onwards towards saving, because if we save more, we have to generate less. So that is another saving. There will be less carbon emissions also. And in politics, you said how youth can come. Why do you want to join politics? I first would like to know. Who wanted to join politics? Please tell me why you want to join politics. No, who raised this question? He should answer.
सर बिकॉज पॉलिटिक्स में यदि यूथ आता है तो लोकतंत्र मजबूत होगा और वो देश के लिए बहुत कुछ कर सकता है, बिकॉज उनके पास ज़्यादा टाइम होगा और ज़्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ रहेगी कि वो जो समाज है उसके लिए कुछ कर सके. सो मैं भी इसलिए पॉलिटिक्स में आना चाहता हूँ.
No, I'll be more than happy if you join politics. It needs a lot of commitment. You know, from outside it looks like, oh, they have a position, they have power, they have so and so. But if you look at their lifestyle, if you look at their work conditions, their commitment level, it is at a very different level. But I'm sure more and more learned people, more and more educated people, more and more committed people should come forward into politics. That is very important, because if we really want to change the system, we need more and more youngsters into the system. I'm glad you said it, that you want to be part of it. It's going to be very challenging, but trust me, when you see a smile on the face of someone you have really helped, or a policy you have changed, which brings smile on many faces, आपका जीवन सफल हो जाता है उससे, मैं यही कह सकता हूँ.
Thank you so much.
I'll tell you a small incident, और मैं कंपैरिजन इनके लिए जरूर करके बताऊंगा. I'm taking a little more time, but I have to tell this. In politics, you should work on the policies, then on the implementation part. There are two parts. One is the policy making, and second is the successful implementation. If you make good laws, good policies, but implement poorly, then it is a failure. For example, we made a small change in the bamboo. For example, bamboo earlier is taken as forest. Now category has been changed to grass. So you are paid better now, you are paid the MSP on that also. And you don't need to go through the forest law. Now if you look at 50 lakh people, 5 million people are engaged in the bamboo cultivation, to bamboo processing, to the bamboo furniture, to the bamboo products. With just one policy change of Modi government, it has seen a sea change. So that is how policy level, at policy level you have. And the second is use technology. How using technology has actually helped to transfer funds, making the system accountable. When Rajiv Gandhi ji used to say that he sent 100 rupees, only 15 reaches to the beneficiary. Today we proudly say we send 100 rupees and 100 reaches to the beneficiary. Only because of the transparent system and the technology being used. So that is one. Second, even if you don't join politics, or you join politics, apart than doing whatever I do for my constituency, like I've taken the AIIMS hospital, PGI, medical college, Central University, NIT, IIIT, various railway lines to the other roads. But if you go into the detail, if you meet people, you will see what are they looking for. I used to go for school and colleges prize distribution function. I used to stay back for at least 30 minutes to interact with the students. And I used to ask them, how many districts of Himachal Pradesh have you seen? There are 12 districts. I said, how many of you have seen 12 districts? They said, no one. How many have seen 6 districts? No one. How many have seen 3 districts? Out of 100, only 3 hands were raised. So at the class 10th and 12th, or maybe in the first year of your college, you have not seen even more than 2 districts of your state. What kind of exposure do we have? If you travel more, you will learn more. You interact with more people, you will gain more confidence and more knowledge. And remember one line of mine, it will help you in your entire life. Your network is your net worth. Don't miss to make friends. Don't miss to know more people. Try and connect with more people. It will help you in life. And travel as much as you can. At this young age, just pick up your bag. Don't think about the train booking, bus booking and others, or staying in a good hotel. Stay wherever you want to stay, at Dharamshala also. But it will give you great exposure and you'll know more about your country. So what I did for my students is, I started a program called Sansad Bharat Darshan Yojana. I pick up 50 meritorious students every year and I make them travel to various parts of the country. They meet scientists, engineers, IT professionals, to the ministers, to the Vice President of India. And trust me, when I meet them after 7 days, I see a sea change in them. What they haven't learned in 7 years, they learn in that 7 days of their travel to various parts of the country. Their experience flying in a plane, traveling in a train, learning local language to interacting with various other people is giving them of insight where the world is moving. They no more want to just become engineer, doctor or a professor or an army man. They have 20 other ideas in their mind. So that is one I do. And second is, because you want to enter into politics, I am giving some suggestions to others also. I started a mobile medical unit, started with 3, now run about 30. Those goes with a doctor, nurse, lab technician to every new panchayat every day. We have done more than 8 lakh patients free of cost in last 4 years, reaching out to them, making the hospital services available at their doorstep. All I'm trying to say is, it is not important that you have to be in politics to serve. There should be willingness to do something for people. There should be more ideas. You can do it at small scale. You can try and teach 3 students outside this IIM campus. You can go to the nearby village and say, who are the 3 poorest of the poorest families? Handhold them, guide them, spend some time with them. And when they will grow, they will always look up at you and how you have helped them. And if all of us try and do something for someone, I'm sure we can make large changes, a great change in the system. You talked about Chhattisgarh, someone from here, you got great resources, but Chhattisgarh is not moving ahead. I don't want to make it more political, but all I want to say is, when Chhattisgarh were carved out as a state under the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government way back in, I think, 2002, 2000. It was called a Bimaru state. Now, you have seen 5 governments in between, from Jogi government to Raman Singh government to Bhupesh government. And you have seen the 15 years of Raman Singh government, how it has brought in changes, how it has progressed during that time. You got great natural resources which not many states have. But unfortunately, doing the value addition on that, ab rice bowl of the country to hai. What is the value addition? You know, this politics of freebies is not taking us anywhere. We have seen the crisis in the neighborhood, how if you play with the taxpayers' money and just work for the vote bank, by the end of the day, it doesn't help you, it doesn't help the state also. So your money should go into the infrastructure building, capacity building, value addition and all that. I'll quote an example why Modi government has this year increased the capital investment in the budget. Last year we hiked it from 5.5 lakh to 7.3 lakh crores. This year it has been raised to 10 lakh crore rupees, 33% hike. At the same time, 9 times more budget for the railway, 2,40,000 crore rupees. If government starts spending in the capital sector, that means the private sector investment will also come, and it will be great opportunities for job creation, a great infrastructure for the 21st century India, to bring in more investments into India. And the FDI, which Prashar Saab has said, $83.5 billion is the highest. And India has got the highest foreign direct investment during the COVID-19 pandemic, which the point has to be noted that during the pandemic, India was a major attraction then also, and India still remains the major attraction now. It is up to us which states attracts more investment, because it can only come if you have transparent working, if you don't have corrupt practices in the state. You have the resources, but the willingness is not there, then nobody can help you. God has been kind towards the state. From forest to iron ore to other material, everything is here. And I'm sure Chhattisgarh can do much, much better. and youth like you who have so much of commitment to say कि युवाओं की भागीदारी कैसे हो, युवा अपने राज्य को कैसे आगे लेके जाएं, तो ठीक जगह वोट डालें और अपने राज्य को आगे लेकर जाएं। फॉरेस्ट बैम्बू की बात पहले की, मैं आई हैव ऑलरेडी एडेड टू दैट हाउ बैम्बू वेरियस फैसिलिटीज वी हैव डन। दीपांजलि ने नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज की बात की थी और बाकी सब ने भी। सुरेश ने कहा था कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर नहीं आ सकते। सुरेश भाई कौन से कंफर्ट जोन में हो, कहां पे हो? ये सही है, इस उम्र में मैं अपने बेटे की ओर भी देखता हूं तो उसका भी यही हाल रहता है, पर ये उम्र वापस आने वाली भी नहीं है। एंजॉय इट टू द फुलेस्ट वॉट एवर यू कैन, बट एट द सेम टाइम don't forget where you have to reach, what is your goal. Nobody is asking you to come out of the comfort zone. Be there, but stay committed. We got 24 hours in a day. How much time you want to be into the comfort zone, that you decide. But then decide rest of the time for such other things, for your education, for your family, for your friends, for your comfort zone, and some time for this country. Country for which many sacrifices have been made. Where young people like Bhagat Singh to Chandrasekhar Azad to Rajguru to others who have sacrificed their life so that बलिदान उन्होंने दे दिया, आपको योगदान ही देना है, केवल आप योगदान देते रहिए और देश के लिए जीते रहिए। एक बात मैं आप सबसे जरूर कहना चाहता हूं जो मुझे आजकल थोड़ी ज्यादा खा रही है। आजादी देश को दिला दी, आप नशे से देश को आजादी दिला दीजिए, नशा मुक्त कर दीजिए देश को। आपके कोई दोस्त भी अगर नशा करते हैं तो मेरा आपसे हाथ जोड़कर, एक भाई के नाते कह रहा हूं, एक नेता के नाते नहीं कह रहा हूं, आपके एक सहयोगी के नाते कह रहा हूं, कोई नशा किसी भी तरह का करता है, आप उसको हाथ जोड़ के कहिए मत कीजिए। It looks good, it's just a puff. Let's fag, let's do this, let's just try it, it's experiment for one time. एक बार होता नहीं भाई, फिर कोई टशन दिखाने के लिए गाड़ी के पास खड़ा होता है और फिर वैसे ही वो भी गिर जाता है भविष्य में। मैंने अपनी आंखों के सामने इतनी जिंदगियां बर्बाद होते देखी और मैं थोड़ा सा भावुक इस विषय को लेकर इसलिए होता हूं क्योंकि जब मैं अपने ही लोकसभा क्षेत्र में पंजाब के साथ लगते एक इलाके में गया, अभी मैं एक घर में अफसोस करके निकला था, 23 साल का बच्चा उसका मर गया, इकलौता बच्चा था, ओनली सन फ्रॉम अ रिच फैमिली, टेकिंग ड्रग्स, ही जस्ट पास्ड अवे। आई वॉकड आउट ऑफ हिज होम, I was just walking towards my car and got another call that another boy died who was merely 20 years old. Their family tried to take him out of the clutches of that friend circle who used to take him for drug abuse. He went through all the process. He was all right. He was supposed to go to Dubai to be with his elder brother, who is his cousin. Just one day before his flight, his friends again came to him and said, let's go. Let's have a last thing in the name of our friendship. एक आखिरी शाम दोस्ती के नाम, ये डायलॉग था। They went to the jungle and he took the syringe. Overdose, because he came from the rehab center. It worked against him and he died on the spot. And those friends who wanted to spend the evening with him, they left him in the jungle. And look at the parents, what they went through. With this synthetic drugs to other abuse these days, it has become a big, big challenge. So we have to create more awareness. When I talk to the youth, they say, साहब बड़ी परेशानी है, तो ये थोड़ा इसके करने से परेशानी से बाहर निकल जाते हैं. We need a strong willpower. We know how to handle ourselves. it is not taking you out of the problem, it is putting you in the problem. All I want to say is, परेशानियों से भागना बहुत आसान होता है, हर जिंदगी में एक मुश्किल इम्तिहान होता है। भागने वालों को कुछ नहीं मिलता जिंदगी में, लड़ने वालों के कदमों में ही जहां होता है। So keep that fighting spirit within you, whether it is against the drug abuse, whether it is for any other such area where you see the challenge. Believe in you. If you believe in you, others will believe in you. अपने आप में विश्वास नहीं होगा तो दुनिया भी नहीं करेगी. So my humble request to we can take more questions. Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
What an inspiring words, compassionate thought. And we continue with the same series. May I request the people to raise their hands? This side, there is a lady. Yeah, please.
Hi, sir. This is Gurpreet from IIM University. सर मेरा बेसिकली क्वेश्चन है कि आपने अपनी स्पीच में बोला कि 21,000 स्टूडेंट्स को आपने यूक्रेन से रेस्क्यू किया है, बट हम रोज़ देख रहे हैं कि हर टाइम पे कोई ना कोई स्टूडेंट बाहर जाता है फॉर द एजुकेशनल पर्पस. सो व्हाट आर योर व्यूज़ ऑन दैट? ऑल्सो मेरा सेकंड क्वेश्चन ये है कि आजकल का जो यूथ है वो जैसे बहुत जल्दी हार मान लेता है. बेसिकली जैसे वो कुछ अगर नहीं टॉलरेट कर पा रहा है तो वो या फिर सुसाइड की तरफ चला जाएगा या डिप्रेशन में चला जाता है. सो व्हाट आर योर व्यूज ऑन दैट आल्सो? थैंक यू.
We may have one question from there, blue kurta.
Pranam sir, my name is Shubham Tripathi and sir I am from Varanasi and I have seen infrastructural development there while witnessing our core values intact. Similar experience I have had in my 4 years at NIT Hamirpur as well. So my question to you is, how do you believe our past and culture can contribute to India standing out even as it advances on the path to modernization? Thank you.
Thank you. And
Good
we have one
evening,
question.
sir. My name is Sakshi Singh. I am a student of Government Pandit Jwala Prasad Upadhyay College, Patna, District Korea. सर आपने कुछ देर पहले कहा कि यदि हम देश के लिए कुछ करना चाहते हैं तो उसके लिए ज़रूरी नहीं कि हमें राजनीति में ही आना है, एंड आई एम टोटली अग्री विथ यू. पर सर आज की परिस्थितियों को देखते हुए बिना धन और बल के सामने आना असंभव सा प्रतीत होता है. और दूसरी चीज़ ये कि हम हर क्षेत्र में युवा को लाने की बात करते हैं, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि अभी के समय में युवा को ही फेस करना सबसे मुश्किल है, क्योंकि अभी के टाइम का युवा यदि उसके पक्ष में कोई बात कर रहा है तो उसके लिए बहुत अच्छा होता है, लेकिन उसके अगेंस्ट में जो बात करे वो उसके लिए ठीक नहीं होता. मैं अपने क्वेश्चन को एक एग्जांपल के थ्रू क्लियर करना चाहूँगी कि 21-22 में जब हमारे क्लासेस 3 to 4 मंथ लगे और सडन फिर से कोरोना वापस आ गया, और उसके बाद हमारे 3 to 4 मंथ स्टडी के बावजूद जब कोरोना 1 मंथ के लिए आया और फिर जब क्लासेस स्टार्ट हुए, एग्ज़ाम का टाइम आया, तो लोग डिमांड करने लगे ऑनलाइन एग्ज़ाम के लिए, और वो उच्च शिक्षा विभाग तक चले गए और लास्ट में उनकी बात को उन्होंने एक्सेप्ट भी कर लिया, ऑनलाइन एग्ज़ाम भी हुआ. लेकिन मेरे नज़रिए से यदि आप देखें तो वो सही नहीं था, क्योंकि 3-4 महीने स्टडी हुई थी और वैसे भी ज़्यादातर लोग लास्ट के 2 महीने में ही पढ़ाई करते हैं. तो इस टाइम पे जब एक बहुत बड़ा संगठन दल सामने आ जाता है तो वहाँ पर उनको फेस करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है. तो उस वक्त आप कैसे सामने आए और उस वक्त क्या करें आप?
Thank you, ma'am. Here's it is.
प्राशर जी,
Please, sir.
ये पहले वाले महीनों में क्या करते हैं अगर 2 महीनों में पढ़ाई करते हैं?
Sir. Yes. Yes, please ask.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good evening. Myself, Dr. Abhishek Agarwal. I'm an orthopedic surgeon and I've come here from King George's Medical University, Lucknow. First of all, I want to thank our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji for being beside with us and providing us of the resources to its best of its capacity during the COVID-19 time so that we serve the people all around us. And my question is, with a story of just 30 seconds, my own real sister lives in Seattle, US. And after 7 to 8 years of infertility, she got conceived in the month of December 2019. And meanwhile, she developed some bleeding per his annum. Okay, मतलब जहाँ से मल निकलता है वहाँ के रास्ते से उसको कुछ bleeding शुरू हुई. And the health system in US is very robust. It's very orthodox kind of thing. And उसको पहले GP को दिखाना पड़ता है, फिर वो स्पेशलिस्ट के पास पहुँचने में 2-3 महीने लग जाते हैं. Believe me, on 24th March of 2020, we got the news that after getting biopsy done, and it was found to be a cancer of intestine. And she had got a baby of 15 weeks, 3 months baby in her womb. Now, हम लोग के लिए बड़ा मुश्किल टाइम था कि कैसे भी करके we just get कि हम उस कैंसर को निकालें किसी तरीके से. And just forget about the pregnancy, how precious it may be, but we just wanted to get rid of the cancer. And believe me, during that period of 15 days of sleepless nights, of crying nights, we just collaborated, communicated with hundreds of doctors there, but all of them refused that कि नहीं, यहाँ का system बड़ा orthodox है, we cannot intervene, we cannot let you the thing, and they were saying कि नहीं, अभी cancer है, we cannot perform the surgery because the COVID is full blown or COVID is a major threat, so we cannot. So at the same time, when they cannot do the surgery of the cancer patients or the life-threatening the diseases, the same time we were managing both. We were managing COVID in its full-blown time, and we were managing the cancer and other life-threatening diseases here in India. So as a doctor, as a surgeon, I want to thank our Honorable Prime Minister and the government to provide us that strength so that we can manage both the things. And with this, I put forward my question is that when there is so much of hurdle there, still the mainstream of our youth, the cream of our youth, जो भी हमारा cream है youth का, वो यहाँ पढ़ाई तो यहाँ पे करता है, but they don't want to get settled here. They want to get settled in US, UK, and that western part of world. Even my brother-in-law, he doesn't want to come back. Now my sister is okay, उसकी सर्जरी भी हो गई और बेबी भी है अभी, but still, why our youth are
आपका सवाल ये है कि अभी भी उनको बाहर जाने की होड़ क्यों लगी रहती है? ठीक, मैं करता हूँ, इसका उत्तर कर दूँ. बैठ. Thank you.
There.
Okay, thank you ever so much. My name is Ishmael Washington. I'm a student of Kalinga University. Honorable Minister, I want to say thank you ever so much for your salient presentation. But I have a question. Before my question, I want to say that there's a perception about us, youth, that many believe that we are agent of conflict or agent of mass destruction. But that we believe that it is 100% wrong. To every reaction, we think that there is something that triggers it. For example, let's take for instance, the government, provides certain funding, right, to an individual who's supposed to represent people at the grassroots. And then that particular person took that fund and used it for his own individual use. Or we said corruption. Definitely, that alone can trigger violence. And if that trigger violence, it usually comes from the youth. So will you say that we are youth, we are violent, or again, we look at violence against human rights, right? These are things that trigger violence. But we are youth today. We can tell anyone that the perception about us, that we are agent of violence, we are agent of conflict, agent of mass destruction, is very wrong. We believe that we are agent of peace, and we are agent of advocate for social well-being and social economic for our own situation. So my question comes now, with these things that trigger violence, we have the lack of self-confidence. You as a youth minister, right, what can you provide for us as youth to build us confidence that we can stand firm in society, and we can say that with this self-confidence within us, we think that we can do something positive. Next question is what?
Sir,
inadequate
sir,
employment.
I will request you, kindly keep the questions brief. Maybe have one question over there before sir take the questions.
Okay. So the next one is just inadequate employment opportunity for we as youth. right? So you can also look at that and see what you can do, under your own jurisdiction to help us to build our strength from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Out there.
Prove them wrong.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Wait, sir. Wait. There. Be fast. Sir.
Very good evening, sir. It's Jhalak Sachdev. My question is, what are the essential ways to create or to facilitate the global consensus on conflict, prevention and peace building? Thank you, sir.
Over to Anurag ji.
Sorry, you have to. She has to say it again.
Can you repeat the question?
So my question is, what are the various ways or essential steps to facilitate or to promote the global consensus on conflicts, preventions and peace building? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sir.
Hello,
Would you
sir.
like to take more questions or?
Hello,
Yeah,
sir.
we may have one. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
सर नमस्कार सर, मैं घनश्याम दीवान बस्तर ब्लॉक से हूं सर, और मैं युवदय का वॉलेंटियर हूं सर, और हमारे बस्तर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 7,000 वॉलेंटियर्स हैं, स्वयंसेवक हैं सर। सर मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि आप सभी के द्वारा यहाँ पे सुने हैं कि बस्तर नक्सलवाद क्षेत्र है, वहाँ पे बहुत हत्याएं अन्य प्रकार की घटनाएं होती है, लेकिन एक चीज़ मैं आप सभी को बताना देना चाहता हूँ कि हमारा बस्तर भी एक पर्यटन संस्कृति और कला से निकलता हुआ बस्तर अभी बन रहा है। सर मेरा सवाल है सर कि बस्तर को या फिर पूरे भारत को, विश्व को शांति स्थापित करने के लिए व्यवहार परिवर्तन, मानसिक स्वास्थ्य कितना असरदार साबित होगा सर, मार्गदर्शन कीजिए।
Hello,
We
sir.
may have one question over there.
Yes, sir.
White
Yes, sir.
shirt. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Samuel Yoa from Liberia, Kalinga University. My question is very short. Like you said, youth is the future. We always hear this, term youth is the future, leader, youth is tomorrow. But then in government, we have officials, older officials that are over 60, 70 years old, still in position. And it's an honor to be in your presence. You embody the truth, ideology, and personality of a youth minister. You're a young person. You understand the ills and difficulties we youth go through. So my question, and what you have to say to us youth, like government, what can they do to be able to incorporate more youth into government and have a time limit on how long an older person or age group can be within a government? Thank you.
Thank you. And that's, you truly said it's a time limit. So over to Anurag ji.
My dear friends, if you look at most of the questions, either from the friends from Africa or from friends from Bastar to other places in India, there's a big question which arises. As you rightly mentioned now, that is youth the future? I said it very categorically that you are the present and you are the builder of the future. Because youth, being the largest stakeholder, they have to be a part of the nation building process, whether in India or abroad. Africa and India had similar kind of freedom movement. Our leaders, our public fought for number of years to get freedom. Now who will come and fight for you? It is our responsibility to build our nation. Don't expect it from others. It is us. It is our country, and we have to stay committed towards it, and we have to contribute towards the better future. That commitment should come from within. And I'd like to say a couple of lines in Hindi for all of you. कि कितनों की तस्वीर बदलनी है, कितनों की तकदीर बदलनी है तुम्हें, कितनों को रास्ते पर लाना है तुम्हें, अपने हाथों की इन लकीरों को मत देखना, इन लकीरों से भी आगे जाना है तुम्हें. So don't keep looking at the fate line of your hand. We have to build the future of our country. And it can't be with remaining self-centered or looking at your problems only. The world is looking at you to become the problem solvers, to come out with solutions. So I'm sure we're going to do that. And education abroad. See, on one hand, you have such fine example in front of you when our friends from Africa or other parts of the world, they have come and they're studying in India. There are many Indians who are going abroad and studying abroad as well, from US, Canada to UK to Australia. Now we have to work here also on our higher education system. I'm sure many such good universities are also coming forward, looking at our IIT, IIM and other such prestigious institutes. The numbers were less in the past, but in the last 8 years, from 15 IIM to it has gone up to 23, 16 IIT to it has gone up to 24. Look at the medical colleges, from 580, it has gone up to 890 medical colleges. Look at the number of AIMS Institute, it was 7 in 2014, it has become 22, it's going to be 25 in next year. So we have progressed well in the last 8 years. It's not that we have not, but yes, in such a large country, it will take some time to go to that level. And if you look at those institutions, those are about 300 years old, 200 years old, 400 years old institutions. Here also, if you look at our institution, they have progressed very well. If our education system was not right, then how come so many such individuals have done so well in life and they are heading the such big multinational companies? We have started spending more on the research. There is more focus with the new education policy. There is more, it's a more liberal program also, so that you can change in between, you can adopt such other courses. मैं तो अपने जितने मेरे दोस्तों के बच्चे या बाकी सबके देखता हूँ अपने परिवार में भी, बहुत सारे तो डॉक्टर बन के पॉलिसी साइड पे आ गए, बहुत इंजीनियर बनने के बाद कुछ और करने पे चले गए. सो ऐसा नहीं कोई एक चीज़ पे चला है, तो बहुत सारे डॉक्टर्स हैं जो आज कोई IAS, IPS, IRS ऑफिसर्स हैं. मैं पूछता हूँ भाई डॉक्टर पे 5 साल 6 साल क्यों लगा लिए? किसी और की सीट भी खराब की आप लोगों ने. अब जो बन गए उनको पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन की सीट्स पहले नहीं थी, अब उसको भी राष्ट्र जी हमने उसको डबल कर दिया है, PG सीट्स को भी डबल कर दिया, मेडिकल सीट्स को डबल कर दिया. थिंग्स आर चेंजिंग फास्ट. दूसरा यहाँ पे साक्षी ने कहा कि धन और बल के बिना कुछ नहीं होता. कुछ हद तक मैं सहमत हूं साक्षी, कुछ हद तक नहीं हूं. बहुत सारे लोग हैं जिन्हें उनके पास बल था ना धन था, लेकिन विल पावर थी, जिसको था कि नहीं मुझे आगे जाना है, तो उसे दुनिया की कोई ताकत नहीं रोक पाई. और मैं छोटा सा उदाहरण बताता हूं. मैं जब इंफॉर्मेशन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग का मिनिस्टर बना, मैं बॉम्बे गया, इन सब डायरेक्टर से मिला, मैं करण जौहर वगैरह सबको बुला के कि क्या चैलेंज है फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के. ऐसे मैं साउथ इंडिया में कर्नाटक, तमिलनाडु, हैदराबाद सब जगह गया. सोच में कितना फर्क पड़ गया था. हमारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के लोग, किस क्षेत्र के लोग कहाँ पे सोचते हैं, कईयों को लगता है हम ही सब कुछ थे. ऐसा नहीं है. टाइम के साथ इवॉल्व कौन करता है, टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कौन करता है, लोग चाहते क्या हैं. कंज्यूमर को सर्विस इंडस्ट्री में नहीं जानोगे कि वो चाहता क्या है, तो आप फेल हो जाओगे. एंड लुक एट हाउ थिंग्स हैव चेंज्ड. यू हैव सीन रिसेंटली हाउ फिल्म्स with the content creation, it is not the mainstream films, but is the regional films which have become national then international. What Prime Minister says, from local to global, films like RRR has made mark at the international level. So nobody can stop you. It is not the region, it is not the dhan or bal, it is the creativity, it is what you believe in yourself. If you make the right product and you are on the right path, nobody can stop you in this world, nobody can stop you. Because today, if you look at it, is not the newspaper or the television channel which empowers you to create something or create a news. It is the online platform also on which the creativity can take you to any level. तो टेक्नोलॉजी आज एक बहुत बड़ा साधन बन गया हम सबके लिए कुछ ना कुछ कर दिखाने का, और हमें इसमें बिल्कुल नहीं सोचना चाहिए कि धन बल वालों का होता है, कुछ नहीं होता जी। ये भी कभी ज़िंदगी में कुछ नहीं थे, जो आज धनवान और बलवान बने हैं ये अपनी मेहनत के कारण ही वहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं। आपको भी कोई साक्षी नहीं रोक पाएगा, ये समय साक्षी है। अगर आप मेहनत करोगे तो कोई नहीं रोक पाएगा, ना धनवान होने से ना बलवान होने से। तो ये मेहनत करते रहिए, उस पर सोचिए मत ज़्यादा, और लेकिन लास्ट 2 महीने पे मत रहना भाई। I met a couple of Padma awardees today. अजय जी से भी मिला। क्या इन लोगों ने कभी सोचा होगा पद्मा अवार्ड पाना है? आप पिछले 7-8 साल की लिस्ट उठा के देखिए पद्मा अवार्ड की। आई कैन चैलेंज एनीवन इन दिस कंट्री कि शायद पूर्व में कभी ऐसे लोगों के बारे में सोचा भी जाता था कि पद्मा मिलेगा। It has become people's Padma today because they have contributed towards the subject or the area they believed in. कई बहनें ऐसी जिन्होंने लाखों पेड़ लगा दिए, सोचा थोड़ी था कि कभी पद्मा अवार्ड लेना है। पर्यावरण के लिए काम किया, कईयों ने सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के साथ काम किया। लिज्जत पापड़ बनाने वाली 7 महिलाओं ने 80 रुपये लोन पे लेके पापड़ बनाने शुरू किए थे। आप कह दो हिंदी में पापड़ बेलने शुरू किए थे, लेकिन आज ऐसा है कि 48 लाख पापड़ एक दिन की बनाती हैं और 1600 करोड़ रुपए का धंधा एक साल में लिज्जत पापड़ की 45,000 महिलाएं करती हैं। तो साक्षी यहां कहां धन और बल आया? मैं इसलिए उदाहरण दे रहा हूं कि ऐसे आपको 36 उदाहरण मिलेंगे। स्टार्टअप्स में ही देख लीजिए, आपको ढेरों ऐसे मिलेंगे जिनके पीछे कुछ नहीं है। भवेश अग्रवाल के दोनों माता पिता डॉक्टर हैं, विजय शर्मा के फादर प्रोफेसर हैं, रितेश अग्रवाल OYO वाले का देखो क्या हालत है। अब आप इन सबकी बैकग्राउंड में जाओगे, कोई बहुत संपन्न परिवार से नहीं आया, लेकिन क्षमता के आधार पर आगे बढ़े हैं। ऐसे बहुत सारे क्षेत्रों में बढ़ा जा सकता है। बाहर जाने की होड़, आप क्यों नहीं बाहर गए? दीदी चले गई। देखिए ये होड़ ऐसा नहीं कि होड़ नहीं है, निश्चित तौर पर बहुत सारे युवाओं के मन में रहता है बाहर जाएंगे बसेंगे, लेकिन मेरा विश्वास मानिए जितने बाहर जाने वालों की होड़ है, आज उतने की ही भारत आने के लिए भी दौड़ है। एंड इंडिया हैज द कैपेसिटी एंड द कैपेबिलिटी टू क्रिएट द वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट स्किल्ड फोर्स, स्किल्ड मैन पावर, and that is why in today's this year budget also we have kept provision to train lakhs of youth in the area of future works, from artificial intelligence to coding, 3D printing and others, so that they should be trained for the future skills. There will be 30 Skill India International Center which will be coming up in the entire country, 3 Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence, and similar kind of courses. 47 lakh youth will get stipend over a period of next 3 years in various sectors. So ऐसा नहीं, सरकार भी उस दिशा में काम कर रही है, भारत सरकार का काम है, इसी तरह से राज्य की भी कर रही होंगी. Now one of my friend who Shubham I think said from Banaras that he has seen the sea change in the infrastructure. Now one can claim it is the Prime Minister's constituency, but that is not the case today. In 2014, India used to build 12 kilometer national highway per day. Today we built 39 kilometers national highway per day, more than 3 times a day. Or in 2014, we used to build 3 kilometers of railway line. Today we built about 8 to 9 kilometers per day. We have doubled our national highways, more than doubled. Even the rural roads has been doubled. But what I would like to add to your question and answer your question in a way, he talked about the rich cultural heritage of India, how we can build upon that, how that can be not only a sense of pride for us, but also an area for job creation and the self-employment. And I think rightly so the Modi government has done so. Out of the 5 resolves, the Panch Pran, the second is Gauravshali Itihas par Garv Karna. We should be proud of our rich cultural heritage. And now how that has changed. हमने दिव्य और भव्य सोमनाथ धाम बनाई, दिव्य और भव्य केदारनाथ धाम बनाया, दिव्य और भव्य काशी विश्वनाथ धाम बनाया, दिव्य और भव्य महाकाल लोक बनाया, और अगले साल दिव्य और भव्य अयोध्या धाम राम मंदिर भी बनाकर दे देंगे. यही नहीं, हमने हेमकुंड साहब के पहाड़ों तक रोपवे पहुंचाया, बौद्ध सर्किट बनाकर दुनिया भर के बौद्ध को यहां पर बुलवाया. हमने करतारपुर कॉरिडोर खोलकर अपने सिख भाइयों को जो 75 सालों में नहीं मिला, वहां गुरुओं के दर्शन करने का अवसर भी दिलाया. तो हमने केवल आस्था के केंद्र नहीं खोले, उसके साथ साथ रोड, रेल, एयरपोर्ट, पोर्ट्स, ये सब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना है. एंड इफ यू लुक एट द नंबर्स टुडे at Somnath, Kedarnath, Kashi Vishwanath to others, the number is at least 4 times of the visitors who are visiting these places. That means you need more rooms, you need more restaurants, you need more dhabas, you need more shops, you need more food items, and there is more job creation at the local level. It is no more only the religious places. From आस्था से अर्थव्यवस्था के केंद्र भी बने हैं. From religious places to the place of economy and revenue generation, it has emerged today. And that is the way forward. That is why one of the resolve in those 5 resolve ways, गौरवशाली इतिहास पर गर्व करना, विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए, ये भी एक बहुत महत्व आएगा. अच्छा हुआ आपने बनारस का उदाहरण दिया, आपका धन्यवाद उसके लिए. आपने कहा आप हमीरपुर कब रहे आए भाई? NIT में थे आप. We have a beautiful campus of NIT Hamirpur.
Yes, sir. So
And please come back sometime. We'll meet you someday.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you, sir.
कुछ रह गया इसमें से उत्तर देना?
Sir,
Agent of conflict or mass destruction. Flight पकड़ लेंगे यार. ये कहाँ रोज रोज मिलने वाले?
Sir.
You know, on the peace building and the conflict, mass destruction, such topics have come. How many of you have visited Northeast? मणिपुर, मेघालय, जो वहां से आते हैं वो मत हाथ खड़े करो. अब सबके हाथ नीचे हो गए, 2 के हाथ रह गए ऊपर. At one time they used to say कश्मीर जाओगे तो ये हो जाएगा. If you go to Northeast, this will happen. What has happened? Now one of my young friends from the NSS or NYKS, he said, look at Bastar. महेश गागड़ा जी, बस्तर की खूबसूरती आपसे ज़्यादा कौन बता सकता है? सबसे चौड़े वाटरफॉल से लेकर सबसे खूबसूरत जंगलों से लेके नेचुरल ब्यूटी की अगर हम बात करें तो बस्तर में अपार संभावनाएं हैं, बहुत खूबसूरत है. लेकिन नक्सलवाद ने बस्तर की खूबसूरती को ग्रहण लगाने का काम किया था. आज मैं कह सकता हूं कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी, कश्मीर में भी इंसर्जेंसी इंसिडेंट्स 80%, 80% से कम आए हैं. सिविलियन डेथ्स 85% कम आई है. ये कब हुआ? जब हमने पिछले 8 सालों में पीस टॉक शुरू की, एग्रीमेंट शुरू किए. लेट मी से इट इन इंग्लिश. We have done the discussions, we had the peace talks with the insurgent groups, and in the last 8 years, we have so many surrenders across the country where these insurgent groups, Ulfa to others who used to take ransom and used to threaten people because of the terrorism and the insurgency incidents, 80% cut in those insurgency incidents in the last 8 years, which is a great sign. All I have to say is dialogue matters. In a democracy, you have to sit on the table, discuss, have a dialogue, have a debate, and then decide. And finally, when you decide, you come to the conclusion, it is not the bullet, but the ballot which matters in the democracy.
Thank you, sir.
Admission दोगे IIM में?
Ancient civilization and the youngest democracy. We are vibrant. As sir said, just sharing with you, when 2015 July, Modi ji initiated Digital India, India was ranked globally 122 with respect to data consumption, and last February, within a short span, now we are the world's #1 data consuming country. That's the strength of India. We consume more data put together, US and China. They are much behind us, and yes, it's true. It's difficult for me to say, but yes, it's a time to sign off. It's time to say thanks to our great guest of the day. I just take a quote from Adam Grant, who says, "Too many people spend their lives being dutiful descendants instead of good ancestors. The responsibility of each generation is not to please their predecessors. It's to improve things for their offsprings. It is more important to make your children proud than your parents proud." Thank you. Thank you for the time, sir. Over to MCs again.
I would like to thank Prasha sir, and I would also like to thank our Honorable Minister Anurag Thakur sir for the wise words. I'm sure this discussion will help channelize the youth of this country to be the best version of themselves and also encourage them to play their part in the Indian growth story.
So we strongly agree that the strengths of today's efforts will bring clarity for tomorrow's future. I would now request our Director, Professor Ramkumar Kakani, to please felicitate our Chief Guest, Honorable Minister Shri Anurag Thakur Singh, sir. I would also request Professor Shaurya and Professor Indibara to kindly felicitate Shri Pankaj Singh, Director, Department of Youth Affairs.
Now, I would like to request all the foreign delegation who has come here from different parts of the world for the Youth 20 Consultation event to please proceed to the stage for a group photograph with our Chief Guest, Honorable Minister Anurag Singh Thakur, sir. I would like to request the international delegates to please come to the stage. Thank you.
So we should leave the bulb.
dad need to take.
Remind me of Bob Marley.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Minister Shri Anurag Thakur sir for taking out his valuable time and gracing us with his presence. Thank you, sir.
Other participants who are not from IIM and have been selected to be part of this, they can come. NSS volunteers and others. कौन है?
के लिए इतना मर रहे हैं ना हमारे लोग।
Those who are done taking their photograph, I would request them to please get down off the stage.
Can I have your attention, everybody? Excuse me, can I have your attention, everybody? I would request everybody to please proceed.
We would request everyone to proceed out of the auditorium, please.
I would like to request everybody to kindly proceed.
Volunteers, if you all could please manage the crowd. I would request the volunteers to please manage the crowd.
I would like to request the students to please be seated for the certificate distribution ceremony.
Volunteers, please control the crowd, especially near the door.
And I would also like to request all the students to please be seated.
Students who are receiving the certificate, please be seated. I would request the audience not to crowd at the door. All volunteers from IIM Raipur, if you all could please manage the crowd at the door.
I would like to request everybody to please maintain the decorum and please be seated for the certificate distribution.